that you should be able to find links to or whatever, so you can get to them from BCTV or from your TV or from YouTube. And you can go and follow this broadcast in that way. So you have something to say, I'll bet you, Tom.
Well, I obviously read all of these things beforehand, and some of them are very interesting and informative. And I would almost recommend that our viewers read every one of these, but that's kind of impossible, I think.
Oh, we've got a pretty good set of material this week. Some of it's really.
This was particularly good. There were some very good articles. A lot of them were very long.
Yeah, and some of them are very important.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the first article that we've got is, I would say, important.
Well, let's find out about that.
Okay, you want to read the title, Tom?
Abu Dhabi to have cheapest solar power ever at 1.35 cents per kilowatt hour. That's incredible.
This is really, yeah, it's incredible. Abu Dhabi is to have the cheapest electricity ever from a solar farm, reports say. As the capital of the UAE, Abu Dhabi is no stranger to solar price records, and the new low PV bid chosen by Abu Dhabi's public electric utility will bring down the cost of solar to 1.3 cents per kilowatt hour. And you know, Tom, just last week in Dubai, the record was set at 1.7, or a tiny bit less than 1.7. So this is a significant reduction.
It is that. I want to just mention a little bit about UAE, United Arab Emirates. That's a small country. It's really a bunch of collection of very small countries.
Yes.
That remained independent of the Saud family in Saudi Arabia. They were under protection, basically, of the British in the early part of the 20th century.
Yeah.
And they formed their own country now. So there's about 5 or 6 of them, actually. Abu Dhabi is one of them. And what was the other one you just mentioned?
Dubai.
Dubai is another one. And they're a lot more progressive than Saudi Arabia is.
Yes, they are that.
They have things like movies and stuff.
They're kind of more similar, I think, to Kuwait. But they certainly have this incredible move to solar power, and it's kind of...
Well, they've got a lot of sun, and they've got a lot of desert.
That's true. And yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, let's move on here, because I was just going to say exactly that. This comes from the article. The UAE has abundant sunshine and flat, empty stretches of desert, as well as an abundance of oil and gas.
Yes.
Plus, the world's largest solar PV farm, which we are looking at above.
Yes.
And the cheapest solar farm ever built.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't even read the title, did I?
No, you read...
to have cheapest solar power ever at I did say that, at 1.35 cents per kilowatt hour.
Yeah. We should probably move on to the next article.
Well, there's one more sentence here.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Abu Dhabi has supported the growing solar power market as a whole and helps to ensure low-cost financing. We need cooperation. This is an important sentence. We need cooperation from our governments worldwide if we're going to fully embrace the transition to renewable and sustainable energy.
Right.
You know, it's going on. It's happening. But there are forces that are trying to oppose it for monetary reasons.
Yeah. Okay, we've got that one was from Clean Technica, and our next one is also from Clean Technica, and for inexplicable reasons has a picture, a map of the world with April heat, which is air heat, not ocean heat.
Well, there's some pretty hot spots on there, though.
There are, yeah.
Well, this says April. Well, the map. Okay. I was reading the title of the map, and they can see it up on the screen, I imagine.
Yeah.
Oceans are record warm which likely means stronger hurricanes and larger wildfires.
Highly destructive fires in places like California and Australia may be hard to remember adequately now that they have been eclipsed somewhat by the coronavirus pandemic. But the oceans are warm. Large storms and wildfires are on the way.
Read that again.
Oceans are warm. Large storms and wildfires are on the way. The thing about the warm oceans is that if the oceans are warm, they heat the air above them, and the air that's above them wants to rise, and because it's warm. And if the oceans are warm, they also have a lot of evaporation of water into that air that
goes into the air.
Yep, and that water is going to go up, and it's going to get cold when it gets up there, and it's going to want to drop out as rain and come back to the earth. And that
what goes up must come down,
I suppose. But it really fuels the big storms that we've got when the Gulf of Mexico, for example, or the equatorial Atlantic Ocean and so forth are warm.
Indian Ocean and those affecting Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. And depending upon where you are, this might mean extra water in the air or that the air is extra dry. It might mean that the air is moving fast, or it might mean that things just don't move very much. And what we're seeing a lot of these days is that, like Hurricane Harvey, the hurricane formed, and then it moved to Texas, and then it just sat there.
Got wet over Houston.
Yeah, and the same thing was true of Katrina. It stayed where it was for a fair amount of time, dumping water on the landscape, and this is something which is really difficult. So,
well, I'll read a little bit from the article here, 2 sentences. The change in climate we are experiencing is human-caused, rather than a part of a natural cycle, according to NOAA. If the Gulf of Mexico remains warm, another major hurricane could plow through the U.S.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's move on here. We got some nice picture of a bunch of wind turbines. And
yes.
What's happening there in that picture?
What is that?
What's happening there in that picture?
Oh, well, this is chemtrails. They're dumping atmospheric dust in,
Oh, is that what's happening?
Hardly. No, these are trails of condensation behind the wind turbines because the wind turbines have introduced turbulence into the air, and the air here is very humid, so the particles of water in the air bump into each other and condense. And this is very much like the contrails behind aircraft, except that the contrails are very largely made up of water vapor that comes from the engines. Here, it's just the turbulence.
So the turbulence is just causing the water that's already there to kind of condense.
Yes, and I saw a picture of the Rock of Gibraltar recently, where the wind going across the Rock of Gibraltar had caused a cloud to form behind it, and the cloud just sat there with the passing of time.
Interesting.
It's like a standing wave in a stream, where you have a rock in a stream and there's a wave above it.
Yeah. Yep.
It always stays there, and this was the Rock of Gibraltar. The whole thing of chemtrails is something that I know a little bit about the aerosols that they put in because I've actually made them, and people don't really understand it, but it's made into conspiracy theory, and I just can't buy it. Anyway, we've got an item here from Clean Energy Wire.
Coronavirus impact lays bare inflexibility of German power generation and demand.
And the relationship of this, by the way, to the picture is that the German power generation is getting to be more and more dependent on offshore wind power, which is what we're seeing there. Slumping power demand from a pandemic and April's strong wind and solar power production have revealed that Germany's fossil and renewable energy generation, as well as electricity demand, need to be much more flexible, according to experts.
Well, this is a long and informative article.
Yeah.
And what it starts off by saying is that sunny and windy weather has led to strong renewable power production.
Right.
But low demand in neighboring countries has meant that Germany could not export the excess electricity, resulting in negative power prices, which we've talked about on the show.
Yeah, many times.
They're paying customers to use the power rather than turning off the plants. It's less costly.
Yeah.
Recurring negative prices can result in system instability. Well, I would figure that.
Yes. There is one thing that I'd like to say about this business of being flexible, though, and that is, and the article says this, not in so many words, but the most inflexible sources of power that we've got are big baseload fossil fuel plants and nuclear plants. So what they're saying is, actually, if you want to read a little bit between the lines, in order to get the flexibility that they need, what we have to do is extend the renewable power, not returning to the baseload power.
Well, technology is on our side.
Yeah.
As we've talked about on the show, the prices of renewables have been plummeting.
Yes, as we're going to see more of in seconds, literally.
Well, we get a nice picture coming up of a gas plant.
A weird gas plant.
Weird gas plant.
Yeah.
And it's called coffee table-sized units to power new gas plant.
Yeah, this is Friday, May 8th we've got to, and this is from ABC News. That is Australian ABC, not American ABC. And did you read the title to this, Tom?
Coffee table-sized units to power new gas plant.
Oh, I was expecting you to say near Roma.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, Roma's just a town. I didn't figure anybody even knew where it was.
Yeah, when I saw the title, I thought they were talking about Italy. The Australian Renewable Energy,
Southwest Queensland.
Yeah, okay. The Australian Renewable Energy Agency is providing $1 million. That's $1 million Australian, which is about $750,000 in the United States, in funding to give authorities a chance to assess the benefits of using an electrolyzer powered by solar panels to extract hydrogen from the atmosphere, and then the hydrogen is used to make renewable methane.
Well, electrolyzer is like high school chemistry.
Yeah, it is.
Almost anybody has done some electrolysis of water, turning it into hydrogen and oxygen, but they're doing that same thing here on an industrial scale. Yeah,
and they're also pulling carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. So this is direct carbon capture, and using the electricity from the solar panels to force that to react against the hydrogen to create methane, which is then used as natural gas.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thing. It's, by the way, for anybody who really wants to know, the natural gas thing, they make hydrogen, and then they take 4 hydrogen molecules and combine them with 1 carbon dioxide molecule to make 1 methane molecule and 2 water molecules. And then the water is sent back to the electrolyzer to be reused. It's an interesting process.
Yeah, it is. Well, the project involves the installation of hundreds of thousands of small modules.
Yeah.
And the total can create up to 74 gigajoules of renewable methane. Now, a gigajoule is 1 million BTU, or 300 kilowatt hours. So a gigajoule is nothing to sneeze at.
A gigajoule is nothing to sneeze at, but here, you always say giga is bigger.
Yeah.
A joule is pretty small. It's like a million grains of sand. How big is that going to be? It's hard to imagine.
Yeah, a joule is a small article, and a gigajoule is a million BTU.
Yeah.
It's a trillion joules.
Yeah. Okay, should we go on?
Yeah, we should. We got a nice picture of looks like a pool, but it's the Great River Energy headquarters, huh?
Which has a wind turbine right behind it.
Yeah, that's really for promotion, I think.
Do you?
Well, if you drive up by Boston and you look off to the distance where the electric company is, they have a turbine in their yard.
Yes, and in fact, I used to live south of Boston, and I drive by that.
Been there a long time.
Been there a long time. Yeah, this item is from Green Tech Media, and I have to say it's one of the most important items of the week.
Well, it says long duration breakthrough. Form Energy, which is a company, their first project, Form Energy's first project, tries pushing storage to 150 hours. Now that blew my mind.
Well, as I got into it farther, what?
Huh?
As I got into it farther, it blew my mind more and more.
That's 6 days.
I know.
A week.
Form Energy made a deal with it for its new energy storage technology with Minnesota utility Great River Energy. The battery is competitive on price relative to the power output, which is kilowatts or megawatts, but it provides an enormous amount of electricity, which is a kilowatt hours or megawatt hours at that price. And what this means is, if you want to install a megawatt of battery so that you can get a megawatt out of it, it costs roughly the same as it does with lithium-ion batteries, but where those lithium-ion batteries might keep going for 4 or 5 or 6 hours.
I was just going to say, it's a matter of hours.
Yeah, at peak demand. Well, we've talked a lot about the Hornsdale Power Reserve, and that is 100 megawatts, 135 megawatt hours, which means if it were running at peak output, it would run out in about an hour and 20 minutes.
Well, this guy's talking 6 days, so it's a big improvement, a huge improvement.
This is 150 hours this thing can go, and since the price is close to what it is for lithium-ion, if you wanted to replace the Hornsdale Power Reserve, you could do it at a close price, except you'd be getting 25 times as much of electricity out of it.
Well, this is another one of those interesting articles this week.
Yeah, it is. And I could see the cost of electricity coming from batteries going to well below a cent per kilowatt hour with this.
Well, this is a coming thing.
Yeah. Now, one thing I want to point out to everybody is they didn't tell us how this works. And the only reason I'm assuming that it does work, because if somebody came to me and said, I've got this battery that will do this, I would have said, this is a scam. Except that in this particular case, the engineers at a utility have looked at it hard enough to agree to buy one.
Well, they said, show me, and somebody showed him, and it seems to work.
I guess.
But this is a huge breakthrough.
It is, very big. You got more on that, Tom?
Well, as I just said, great progress. 4 hours to 150 hours of storage.
Yeah.
And long-duration storage will be necessary to maintain grid reliability in the future. So this kind of thing is coming. It
is. Yep. So our next item is has a picture of a deflator mouse.
You know, that brought back sort of memories, because a long, long time ago, I heard about the Strauss opera called Deflator Mouse.
Yeah.
You know, when I was only a kid, I said, Flater Mouse, that sounds like flying mouse.
Which
and that's
is
a way of looking at a bat.
It's a bat, that's right. And that little guy in the picture is a bat, and you can see just off the front of his wings, you can see a little thing sticking out. That's the bat's thumb. The wings are a membrane that runs between these.
Right, they're his hands. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. They're his hands, and they have big. He has tiny finger bones, and the membranes stretched between them, and that's what his wings are. Anyway, we have this item, which is from TPM.
Whatever that means.
Whatever that means, I don't know. Got a title?
How climate change is contributing to skyrocketing rates of infectious disease. Whoa.
Yeah, whoa. Scientists who study how diseases emerge from the changing environment knew that a pandemic was coming. Climate change is making outbreaks of disease more common and more dangerous, and the number of emerging infectious diseases has been rising fast.
This is another good and long article.
Yes. Yes. And
well, from the article, it's a couple sentences here. Catastrophic loss in biodiversity, reckless destruction of wildland, and warming temperatures have allowed disease to explode.
Yes.
Ignoring the connection between climate change and pandemics would be, and this is a quote from the article, dangerous delusion.
Yes.
We turn a blind eye to the fact that our behavior is driving this. We get cheap goods through Walmart, and then we pay for it forever through the rise in pandemics. It's upside down.
Yes. This is not just credit cards making things making you pay for a long time. It's like you change the environment, you're changing the environment. I had a friend once who made fun of her great aunt who would say it's a poor bird that dirties its own nest. And she made fun of it because she thought that was a silly thing to say. But the fact of the matter,
it's accurate. It might be silly,
yes.
But it's a truism.
It's a truism. That's right. Well, we're up to May 9th, which is a Saturday.
Nice picture of a Tesla Model 3.
Yeah, you know what? I tend to try to ignore pictures of cars because I get bored by them.
Well, they all look alike these days.
They all look alike. But, you know, when I was a kid, they all looked alike, too, except for the odd person out there who would be driving a Model A Ford. I always envied the person with the Model A Ford. I always wanted to own a Model A Ford Roadster or you know what?
That was a neat little car.
They were neat with a
rumble seat.
With a rumble seat. I always wanted to have a car with a rumble seat. Okay, this one is from Clean Technica.
The Tesla Model 3 is the best-selling luxury car in the USA, by far.
Yeah, that's for the first quarter of 2000. The Tesla Model 3 accounted for approximately 21% of the new small and mid-sized luxury car sales in the United States in the first quarter of 2020. This should not be a big surprise. It has better acceleration, lower operational cost, and higher resale value. And I was amazed when I looked at the resale value of these because
it's holding up, isn't it?
Oh, you know, when I was a kid, the saying was, you buy a car, it's going to lose half of its value on the trip home.
Yeah, that was very close to being the truth.
Yeah, and these things have a resale value that's like 95% after they're a year old. And it is also, by the way, rated as the safest car you can buy. That's
very interesting.
Isn't it?
Well, there's a good article here. There's a lot of graphs on it if you like graphs.
Yeah. The graphs that are with this article were not the kinds of graphs that I like particularly, but I suppose a lot of people would get stuff out of them.
Well, a Model 3 was the 8th best-selling car in the USA,
yeah.
Right behind 7 mass-market cars with a much lower base price.
Yes.
And this is an interesting sentence. Model 3 owners were happier with their cars than the owners of any other vehicle model, according to Consumer Reports.
That is really impressive. You know, if you think about it, that's really impressive. Yeah.
Well, the article gives a list of 70 reasons why Model 3 owners love their cars. And one of them that I love was a fart generator.
A what?
Fart generator.
Okay.
It makes noises like obscene noises that the body makes.
Like a whoopee cushion.
Yeah, exactly. That just cracked me up.
Okay.
But if you get a new Cessna, you got one of those so you can impress your friends.
Yes.
Well, there's a picture of a solar farm here coming up.
Yep. And this is an item that came from PV Magazine India, and it's another one. This one blew my mind. So what do you got for a title?
Renew Power wins a 400 megawatt round-the-clock renewable auction at 2.90 rupees per kilowatt hour.
Right. I'm sorry, I always put in a rupee symbol instead of spelling the word out. And a lot of that is because I want these synopses to be to fit into a certain amount of space. And
well, this came from the article.
Oh, it sure did. But I would have. Sometimes I will expand things to make them easier to read, and I'm apologizing to you, Tom.
Yeah, I'm looking at that symbol. What does that mean?
Well, you figured it out. The Solar Energy Corporation of India has concluded a 400 megawatt round-the-clock renewable power supply auction. Out of nearly 950 megawatts bid, the Renew Power run the entire capacity of 400 megawatts by quoting the lowest first-year tariff, which was 2.90 rupees per kilowatt hour, which is 3.8 cents per kilowatt hour. And
we've seen lower than that.
Huh?
We've seen lower than that.
We've seen lower, but not for 24/7. This is 24/7 power. This is
that's true.
This is power that, people have always said, well, renewable power, it doesn't work. It's not going to be there when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing. And this addresses that really big time, because it says, okay, I don't care where you get this renewable energy from, but it's got to be renewable, and it's got to be round the clock, 24
hours.
And
hey, they got a 25-year power supply contract out of this. So
absolutely. And one of the things that I keep thinking about when I think about this is, if you compare this to a nuclear plant, this 400 megawatts is approximately 2/3 of the Vermont Yankee plant. But the Vermont Yankee plant had to shut down every 18 months for a month so that it could be refueled. This thing is not going to shut down. This is more reliable. Renewables, that's right. And this just says, you're worried about the wind not blowing and the sun not shining? Well, by the way, we happen to have very cheap batteries these days.
That's blowing my mind. That's coming.
It's here. I mean, 3.8 cents per kilowatt hour. If you look at the last Lazard LCOE charts, levelized cost of electricity, the cheapest fossil fuel source on the charts is combined cycle natural gas, and that is 4.4 cents to 6.6 cents. This is 3.8 cents. This will beat any natural gas. And basically what it comes down to is we're moving into a time where you'd have to be crazy to build a natural gas power plant.
Well, I think that burning things to make electricity is going to become a thing of the past very soon.
Very soon, except for one thing, which is hydrogen, and we'll see how that works. Okay, should we go on?
The thing about hydrogen is the byproduct is a very horrible thing. It's water.
Yes, indeed, it is water. I have to admit that, Tom.
Well, this is another interesting article.
Yeah.
Solar heat and humidity combination not experienced before is becoming more common. This kind of reprises what we've already spoken of today.
Right, and we have a picture here of a child in a heat wave.
Looks like he's having fun.
It does, and this particular article is from CNN. A report from the Earth Institute at Columbia University indicates that the combination of extreme heat and humidity, once believed never experienced by humans, is already happening. Such weather surpasses the theoretical threshold of human survivability.
That's a scary sentence.
Well, it is, and one of the things, there's been a lot of stuff coming out in the news saying if we don't address this, it's going to be somewhere between 1 and 3.5 billion people are going to have to move. And, okay, here we are in Brattleboro, Vermont. How many of them are we able and willing to accept into our society because we've been burning fossil fuels?
Yeah, you got a point there.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, let me take a couple of quick takeaways from the article.
Good. Okay.
Devastating effects of killer, quote, humid heat waves are already ravaging the world.
Yes.
Climate change is increasing both air temperatures and the amount of moisture in the air, making humid heat events more frequent and severe.
And that is something that I find frightening for a reason that it doesn't have much to do with how hot people get on the ground. That's going to cause unbelievable torrential rains.
Well, that's what's happened in Australia.
Yeah. You have more on that?
Well, I was just thinking, it's kind of ironic. They're getting more rain, but they're also getting more fires.
Yes.
Well, let's move along.
Okay, we're up to Sunday, May 10th, and we have an item here from SF Bay Area Indie Media, SF being San Francisco.
I would think, yes. New California oil permits rose 7.8% in 2020's first quarter as oil prices plunged. We've talked about that a couple of times already.
Yeah. We haven't talked about permits rising, though.
No, we haven't.
Increase in permits. The picture here is a picture of Toluca Street, Los Angeles, that was taken around 1900. And it gives you a new sense of the meaning of not in my backyard.
Boy, does it. I would hate to have bought that white little house in the picture about 2 years before any of this stuff happened.
Oh, man.
Can you imagine? Look at those drilling rigs everywhere.
Yes, and if you look on the left there, you can see that there are steps coming up from the road. And
somebody lives back there.
They're going, I don't know, they're going to a house, and somebody built a house, built those steps, had possibly a very nice place, and all of a sudden these guys moved in. And by the way, Toluca Street, I looked it up to see what it looks like now.
Yeah.
It does not look like a particularly attractive place to live, but it sure doesn't look anything like this.
I'm sure those drilling derricks are gone.
Long gone. Nobody there remembers them, I'd bet. Okay. The synopsis here is, because you've already read the title, as the price of oil went below zero, new oil and gas drilling permits actually increased 7.8% in California during the first quarter of 2020. According to a report by two watchdog groups, another thing that increased was spending by an oil lobbying group.
That's interesting.
Yeah, but you know what? They're not spending money on drilling. They're spending money on permits and lobbying, which is a lot cheaper. And my guess is that they just don't have the money to spend on drilling.
Right now, I think you're right.
Yeah.
With the price of oil plunging and going negative, and this from the article. What is puzzling is why would oil companies be in a position to drill for oil during the midst of the coronavirus crisis, where there is no economic incentive and dozens of oil tankers with nowhere to go because of oil price collapse idling off the California coast?
Well, what they're doing is, when they get the permit, they don't have to start drilling right away. And what they're hoping is that there's going to be an economic recovery and there will be a reason for them to drill. But the cost of a permit is tiny compared to the cost of actually drilling. Well,
it's still knocking the smaller producers off the market. They're going bankrupt.
The smaller producers are going bankrupt, no question about it.
Let's move on here. We got a kind of a pretty picture here, or at least it'd be pretty without that oil rig in the middle.
This is an article from Free Malaysia Today. And I want to say something about that picture, by the way. It's credited here as coming from Eli Hartman and from Odessa American. The Free Malaysia Today site did not give it credit. And I could not find, I had reason when I put this thing up to think that it really should have been credited. So this is one of those things, I used it. It was with the article, but I made sure that it was credited correctly. Anyway, I'm sorry, you were about to read the title, I think.
Oil drilling collapses to 11-year low with explorers in retreat.
Yeah, oil and natural gas exploration fell to an all-time low as the COVID-19 pandemic snuffed out the remnants of the U.S. shale boom. Now, this is an important sentence, I think. In the span of just 8 weeks, 53% of active oil and gas rigs in the country have gone dark, according to data released by Baker Hughes.
That means half of them have shut down.
And the number that was drilling was already really low when that happened. And a lot of those were small speculative companies, and when they shut down those rigs, they're down. I don't think they're ever going to go back to work.
I don't think so either. Well, from the article, the historic slump prompts widespread job cuts, budget reductions, contract cancellations, and well shuts.
Yeah.
U.S. oil production is in severe decline, and it could take years to turn around.
Yes.
And this sentence is an important one. Fracking, the more expensive process of blasting a mix of water, sand, and chemicals into drill wells to finally unleash oil and gas trapped in a shale rock, is also in retreat.
Yes.
There's big changes out there, guys.
Whole thing. In fact, there was an article that I saw today, and I did not put it into my blog, but it said that Saudi Arabia is in serious trouble. They're having to put taxes on things. They're having to, do a lot of things to save money because they haven't got money, and the reason they haven't got money is because of the low price of oil. So.
Interesting. And Saudi's got some of the cheapest oil in the world to drill.
Yes.
It's almost, you can almost get it with a shovel.
Yes. There is a thing where you can get oil without even drilling or shoveling, and that's called a petroleum spring. And they used to be a good deal more common than they are now.
They still happen in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
It's interesting. The Saudi Arabian word for oil is zift, Z-I-F-T, and it has become part of the vernacular. We use similar words to describe things that we don't like.
Oh. Okay. So we've got.
I can't repeat the word on television.
I see. Okay, I'll just imagine what it is. We have an article from an organization called Red, Green, and Blue.
Renewable Roundup. Solar and wind dominate new energy installations even after the coronavirus. And
we've got a graph here that shows where the new generating capacity additions are expected to come during the course of 2020.
By the type of generation that they're using, like wind or gas.
And you can see that there's a huge, huge spike in December, and that's because, and this happens every year, December comes and they've got to get that stuff in that's required to be in order to get the tax credits,
right,
or whatever it is that they're doing. But usually December...
December is significant because it's tall, but look at the distribution.
Yeah, but the thing is, that kind of brownish color, that's natural gas. You know, that's just minor almost the entire year, and it's minor for the year. And that round pie chart shows 44% of new capacity will be from wind, and 32%, if I'm reading that right, from solar.
And almost 10% from natural gas.
Yeah. So what have you got for a title here, Tom?
Renewable Roundup. Solar and wind dominate new energy installations. I read this already, I think, even after the coronavirus.
Well, the U.S. Energy Information Administration's latest information on new capacity additions shows that it expects 42 gigawatts to start commercial operation in 2020. Solar and wind will represent almost 32 gigawatts, which is 76% of the new capacity going online.
Well, FERC predicts that wind and solar are each on track to provide more new generating capacity than natural gas over the next 3 years. Yeah.
This is something, and you know, the material that has come out from the Energy Information Administration has always downplayed, I would say, solar and wind compared to natural gas. They've always said that they expected more from natural gas than appeared and less than from solar and wind. But now I don't know what to make of this in terms of what is actually going to go online. It'll be interesting to revisit this next January or February when the data actually emerges.
Well, in the long run, with solar and wind, you don't have to pay for the fuel. That's
a help, isn't it?
I think.
Okay. We're up to Monday, May 11th, and we have an item from businessgreen.com.
Another milestone for Britain. The UK grid completes the first coal-free month. That's significant.
It is. The picture here is Drax Power Station, which used to be certainly the largest coal-burning station in Britain. I think it was over 6 megawatts. 6 gigawatts, I'm sorry.
Looks like a pretty big station.
It's a pretty big station. And they have converted, out of the 6 coal-burning units, they've converted 3 of them to burn natural gas and the other 3 to burn wood. Wood chips.
Where do they get wood in Britain?
From Georgia. They clear-cut Georgia.
You're not kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. They said that it was all going to be forest falls and waste wood, and then they went to clear-cut Georgia.
Yeah.
So, what...
You can see that down there. You drive by, and all of a sudden you go through about miles and miles of tree stumps.
Yes.
And then you see a forest again for a while.
Yeah.
Wow.
You read the title, I believe.
I think I did.
Okay, and the synopsis says, the UK's record-breaking run without coal passed another milestone. National Grid ESO confirmed that the grid had completed a full month without any input from the country's coal-fired power stations. The coal-free run is still going on. And as far as I know, it is still today going on. This started...
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's only a week ago, so yeah, it's still going on.
It's probably I've seen references to it still going on after this article came out. But
just from the article, low-carbon sources provided 70% of the UK's power.
Yeah.
Gas contributing 30% of the mix. So it's 3/4 almost of the power.
Yeah.
And the UK is committed to phasing out the use of coal power by 2025.
Well, I think they've phased it out already for practical purposes. One of the things that I found interesting about this was they were setting record lows for use of coal during the winter when the demand for coal-fired power is normally
high.
So there you go. Anyway, I suppose we should probably go to our next article. It's from The Guardian.
Give it a try anyhow.
Yep.
Trump's environmental blitzkrieg advances under cover of coronavirus.
Yeah, there's a picture here of a gas-fired power plant in California, which was taken, by the way, by a guy named David McNew and came through Getty Images, and I see his name a lot. He seems to be quite successful. Even amid a pandemic, the Trump administration is weakening U.S. environmental protections, continuing its rollback as the November election approaches. During the coronavirus lockdown, U.S. federal agencies are pursuing an appalling series of environmental rollbacks.
Well, the article's got a list of rollbacks. It's a long list.
Yeah, it's kind of depressing, actually.
The administration is acting to cut public health protections while the American public is distracted by a public health crisis.
Yeah.
And it says here, this is from the article, if a Democrat takes the White House, it will take years to reverse some of these changes.
Well, this
isn't about what we're protecting. This is about who we're protecting.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. No question about it. Should we go on?
Yeah, we are.
Have an article here from The Guardian and the picture of I don't even know what that is. It's a steel-making equipment of some kind, and that is steel glowing. And
they're rolling up a long strip of steel.
Yeah, I guess they are. But that looks like it's pretty thick.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's also pretty high.
Yeah, it's pretty hot. Okay, what do you got for a title?
Green steel industry could secure jobs for Australia's coal mining heartland. Well, this is significant for Australia.
Yeah, it is. It's significant for everywhere, actually, because it could be done anywhere. And Australian green steel industry could create tens of thousands of jobs in regions reliant on coal mining, giving them a future as demand for carbon-intensive goods falls. A report by the University of Melbourne's Grattan Institute says. Now, what they're talking about is manufacturing steel without using coal.
That's interesting. I'd like to know how they do it.
Well, I think, Tom, what they're doing here is the steel requires a certain amount of carbon. And that carbon historically has come from what's called met coal. It's a grade of coal that is used for metallurgical work.
Right, exactly.
The steel is also using a lot of energy, which comes, and they need heat. And that heat historically has come from burning
coal.
And that is, I think, what they're talking about. They need the carbon in the steel. And it may be that they have found a way of doing that without using coal. It would be easy enough to do.
Well, I was reading into the article and trying to figure out how they were doing it, and I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, I've seen this kind of thing, green steel coming up from time to time. It's something that I think is worth keeping an eye on. Okay, we're up to Tuesday, May 12th. And
U.S. coal-fired electricity generation in 2019 falls to a 42-year low.
Yeah, and this is a coal-burning power plant, which is the photograph. Output from the U.S. coal-fired generating fleet dropped to 966,000 gigawatt hours in 2019. That is the lowest level since 1976. The decline in last year's coal generation level was the largest percentage decline in history at 16%, and the second largest in terms of absolute terms at 240 gigawatt hours. And this, I think, is very significant. I want to point out here, coal has been hit really, really hard by the coronavirus, but this is before the coronavirus. This is for last year.
Yeah, that's true. It's economics.
Yeah, it's economics. There's no question about it. Economics, I think there's a confusion among some people about the difference between economics and Obama. They used to say it was Obama's war on coal, but it was economics.
It was economics was doing it.
Yeah. Okay, should we go on?
Well, there's a quick takeaway here. The primary drivers of this was increased output for natural gas-fired plants, which are up 8%, and wind turbines, which are up 10%.
Yeah. So wind turbines, I think, are establishing themselves more and more widely. Natural gas being up, that doesn't surprise me.
Well, wind turbines are getting bigger and more sophisticated, so it's progress.
Yep. And speaking of wind turbines, we have a picture coming up from Matt Arts of a wind turbine.
Interesting picture.
It is an interesting picture, isn't it? This is from Renews.
Well, Arkansas greenlights AEP's, American Electric Power, 810 megawatt wind.
That's a lot of wind.
I would think. Well, to give you a comparison, Yankee was at its maximum, 680 megawatts.
Yeah, this is big. Although the capacity factor for wind is significantly lower than it is for nuclear, so the amount that they're going to get out of this will be a little bit lower than they were getting from Vermont Yankee. Significantly lower, truth be told. Southwestern Electric Power Company, a subsidiary of American Electric Power, got approval from Arkansas regulators to add 810 megawatts of wind energy from 3 projects. The projects are to be finished in 2020 and 2021 to supply power to customers in Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, and Oklahoma. And one of the things that this kind of brings back is they're getting permission now for a huge set of projects, 3 projects that are together are huge, and it's all going to be done in less than 2 years.
Well, it's interesting. This Southwest Power serves more than 500,000 customers.
Yeah.
In Vermont, all of Vermont has half that.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So this is a fairly significant company.
Yes, it is. It is. Okay, I think we've got one more item from Tuesday, May 12th, and it's from
I think you're right.
BBC.
Yeah, from BBC. Yeah. I'm trying to scroll through this article. Nice picture of some turbines there.
Yeah.
Well, India's carbon emissions fall for the first time in 4 decades.
Now, we've got another thing about this, too. India's CO2 emissions fell for the first time in 4 decades, even before India's coronavirus lockdown. Falling electric use and competition from renewables had weakened the demand for fossil fuels, according to analysis by environmental website Carbon Brief. So again, we're seeing India having its fossil fuels emission falling.
Again, it's money.
Before the coronavirus started really causing mischief.
Yeah, this is true. Well, renewables are getting cheaper, and they're spreading throughout India. India is bringing power to the people like this never happened before.
Yes, that's right. People in India are likely to have electric power who never had it before. So we're up to Wednesday, May 13th, and we have an item from oilprice.com and a picture of a solar array that looks like it's out in the desert.
It's a large solar array.
There is.
I wonder where it is.
Well, I don't know. I looked for it to find out where it was. I couldn't find anything.
Well, there's hills there, and aren't any hills in the United Arab Emirates.
I think that might be India.
It could very well be India.
It also could be Australia. And for that matter, it could be Chile.
I don't think it could be California.
No, it doesn't look like California. Nothing looks right. Okay, what do you got for title?
COVID-19 could spark a renewable energy boom.
Yeah, this is something that I've been seeing a lot about, where some people are saying it's terrible for renewable energy, other people saying it's good for renewable energy. Let me read the synopsis. The world finds itself at a crossroads.
You got to move, guys.
The virus pandemic has ravaged the global economy, leading to massive unemployment. The recovery looks like it'll take a long time. At the same time, the climate problem is not going away. We have the opportunity to build back better.
Well, that's sort of what this next sentence says. In the face of the crisis, governments can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Absolutely.
By going big on green stimuli, rescuing the economy while also making big cuts to greenhouse gas.
Yes, absolutely.
Failure to seize the opportunity may mean that we leap from the COVID frying pan into the climate fire.
Well, one of the things that I'm seeing is there's a lot of people saying we've got an opportunity. There's a few people who are saying it's not going to work. But one of the things here is to note is that some countries are going to take that opportunity and others are not. And the ones that take it are going to be the ones that are in the lead going into the future. Okay, we've got an item here from Renew Economy and a picture of the Muscle Row wind farm in Tasmania.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Tasmania unveils action plan to reach 200% renewables.
Yeah.
They're going big time on this.
They are. And one of the things that's interesting about this is that the government of Tasmania, which is doing this, is controlled by the Liberal Party.
Which means conservative in Australia.
Conservative. And in the federal government, the Liberal Party is very much against renewables. But in South Australia, which is controlled by Liberals, and Tasmania, which is controlled by Liberals, they want to push those renewables. The Tasmania state government unveiled a draft action plan to reach its target of 200% renewables by 2040, saying the impact of the COVID-19 crisis on the economy meant there had never been a more important time to manage the transition to renewable energy.
Well, there's a lot of numbers there, but look at that one. 200% renewables.
Yes.
That means they're generating twice as much electricity as they can use.
That's right. And you know what that is going to be used for is putting electricity into a submarine cable that
exactly.
will send it to Victoria. That's the idea.
Exactly.
But if for any reason that cable broke,
Yeah.
or Victoria decided to make its own renewable electricity, Tasmania still has to convert its heat and cooling to electricity, to convert its transportation to electricity, to convert, all kinds of things to electricity. Tasmania could use all of that at some point in the not very distant future, if that's what they wanted to do.
It looks like what they want to do is use what they need and sell the rest.
That's what they're planning, yeah. Okay, we have one more item.
Well, I just got a quick takeaway here. Tasmania will become the battery of the nation.
That's what they've been wanting to, they've been saying that they wanted to do that.
Well, it looks like they see an opportunity to make money, and they're going to try to use it.
That's right. They want the flow of money to be into Tasmania. If they were paying for fuel, it would flow out of Tasmania.
Yep.
So that's where they are. Okay, our last item is from Utility Dive. And we have a picture of New York City here.
I was just going to say, it looks like New York to me.
Well, you can see the Chrysler building there on the right.
Is that the Chrysler building there?
I think it is, yeah.
And then that must be the Empire State Building on the left.
Left, it's the Empire State Building, yes, which is, to my eye, a little bit less recognizable than the Chrysler building. But nevertheless, this is from Utility Dive. What have you got for a title?
Replace New York City peakers with renewables plus storage? The plant owners say they're working on it.
New York City ratepayers put up $4.5 billion, that's billion with a B, in capacity payments in the last decade, that's $450 million a year, to keep 16 fossil gas-fired peaking plants available, analysis by Peak Coalition shows. The plant owners say the work to replace them is underway.
This is politics, baby.
Well, what's happened here is these owners have been starting to tear the plants down and replace them with batteries because the electricity is cheaper from batteries than it is from peaking plants. And they know it. So,
well, that's what it says. Peak recommends the plants be replaced by distributed energy resources.
Right.
And
they're going to be tying into big offshore wind farms in the not very distant future. And that's going to give them power sources that they can use to charge those batteries.
I was reading into the article. Some of these energy storage that they're talking about is going to be on rafts. It's going to be on water.
It's funny. They've been doing that kind of thing for years. The
barges. That's what the word I was looking for.
The old World Trade Center had its own generating plant, which was on a barge.
Did they? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Okay, we've kind of come to the end of the show here. There's a last slide which says goodbye, and it says, have a simply magnificent week. And I'm not sure how you can be simply magnificent, but there it is.
Well, at least the sun's out today.
Bye, everybody.
Adios.
Morning, everyone. It's a meeting of the Senate Natural Resources and Energy Committee, and today is Thursday, May 7th. It's 10 o'clock, so we're going to get started. So good to see you all. And as a committee again, Senator Rogers can't join us, but he has sent in to Jude, and she's going to redistribute it to all of us, a list of his priorities.
Flag. Whoops.
Okay. So is everyone all set? I see Senator Campion kind of. Senator Campion, are you all set?
I am all set. I'm just decided to step outside, and I'm going to try to get, there we go. I don't know if you can see me.
The garden looks beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. It's coming along. Coming along. Good old Mount Anthony in the background.
Tree
Wow.
needs a little trimming there.
I think I'll
It's
turn this way.
it's greener where you are, I would say.
It's much greener where I am, even though we too are expecting some,
Snow this weekend.
some cold weather.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I've sent
So-
the email to everyone, and as per our committee assistance requirements, I am supposed to take myself off the screen. So I'm here listening and I can talk.
Great.
But
All right. If we have an emergency, we'll be calling on you.
yeah, okay.
We'll try not to have an emergency. All right.
Okay.
Okay, well, great. So thanks, committee, for getting together. In terms of working with the Pro Temp's office, right at the moment, one of the tasks assigned to every committee is prioritizing work from here to the finish line. And I think it's still a work in progress. You know, what do we mean by the finish line? I think there's a near-term finish line, which my sense is it hasn't been clearly stated yet, that early June, we may have budget adjustment plus first quarter budget for FY21. That'll get passed and we'll, I don't know, go into some sort of more dormant phase as a legislature and be returning something like August, September for a final budget for the balance of the year. How much, this is a tricky planning session we're being asked to engage in because it's not clear to me exactly how much time we have right now and until we pass that first set of budget documents, and then how much time we'll have when we come back, say August, September. Are we? I apologize that I can't lay out sort of clear parameters to help us make all our decisions right now, but I just wanted to let you know the framework we're working in. And I think we're still being asked to drive anything that we see that's COVID impacted, that we should prioritize addressing that. And then secondly, looking at the balance of work that's in our committees, either or in the Senate, either our own bills. We have two bills that we voted out that one's on the calendar, the other's in finance and could be out, I think probably in short order. It's our plastics and waste bill. And then we have, a few big bills that came over from the House in our in basket. So what I'd like to do is just talk with all of you and hear your thoughts on, the email I just sent out that gathered together two earlier emails. Basically, the breakout is, there's the COVID bucket, anything that we need to get done sooner rather than later because COVID's impacting something in our jurisdiction. Then secondly, non-COVID. So I would put in that bucket things like the Act 250 bill. And then third, the two working groups have asked us to contribute. Senator Campion, you're a vice chair of one. You may want to fill us in your own words what your group is looking for. But between an email from Senators Westman and Campion plus a call from Senator Pearson on the other working group, the things that we've been asked to contribute to the working groups are, as I understand them, for one working group, what entities will need assistance as our economy restarts? And secondly, what lessons for the short term and the long term have we learned so far so that we might try to record those or do some, in some way, keep track of the lessons learned with an eye, I think, really on, like the next session. So that's it for the framework. And then the rest of those, the emails lay out, one of them is a list of bills, and then the other one was a list I sent out 2 days ago, all the areas that we work in that I thought we might, just send it as a memory prompt, like, are there things happening in these areas that we should be working on? So let me stop there and say, any general discussion before we start to work our way through those lists?
mean, the only thing I might add, if I may,
Yeah, please.
is I mean, there are things, of course, that I think we'd all like to see happen. It's partly it's timing. If we're looking at 2 more weeks possibly of session before we take a break, I don't know how we would get to things like Global Warming Solutions Act or even Act 250 stuff, unless I'm misreading something. I mean, those are things that are exciting and I think really important. But I just trying to also deal within a level of reality. And I look to you, Mr. Chair, to ask, are these things that we actually could get done?
Yeah. Well, this is an open discussion amongst all of us. We've all been involved in all of this work. So I want to make sure that everyone feels that their voice and priorities get heard as we sort our way through. But if we have really only through the end of this month, basically 3 weeks to work, and even if we're meeting every day of the week, Tuesday through Friday, 2 hours, and I think I say 2 hours because Zoom is not the same as a normal committee meeting in my experience. Like I'd say a 2 hour, 90 minutes to 2 hours, I'm finding it's kind of a good maximum dose of Zooming at once for productivity. At any rate, so round up to 2 hours. That would be, even at 4 meetings a week, that's 8 hours and 3 weeks, 24. We could, I would say, honestly, if we were to work on Act 250, the entire bill we received, even if we spent all the time we have, I'm not confident that we will have felt like we did our due diligence on Act 250, which has been under development since September 25th, 2017. That's when the commission first met. That was the driver for the bill that we got. So that said, not to stick to Act 250 too much, but I'm also thinking about, are there elements of things? So we'd say, well, for instance, Act 250 doesn't seem feasible to take on that entire bill. But we know there was a sticking point around trails and exposure to Act 250 liability. And our economy's challenged, and we have an outdoor recreation industry that could be one of the brighter spots, of the businesses that could get restarted in tourism and recreation. Things like trails might be a particularly good opportunity. So
that's a great point. Absolutely. To kind of look at just pieces, particularly I think the trails piece is something that I think we'd all be interested in.
And there will be sort of deeper dives and less deep dives on that. For instance, there was a jurisdictional opinion, either one or two of them. We need to get some help with Mike O'Grady from sorting through the filings and the status to find out where things are. But if one possibility, for instance, might be a moratorium on implementing a jurisdictional opinion as it relates to trails, while the full trails working groups come up with something that I would call something like the AMPs of trails, and we don't have a published set of AMPs, I don't believe yet, for trails. So we know there's an opportunity there. There's some legal clouds hanging over it that I think are holding people back. Can we get rid of the legal clouds for at least the balance of this year would be the question I have. Any thoughts on 250?
Yeah.
250? Yeah, Senator McDonald.
I thought it was a coin flip when we, whether we get it wrapped up when we took recess back in March. And I think it's impossible to deal with at this point, to deal with responsibly. The trails issue is, if we weren't doing an Act 250, looking at Act 250 bill, that would have come up anyway. Right. So I would treat that as a separate issue.
Okay. All right. So is the committee generally interested in in looking into the trails thing, if that's sort of a discrete piece of work we can do going forward with the time
If
we have.
yeah, if we weren't going to be tasked with finding the inevitable or the end solution, but put
Right.
a pathway, no pun intended, to get to one.
Okay. Great. Senator Perrin?
No, I think that makes sense.
Okay. So Global Warming Solution Act, that to me is a complicated and deep bill. And, you know, I'm open to working on it. The challenge I see is that it's a major shift in energy policy, and that was developed over a period of months with intense testimony. I have some serious questions about it, and I'm guessing you all do too. And so, although I'm open to, if it's a committee priority, to working on it, just to be direct about it, I don't see that we have the capacity to dig into that at this point and pass that, unless we're going to get a lot more committee time than is my current understanding. What are other people thinking on that one?
I agree.
I agree.
I agree. The interesting thing about the global warming issues is that this whole COVID business has been a kind of a lesson in how, what happens when you put things off and don't tackle them head on.
Right.
I think many people have said that.
What are other people thinking on that?
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. The interesting thing about the global warming issues is that this whole COVID business has been a kind of a lesson in how, what happens when you put things off and don't tackle them head on. I think many people have said that.
What are other people thinking on that?
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm working on it. It's showing
The
live.
thing about global warming issues is that this whole COVID business has been a.
Is everyone getting this?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
What happens when you put?
I mean, I enjoy hearing Mark.
That's the third time. I think many people have said that.
What are people thinking on that?
I agree.
Yeah.
Jude, are we picking up the YouTube feed into Zoom?
Yeah, there's some problems.
Has been a.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Is everyone getting this?
Yes.
Okay, just to make sure. I mean, I enjoy hearing Mark.
That's the third time.
I agree.
Jude, are we picking up the YouTube?
This is around.
Zoom?
Yeah, there's some problems.
Has been a.
Off the cameras so that we don't slow everything down. Just relax.
Hi, Brandy. Hello, hello.
Hey.
Oh, there we go. It always takes me a minute to get the cameras right on who to look at.
And here we go. I think the time has come. Welcome, everybody. My name is Tim, and I will be leading us tonight. And welcome to the April 19th, 2020 Brattleboro Select Board meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. It's now 6:16.
This
Peter,
conference will now be recorded.
thank you. Do we know the meeting has been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Our first order of business is to approve the minutes of May 5th. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the minutes of May 5th.
Thank you, Ian, who has moved to approve the minutes of May 5th. All those in favor? Say
Aye.
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 And that's unanimous, 5-0. Next up is chair's remarks. I don't have many. I just wanted to, let's see, sort of commemorate. We're kind of going into yet another phase of this new world we're in. We're having slowly a few stores open up in compliance with the governor's orders. And that's exciting and scary at the same time, I think, for everybody. I think it's more exciting for some people than scary, and more scary for some people than exciting for others. So I think it would be really good for all of us to remember that we all have different levels of anxiety about being close to people. I think we all crave being out there, so to speak, and going to stores and supporting our neighbors that way at their shops and hopefully soon restaurants. And that each of us have a different, what I would call risk tolerance for that kind of thing. So I think regardless of edicts coming from the governor or not coming from the governor, as the case may be, if you see somebody who has a mask, even if you're passing them, why not put yours on? Because you should have a mask downtown. When you go into a business, it's a pretty good bet that you're going to have to be within 6 feet of somebody. So there's really no reason why in a confined space you shouldn't put a mask on. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that it's an easy thing to do. And it kind of supports everybody out there who's less comfortable. And in the odd place we find ourselves now, it actually supports people working there because they have been told by our governor that they must wear a mask while they're at your service. So for me, it feels like a sign of respect and personal safety, not for yourself so much, but for them, because they're showing you that respect. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, because it does feel like kind of momentous, even though it's a small thing down the road. So I'm going to turn it over to our manager's comments right now.
Thank you, Tim. I just have one that's non-COVID related this evening. I wanted to call attention to the fact that yesterday we released the annual Consumer Confidence Report in our public water system. And once again, thank goodness, but not a surprise, it's a very positive report. It confirms that all of the results of all of the testing are well within the allowable limits. There is no water system anywhere that doesn't have tiny amounts of contaminants. So it's just part of the fact that we draw our water from nature and then filter it and send it on through the system. So the systems are all designed to have very low tolerances of the various contaminants to make sure that there's never enough in the water supply to make it hazardous. And then the goal, of course, for any operator is to stay well below those low tolerances. And we are, in fact, well below the tolerances for all the different measures. So once again, the town's water supply has been given basically a grade of A. They don't grade it on an A, B, C, D, E, or A, B, C, D, F, but the numbers are really solid. And so we just wanted to call that out and reassure everyone. in a time when, in fact, we have lots of other reasons to be anxious. Our public water supply is secure and is well operated and maintained. What we do also want to let folks know is if you want to see the results in greater detail, they're posted on the town's website. And you also can pick up a printed copy at several different locations around Brattleboro in the municipal offices, at Brooks Memorial Library. Obviously, at those locations, you'd need to call and let us know you're coming, and we'd be happy to meet you at the door and give you a copy. But also at the Tri-Park Co-op office, where there's a convenient place for people to go in West Brattleboro to pick up the results, and at the Guilford Country Store, because we actually have water customers of Brattleboro water system down in Algiers on Route 5 in Guilford. So happy to share those results, and we hope folks will take a look at the report. It's very reassuring.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Next, we have select board comments and committee reports, and I think I'll tack my meeting notes about procedures on to the end, if you don't mind. Does anyone have any comments to make up front and or have committee reports? Daniel?
I'd like to report that the Traffic Safety Committee is actually going to meet this Thursday at 8 a.m. and that it will be available to watch just as this one is and participate in.
Except it's early in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, you got to wake up. You know, that's a prerequisite for being at any of these.
Daniel, where would someone get the link?
Peter?
on the town's website, and I'll also put it in tomorrow's daily update. Just as we've been promoting this meeting for the last few days, we'll put in for the next couple of days that one. Actually,
Awesome.
just for tomorrow. Come Thursday, we'll be in the meeting.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. And it just occurs to me that that's sort of an expansion of coverage of meetings, because we didn't record it for BCTV, I should say, did not record it before, and now we are. So that's kind of nice. Any other committee reports or select board comments before we launch into a couple of details here? No? I just wanted to remind people, next up is public participation. We've been asking people to make a little note in the chat box if you'd like to say something. It's sort of our way of having you raise your hand, just so I'm aware that you'd like to say something or ask a question. That's a great way to do it. And of any of you on the phone, I'm not really monitoring, but I think there is at least one caller. I will open up the phone lines, as they used to say in the radio days. Guess they still say that. At the end of, after we get done with the participants on GoToMeeting, I'll ask for phone callers, unless I don't see any at all. Maybe I won't. So that's the way we'll do that. I did forget earlier to say something about BCTV, and I caught myself off guard. BCTV has, of course, been serving us all these years so wonderfully. And if you haven't heard yet, they are actually changing channels. They used to be reliably on 8 and 10, which is super easy to remember. And I don't actually have the numbers that they moved to in front of me. So if Laura is listening or watching, or if anybody wants to just shoot that to me, either or you can announce it in the chat and I'll repeat it. But it's in the thousands or something, hundreds. Yeah. I apologize for that. It's a wonderful thing, though, even though it requires you, to go higher on the dial, so to speak. It's because it finally means that BCTV's programming is going to be listed in every kind of regular listing. And when I was on the BCTV board, that's something we fought for years, sort of like a parity treatment when it came to how people can find you on their cable system, for those of you watching us via cable. So I'll chime in.
So you mean parity as in equal time, as opposed to a parody meaning a mock, right?
correctly. In fact, well, I meant parity in relation to, thank you for that clarification, PARITY, in relation to being listed, because the channel numbers used to be, you'd see the shows, House Hunters coming up next. But BCTV's was like 6 hours of local programming instead of actually what the shows are called. So hopefully cable users will. Yeah. Peter has his hand up. I bet he's going to save me.
I was struggling to find how to get it into the camera, but I think I found it. 1075 and 1085 are the two numbers, and 1085 is where some people are watching us right now, and 1075 is the general programming.
Great. And of course, these days you might just be able to say BCTV into your remote. I have no idea. Thank you, Peter. I would have called that up on. I have another screen here, but there's no way I can talk and type at the same time. Just a male. Men can't multitask, I'm told. So we are going on now. Thank you. I'm here all night. Comedy all night.
What about parody?
Right. So we have public participation is next, and a gentleman named Doran Ham is wishing to speak. He was the first to raise his hand, so to speak, in our chat function. So if Doran can turn on his mic, or if Patrick can assist with that. And maybe even your camera, if it's okay with you, Doran, it'd be great for everyone.
Can you see me?
Not yet, but I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Sometimes it takes a moment to see you.
Share my webcam.
There you
Ah, there you are.
Do my hair to make sure I look good. Hi guys, how you doing?
Hi.
My name is Dory Ham. I'm actually here representing the Tenants Union of Brattleboro. I just wanted to introduce myself, or introduce the organization to you all. We're still pretty brand spanking new. We're about a month old, but we are just a collection of tenants, and we want to be here to represent tenants' rights in Brattleboro. We have a website just called brattleborotenants.org. We're all starting to get very up on our tenant law in the state of Vermont. So we are just offering ourselves as a resource for tenants that are looking for to know what their rights are. We are not lawyers. We are just volunteers, but we are doing a lot of state seminars. We're learning a lot about Vermont state tenant law, and are here to support the tenants of the greater Brattleboro area. You can get in touch with us via our website and find out more about us there. But I just want to introduce myself to you all, because we'll definitely be trying to chat with you over the time as we learn the best way to voice questions and requests from the town council. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Nice to meet you, or at least see your face, Doran.
Yep.
And
they had requested that your URL is brattleborotenants.org, and I'll write that in the comments there.
Okay. Also known as Tub.
Tub, yes, we are the Tub. We want everyone to get in the tub with us, so to speak. But obviously safely for social distance, you know.
Yeah. Great, and I actually had a chat request, and that's, you might see it. It's Doran, can you please repeat your? Okay, you did that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And okay, so yes, it is once again brattleborotenants.org. Thanks, Doran. We look forward to hearing more from the group.
Great, thank you.
And also we had Millicent Cooley, who had an announcement to share with us. Millicent, would you like to join us? Hi. Great how everybody shuffles and then you have to find.
I know. Okay, so I'm making an announcement on the behalf of the Nourishing Artists campaign because the Bama Tech and Marketing Group has been supporting that campaign. The campaign challenge was last Wednesday to generate gift card sales. It was very successful, and the sales unlocked matching donor funds that are going to pay for 300 dinners for local artists from local restaurants, but more artists are needed to sign up. And we want to give those meals away. And in order for the restaurants to be paid for providing them, this artists need to sign up. So we are spreading the word, we're putting it out in the media, etc. So any artist qualifies to get a restaurant dinner from one of our local restaurants if they've lived, worked, performed, displayed, taught, or practiced their art in Brattleboro. And the definition of artist is broad. It's not just for people who are painters or writers or trapeze artists, but for yoga teachers and people who work in museums and people who work in arts administration and hairstylists and tattoo artists and stagehands. So it's broad, and please sign up. You can go to do that at brattleboro.com, and then you go down that homepage, and there's a block that says artist sign up, and you sign up. And you'll get a great meal.
Okay, great. Thank you, Millicent. Does anybody have any questions for Millicent?
I want to mention that what Stephanie just said here in the chat. There was a total of $19,270 total of gift card purchases. Total impact to downtown businesses is $25,270.
Great, thank you.
Wow.
Yep.
Thanks so much for that and the update, Stephanie. And I'll just remind people too that the reason why we ask people not to share questions or the exact comments in the chat is that it doesn't get recorded, or at least it doesn't get recorded properly for open meeting law purposes. So that's why it's more of just a raise your hand type of thing. And we will be moving now into the COVID-19 update, which has a few letters surrounding it. So we'll be discussing quite a few things. And at the end, well, we'll see how it feels, but we'll definitely be asking for public comments on either individual or sort of the group COVID-19 agenda item, which is coming next. So we can move into that and start with an overall update from Peter Elwell, if you don't mind.
Thank you. The overall update this evening is brief, and then I know we will have a couple of other topics related to COVID-19 to discuss, but in terms of changes in town operations, it was 2 weeks ago right now that we were just opening the door just a crack back to town offices by staffing them daily in the deepest part of the stay home, stay safe order. We were working almost exclusively from home and then having certain individuals come into the office just for certain tasks. 2 weeks ago, yesterday, we made the commitment to have at least one person in each department in the offices each day, so that people who need to come to the office to do business have the opportunity to do that. We ask that people make appointments to do that whenever possible, and even more so that people continue to do work remotely. Get your services from the town remotely whenever you can. It's just safer for everyone that way. But we know that there are certain things that folks need to come to the municipal center or to another town office in order to do the piece of town business that needs to be done. And so we invite folks to call ahead so we know you're coming. We can meet you at the door. If you don't have a mask, we will hand you one as you come in. And then the business can be safely done using social distancing in the office. But that began 2 weeks ago. In the first couple of days, as you can imagine, there were certain questions that needed to be answered, some certain kinks that needed to be worked out just to make sure that our procedures were smooth and clear, both internally and to the community. We feel as though by the end of that first week, we were there. And the second week, last week, was very smooth. We're getting very little visitation, which is good. We're still having a lot of contact with the public, which is good. But we appreciate that folks are doing as much business as possible with us remotely. We'll be talking in the financial part of this about tax payments. The box in the parking lot of the municipal center was very well used. People got the hang of that very quickly. We appreciate that. It was safer for them and safer for the staff. That's how many people made their payments, and then others mailed them in. So the news of the transition into very limited office service is that that's gone very well, and we will continue in this phase for the foreseeable future. There will come a time when we staff up more fully in the offices, but it's not necessary at this time, and it's safer to not be having the offices more fully occupied. So we're staying in phase 1 of the reactivation at this point. And then the one other thing that has happened in this 2-week period is there's been some pretty significant increase in the amount of recreation activity, not formal programming, but the availability of town park facilities. I'm hearing a lot of.
That's weird.
Yeah, somebody's microphone is open, I think. Stand by. I don't know, unless somebody just, one of the board members just cranked up the volume.
It's me somehow, but I haven't experienced this on GoToMeeting before.
I'd imagine somebody's
I'll turn down my speaker and see if that helps. Hello? Try it. So in any event, the recreation, actually the parks facilities are being more actively used now. As part of the governor's reopening in phases of different activities in Vermont and society, one of those was to encourage the reopening of parks facilities in certain limited ways. So, there's not leagues that are playing, and there's not other kinds of, very organized activities happening yet at the parks, but they are available for folks to come out and use. We still do have the warning signs up, and we still do discourage the use of the benches and the playground equipment because we're not able to guarantee that it's been adequately cleaned in between users. But they are being cleaned daily, more than once a day, but it's just not enough to be able to assure the public that it would be clean at the time that somebody would come to use it. So we ask that people don't. But other than that, it's been pretty steady as we go these last couple of weeks. We do have continued planning for when town government, along with the rest of society, will continue to slowly become more active and interactive again. But that's the report for tonight from internal to town government. And one other thing I'd like to announce on behalf of the state, it's required a lot of coordination locally. Primarily, our point person here has been, as he has been for much of our interaction with especially state government, but other entities that are providing services and coordinating services during the COVID-19 situation. Fire Chief Mike Bacassi, as our emergency management director within town government, has been coordinating with state officials
I'm on the telephone
organizing food distribution sites. And Brattleboro will have a food distribution site next Wednesday, May 27th, from 10 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon in the student parking lot at BUHS. There'll be more details coming out. We want to push this out really heavily into the media so that everybody learns about it. If anybody needs food in your household, this is all free. You don't need to show any information about yourself or about your income or anything like that. We do expect that there will be a lot of demand for this. We expect the lines will be kind of long. So we ask you to be patient and come early. But there'll be a queuing system that has been designed specifically to account for the fact that where this has been done elsewhere in the state, there have been many cars that came and lined up to go through and receive the food. And so the reason BUHS was chosen is so that cars can queue over on Atwood Street and down Sunny Acres, where there's plenty of room. So people will be instructed to come up South Main Street and up Sunny Acres and then Atwood, and then be invited through that intersection to come into the parking lot and receive the food. We think that'll keep it really orderly, and everybody will be able to get what they need. So that's next Wednesday, the 27th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Okay, thank you. So we should probably remind people of that, certainly by early next week.
I'm sorry, Tim, I I had you turned way down because I thought I was making the problem with the noise, and I can hear you.
I was just going to say, well, as board members, we can kind of push that out and remind people early next week.
Thank you.
I have a question about the Parks and Rec programming.
Go ahead.
So the two tennis courts at Live Memorial Park are being used pretty heavily right now, as they're the only two tennis courts available in the town. And I wondered whether or not it was possible for us to have a conversation with the administration at the high school and see whether or not those 6 courts could be opened there in much the same way that our courts are open. It's a very low contact, low touch kind of situation. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Yes.
And that would, I think, alleviate some of the, some of the pressure.
Absolutely. So I can't speak for the school. I can't be definitive about when that might happen. I can tell you that Carol Olot has spoken with the officials at the schools, and that is in the works. I don't know the exact timing, but those courts will become available to the public, and we'll announce it as soon as we know.
Great. Thanks.
Thank
you. So that was your overall update, Peter.
Yes.
And if there's no further questions, well, let me just remind people that they can always ask a question or raise their hand, so to speak, in the chat function. I don't see anybody asking to do that, and I also don't believe I see anybody on the phones right now. So unless I hear from Patrick in the next few seconds, I think we should just move forward with the financial update. We can always circle back for general questions if we'd like.
Okay. There's 2 pieces to the financial update. The first is the usual monthly report. That's a little unusual these days because of COVID, but I'll give that first, the broader perspective of the normal monthly. And then we'll focus back in on our revenue receipts and our estimates of where we think we're going to end the year, as we've been discussing these last couple of meetings. So the unsurprisingly, based on the fact that both revenues and expenditures have slowed as a result of the COVID-19 situation, the regular monthly report is pretty there's not a lot of news in that, not anything of much significance. We're 83% of the way through the fiscal year, and we're currently on a trend of 79% expenditures, and that's on its way down. You'll recall that just a couple of months ago, those 2 numbers were closer together, but because of the reduced level of expense over the last couple of months, the gap is widening there, and we'll have more to say about that in the projections for where we think we'll end the fiscal year. The utilities fund has spent a little bit more, but still under 80% expenditures through April 30th. And so, again, with 83% of the year gone and less than 80% of the expenditures, that situation is in good shape as well. The utilities fund revenues are steady, and as we'll talk about in a moment, we're feeling a bit more optimistic about the general fund revenues than we were a couple of weeks ago, but we still don't have really very definitive information yet about the general fund revenues. We'll have a much clearer picture on that and a much better, more detailed conversation about it 2 weeks from now on June 2nd. The solid waste fund is in the same condition as it usually is. It trails a month behind, so with both the revenues and the expenditures lagging there, I can say that it also looks like it's about on target. We're a little high on both revenues and expenditures for where where the March 31 numbers would have been expected to be. So being a month behind on those, it looks as though that budget is going to be solid as well. The loan report is interesting. So one of the first things that you as a select board did at the beginning of this COVID situation was allow those folks who are repaying small business assistance program loans to the town to defer those payments if they needed to, and there would be no penalty for that. And that is occurring on a number of the loans. The folks are deferring their repayment. And they'll pick that up again at the appropriate time when you determine those payments become due again. And the months that have been missed in between will be added to the end of the loan, and there'll be no penalty and no interest charged on the duration of the hiatus. What we have found, though, interestingly, is that there are several holders of those loans or people who receive those loans who are continuing to make the payments for whatever reason in their own circumstances. They're finding it advantageous to just stay on track with their repayment schedule. And so the loan report reflects that we have some deferrals and some who are current in their account because of their continuing to pay. Those are the highlights. There's not a lot else to say about the overall report, but I'll pause to see if you have questions about the overall report before I provide the update about the projections.
Anyone have for overall? No, I think we're all on the edge of our seat for the projection of the quarter, to tell you the truth.
So the big news is in the receipts that we just received this morning from the state, the quarterly payments for the 2 local option taxes. We received this morning $70,000, $70,227 in rooms and meals tax remittances. That is low for a quarter, but not nearly as low as what we expected based on the fact that this is the first quarter of COVID impacts. I think there's probably a few different reasons for that. Part of it is that this was the quarter between it was January, February, and March. So the first part of that period, first half of that period was sort of pre-COVID. And then there's also the fact that particularly in the lodging, there's kind of a mixed situation going on, but there is still a lot of lodging being provided because of how nimbly the state and the lodger and the local housing folks worked together to make good use of those facilities so that it is safer and better housing for people experiencing homelessness and others who have housing needs, so that those individuals and those households are safer and the community is safer by being providing that better lodging opportunity. We think that those things are contributing to this number. And also, we've seen a tremendous effort by the restaurants themselves and sort of the community rallying around the restaurants for the creative ways in which they're still serving the community and staying, in business, certainly with daunting challenges that, vary from business to business. But the fact that there is a lot of at the curb activity going on too may be contributing to this. But whatever the detailed reasons for this, we did receive $70,000 as the town's share of the state's collections in Brattleboro for rooms and meals for the first quarter. And the figure for general sales tax was $181,927, a little over $180,000. That is below the figures for the first 2 quarters of this fiscal year, each of which exceeded $200,000, but it is above the expected quarterly, the amount when we first did our projections for the decision that first the select board and then town meeting made to add this to the town's mix of revenues. Our estimate was that we wouldn't receive this much money in a quarter. And so here, even in the first quarter of COVID impacts, those better than expected receipts are continuing within that source of funds. You'll recall that in our initial projection of year-end revenues, we took the very conservative approach to these 2 types of income and didn't expect to receive anything else on rooms and meals because we really didn't know what the impacts would be and how deferred payments from individual businesses to the state might delay the town's receipts. So we thought it would not be prudent to guess at a number. So we put 0 in for that and we received the $70,000. We did project that we would continue to receive sales tax revenue, but we didn't have a meaningful way to estimate that with confidence. And so what we did as a conservative factor there was just expect that we would meet our revenue projection, but not exceed it. And to do that, we would need to collect $191,000 in the 3rd and 4th quarters. And we've collected $181,000 in the 3rd quarter. So those 2 pieces of news are very significant for us and give us a greater confidence that we will not end the year in deficit. But the bigger factor, though, because of our reliance on property taxes, the unknown number, but becoming better known at this point, that will make the difference in the end between whether we have a small surplus or a small deficit, is the receipt of property taxes. And there, the news is good as well. As of this afternoon, we have collected 97.4% of the money that is owed in property taxes to the town this year. You may recall from a conversation we had either at the last meeting or the one before that, that we projected in the analysis we did 98.75%. And the reason for that is because there's always in real time a little bit of under collection. In the long run, anything that isn't abated, the town does ultimately collect as delinquent taxes. But in real time, before the books close for this year, we would expect in a normal year to get to about 98.75%, and we're at 97.4 right now. That leaves us about $435,000 short of the mark, but in good solid shape. This is a normal place to be for the day after the deadline, a couple of days after the deadline. So it appears to us as though there has not been there certainly has not been widespread inability to pay, and it appears to us as though there's not even really a statistically notable incidence of folks finding themselves not able to pay their taxes in this quarter.
Great.
Yeah, that's fantastic news. I mean, I would love to think that everyone paying their taxes, almost everyone, on time, despite everything that many people are going through, not everybody, I suppose, is a testament to their confidence and support of, the importance of Brattleboro town taxes. But that's just what I would like to think of it as. I mean, I think it's wonderful news, and I thank everybody who has stepped up to the plate and probably put taxes in importance above some other things. Who knows? Like utilities or electric.
May I add one quick thing?
Sure.
To that, I just wanted to remind, I know that the board knows this because we've had interaction around this cycle, but so that the public is aware, I just want folks to know that because of this timing, how these bigger numbers are just coming in today, literally, we don't have an updated analysis. We're feeling really good about the news that we can share this evening, but we will have a detailed, updated analysis, full look at all the expenditures and all the revenues with a projection for year end that we'll be putting out in writing prior to the June 2nd meeting, and then discussing with you on the evening of June 2nd.
Great. Does anybody have any comments? I mean, I have one more comment, but I feel like I'm hogging the comments here. Liz.
I just wanted to mention that the 1% includes internet sales, which I think is a very instrumental point of that tax.
Absolutely, that's an important piece of it. And doesn't the rooms and meals also includes alcohol, correct?
It does.
So, there's that consumption, for better or worse, still going on for that quarter reporting. I just wanted to say that, we've heard from a couple of citizens, inquiring if we were going to make any blanket relief as far as the deadlines for paying taxes and as far as the waiving penalties and fees. And we kind of were like at a darned if we do and darned if we don't thing. I was of the opinion that if we did that too early, before we sort of had a handle on how people were able to pay, and if the receipts were going to come up to fairly close to normal, that would send a signal that, maybe who people were on the line, they wouldn't pay taxes or send a signal to people who could afford it that they wouldn't have to. So now I don't know how the rest of the board is feeling, but I'm feeling like since we'll have a complete picture for our next board meeting, that we could still sort of acknowledge that next meeting and take that up if we feel it's necessary. That's just my current feeling about it. But I just wanted to throw out there that we have heard from a couple of citizens. Frankly, it's not been as much as I expected. So, and I did push out some info on abatement process. We have an excellent abatement process that's very fair. And I'm sure, I would imagine more people than normal will be taking advantage of that, and you're encouraged to do so. But I just want to throw it out there, you know, and not be silent on that issue anymore. Does any board members have a thought? Liz?
Maybe Peter, you could explain a little bit more about the abatement process, because I think a lot of people in town are not aware of it.
Sure. So the abatement process is where someone who, in their own particular circumstances, had a reason why they're not able to pay their taxes, would file an application for abatement. And the Board of Abatement includes select board members. It also includes justices of the peace, and I'm not sure exactly who else. It's a large group of people from whom a smaller subset sits in for any given hearing. That process is organized down in the town clerk's office, so folks who want to find out more about it and get an application can look online under the clerk's office, and can also call the clerk's office, and they'll be happy to help you. The way that it works is individuals provide information about their circumstances and about their finances, and the Board of Abatement looks at that and makes a judgment as to whether to relieve some portion or all of the tax obligation for a particular cycle. The particulars can vary from, you know, a quarterly situation to an annual situation, and they can vary from a partial relief to a full relief. The most common example of tax abatement, although it's fortunately not that often, but it's sort of the most obvious way to help people understand how this works, is if there's been a fire or some other significant damage to a building where the folks are not getting the use out of their home, or their, you know, building of whatever type, whether it's residential or commercial, and they're going to incur a cost to restore it and get it back functional again. That oftentimes when that sort of an incident happens, folks will come in and seek abatement because of the financial circumstances. The value of the property is diminished for that period of time, and they're incurring extra costs. So the Board of Abatement tends to look very flexibly at those kinds of situations, and looks, you know, carefully and attempts to be as fair as possible to all taxpayers with other situations that are more personal to a particular taxpayer. I would say that part is particularly challenging for the Board of Abatement because there's a, you know, an obvious important consideration to the particular circumstances that are being presented to them in the appeal. And there's a balancing act between that and the fact that taxes that are abated then are an obligation that is shared by every other taxpayer in town. And so those situations each are dealt with on a case-by-case basis by the Board of Abatement, being just as fair and even-handed as they can be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Anybody want to add anything to that subject? No? Okay.
I'll bite.
Go ahead, David.
You know, I'm glad that the revenue is coming in, because the revenue is how we pay for services. And, you know, and I don't want to be kind of singing and dancing about it either, because I know that everybody is struggling right now, some more so than others. And I just kind of wanted to mention that the state has a disconnection moratorium on utilities, and that is currently in effect, I think, until like June 15th or July 15th. But there are still funds available. I work at Sevca, and like there are still funds available through Sevca to help with paying overdue balances on electric bills. And I would encourage folks out there who are, you know, who are choosing to pay for this thing and not this thing, to reach out for support with, you know, with those bills.
Absolutely, good point. And also the, with very real things like the governor has just signed, I believe, the no evictions order.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yes.
Doesn't really help you with payments, but it certainly gives a little peace of mind temporarily, at least. And I know it's an issue that the tenants union of Brattleboro is working on. Oh, Liz.
Just a word about evictions. SEVCA also provides assistance to people, or at least discussion of where they can find resources, so that if someone may be unable to pay their rent and may at some point be subject of eviction, they should start now to plan to alleviate that, so that when the time frame is up, they're not immediately adjudicated against. So they should call SEVCA, see what help that they can provide, so that they can plan now to have like a payment plan or whatever, so that when the eviction moratorium is lifted, they're not subject to it.
Thanks, Liz. Yeah, I was going to add that as well.
Sorry.
Absolutely. Ian?
Yeah, and just to give some dates for the courts, the order came in yesterday from the Windham County Civil Division that for evictions and foreclosures that haven't been commenced yet, they are stayed, can't happen until after July 15th, unless the governor's order emergency is continued to a later date. But at the moment, it's July 15th. That's if it hasn't been commenced. But if an eviction or foreclosure was basically frozen due to COVID-19, it's after June 15th that it could move forward. So those are just a couple of dates for people to think about. And that information is available on the judiciary website and also at Vermont Legal Aid.
Fantastic. I love it when there's knowledge coming from all corners of the world. Wonderful. Not for me in this case. Great. Well, I just wanted to remind everybody who might have tuned in recently. I haven't been watching everybody who's here, but welcome again to everybody. That we're moving through some COVID-19 updates. At the end, we're going to actually sort of call if there's any other further things, because there's just so much that comes up with COVID-19 that I think it's appropriate to kind of have a silent letter D on there, but we don't know what to call it. With the next item, I don't think the financial update is going to have, whoops, wow, user error on my computer. Sorry about that. I don't see any phone callers, and I haven't heard from a chat from the public for those two parts of our COVID-19 update. So I'd love to move into a discussion for possible temporary expansion of outdoor business activity during COVID-19. There's been some individual chats going around, and I invited Stephanie Bonin to come in to chat with us about what the DBA might be talking about. And I just got a message that there is a caller. But before we invite Stephanie, let me see if a caller is available that would like to say something. We know you're there, caller, but you don't have to say anything. We just want to give you that opportunity. So awkward silence ensues. So I will now say, if Stephanie's ready to chat, she's welcome to turn on her camera. I'm assuming you're wanting to do this. Oh, there you are. And I'll remind everybody, it's of course an idea that we don't know what's needed in the community yet. This is kind of an opening discussion, and that's why I invited Stephanie to give us a little feedback, especially for the tightly confined downtown area.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think a little. Oh, there's speed. you all hearing the
Yeah. Do you have headphones?
A lot of feedback.
I'm actually not hearing the feedback, but it's hard to hear you, Stephanie.
Well, it might be because I'm distracted by the feedback. Yeah, it's just my camera. Yep. Okay, let's try that. Yeah. Still.
Maybe the phone.
Oh.
Often, if you can turn down your speaker to as low as possible, Stephanie, or use headphones if you have them that
Oh,
aren't too
okay.
muffled.
I turn it down. Is that any better?
Let's see, just chat a little bit.
Okay. Am I still hearing feedback? Or are you still hearing feedback? Yes, you are. Okay. Let me pull up the phone number to dial in. I'm about to speak.
It's interesting that I don't get the feedback. I just get the silence.
It's weird.
That's because your chair.
And I've lost your camera. Is that true for everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just dialing in. Sorry.
To be a phone caller, Stephanie?
Yeah, I am. Yes, I am.
I could always play my elevator music again. Oh, it's just
Nope.
vetoed.
We can be patient.
Certainly.
Nope.
Okay.
Oh man.
It's really bad, huh?
Do you have a proxy?
There goes that plan. Well, we now know it's not the Wi-Fi. Is that any better?
Yes. Although
That
there's
is terrible.
feedback, but we can hear you.
It's good. You know why I thought it was better? I had my volume all the way down. Darn it. Does anyone have any ideas?
I can
We
hear
can
you.
hear
though.
you.
Yeah.
We can hear you. There's some feedback, but you should go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, so I'm gonna put myself on mute so I don't get distracted by myself. Okay, I had a little bit of perspective would be helpful for those that are not following as closely to what's going on with the opening up. So the opening up is happening. It's happening at different levels. What that means is that the governor is saying, yes, this business can open, but it'll be with this amount of capacity. And this sector can open, but it can be only this many employees and there's all these regulations. So what we saw on Monday was merchants opening up, but with 25% capacity being allowed. We don't know when restaurants are going to open up, but certainly if we're following suit with other states, they are going to open up in phases. And those phases might look like, I'm giving examples from other states, might be you can have curbside and outdoor seating, but no seating inside. Then another phase might be you can open up with 25% capacity inside. So however way we slice it, we can be very confident that we're not just going to open up 100% and be business as normal. And so this conversation can be looked at as a way which people are talking a lot about these times right now, and that is that our world is going to look different than it used to look. And also, it can also be framed in the conversation of a temporary thing. So I think those two things are important to keep in mind. And so the conversation being, how can we lift up our businesses in any way possible by repurposing public spaces, and specifically repurposing public spaces for places for people to sit at in the case of restaurants, or even places for people to shop in the case of businesses. Mainly this discussion, I think, has been more focused or will be more focused on restaurants. And so the idea is, can we close the roads? Can we reclaim parking lots? Can we put restaurants outside, basically, with the idea of lifting them up in any small way that we can? With whether the reopening phase is just simply a decreased capacity because of the self-isolating rules, or whether it is a percentage. I just want to say again that whatever decreased amount, it's not a sustainable business model. And so that's the problem that I feel we're looking at right now, is how can we give any assistance possible to make it more, one step closer to a sustainable business model. The ideas that I thought that we could start with was the idea of blocking off Elliott Street every Friday through Sunday. And that space could be used for either businesses to bring their shops outside, or for people to sit at off of the restaurants. The second idea is sidewalk activation. And so how can sidewalks be used, still complying with ADA, still complying with other things we need sidewalks to be, which is to walk from place to place. And then the third is creating dining parklets out of, I would suggest 2 parking spaces for a restaurant. And I don't know the exact dimensions of parking spaces, but my best guess is that it could seat 3 tables. And then those dining parklets would have to come with some money support in terms of building out those parklets. Otherwise, I would suggest the concrete curb barriers that the town uses to create a dining room in those parking spaces, but not have any cost to the businesses, because that's the big trouble here. My fourth suggestion would be to close off, within the dining parklets, to not forget harmony spaces. So harmony spaces can be accessed for the Works, Arkham, Turquoise, Tulip, Duo, whereas the parking spaces have some of those same restaurants and others like Dosa, Peter Haven's, Elliott Street Fish and Chips. And then my last one is expanding public places like Pliny Park for applications for businesses to do things in them, and potentially an application process. So that's what I throw out as ideas.
Okay, I went on mute as an experiment. I'm not sure it helped. Liz?
I just had a thought about, like, Strolling of the Heifers has floats. Can those floats be used to be stationary parklets? They're already built. And could they be borrowed for this purpose?
Yes. I say it like that because anything can be turned into a public space. So yeah.
Yeah, I've just thought that these things exist somewhere. I don't know, you can talk to Strolling of the Heifers, but see if they could be used for this purpose. That might be helpful.
Ian had his hand up first.
Who did I beat? I didn't mean to beat. You sure? Okay. 70, for the idea of closing Elliott Street, have you spoken to many of the businesses on Elliott who would utilize it? Like, what's the numbers? What are we looking at?
I talked with Bees Nest, Blueberry House, Peter Haven's Dosa.
Okay.
Those are I think Hand Knits might have weighed in as well with that.
And they were, was there a consensus there on support or?
Yeah, all of the restaurants that I spoke with all were very supportive of continuing the conversation. The hesitation that came out was, I can't afford to build anything and I can't afford to furnish anything. So that was where that hesitation was. The other hesitation was how my sidewalk is so narrow. How would that work? So any of the hesitation that I've heard coming from people isn't the concept, it's the question mark of how exactly.
Yeah, how to implement it actually. Yeah. Thank you.
And does that, oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted. Somebody else, go ahead. Daniel.
No, it's okay, go ahead.
I guess Daniel was going to go, but if Daniel's...
I was, but Liz is going to add on, so go ahead, Liz.
Well, I just wondered whether it had to be for the whole weekend or just like Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night.
I like the, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I really, I like the idea of utilizing our public spaces in creative ways, and I want to be able to make our downtown as vibrant as possible. I was wondering about the Elliott Street closure and the impact that would have on Central Fire Station.
Yeah.
We don't want to have a fire engine having to tear through all these diners, and we don't want to have a fire engine having an unnecessarily longer route to fire. But I mean, I'm excited to work together on it and do what we can. So I don't just yay. In the downtown planning process, we talked a little bit about like restaurant parklets in the pre-COVID time as well. So this moment is also an opportunity to do things that are on the back burner for a little while.
I have a couple comments. Brandy, did you want to chime in?
I just wanted to say that I agree with Daniel. I want to support any endeavor that the downtown businesses, and I should say all of Brattleboro businesses. There's other businesses that also are lucky enough to maybe have their own parking lots and whatever they want to do. But I think downtown businesses face a unique spatial challenge with moving outside. They don't have a nice parking lot like a Ramonto's or 99 and I'm very open to hearing anything. I'm also a little bit nervous about Central Fire, but that doesn't mean I'm closed off to the idea. I want to hear whatever ideas. I love the idea of outside stuff and vibrancy, and I'm not just open to hearing about it. I'm eager to support it.
Oh, Liz.
So yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity in the Harmony lot, and I'm all supporting the businesses and moving outside. I think that's a great idea. I'm less disposed to use of Plenty Park.
Stephanie, do you want my comments first, or would you like to jump in on those?
Go ahead. Thank you.
I would be uncomfortable with Plenty Park. I don't see the utility too much for businesses because it's isolated and across a very busy road, and added safety questions about that, and just sort of use of everyone's use versus just a few businesses' use. So that feels problematic to me. The most positive ideas I hear are the parklets and Harmony Lot. So there's issues with both, I'm sure. Ones I'm not even thinking of, and ones that are easy to think of. But still, they seem to be the most promising ideas to explore. I think the street closures, every time I think about what street and when, I come up with all kinds of problems. Not only the safety aspect from police fire, but like even closing off from Harmony Lot entrance to Main Street, which we've done before for short periods of time for great activities that DBA has helped with. You know, that closes off drive-ups to hotel pharmacy prescriptions. So that's kind of problematic in that sense. Main Street is, and if people don't know this, Main Street is pretty much jurisdiction by the state. So we don't have a lot of options without going through pretty big hoops with the state. They've done it obviously for parades and such, but that's a very short closure. Peter, just nod if I'm right, and if I'm not right, just raise your hand for me. And the last sticking point that we'd really have to talk about for me is the money thing. I mean, the town has resources that are sometimes easy to be deployed without too much money coming from the town, but to actually construct something like a fully constructed parklet that looks nice for a business might be something that's beyond what I'd be willing to entertain myself from a taxpayer perspective. So, Daniel?
Yeah, I just want to jump on that. Like, so the library, you know, had the outdoor seating that they were starting to make available to folks. You know, so maybe it doesn't need to be such an elaborate parklet. It needs to be safe. You know, it needs to be cordoned off from traffic, and it needs to be functional and versatile. But maybe it doesn't need to be the world's most expensive thing. And maybe it can't be the world's most expensive thing.
Sure. Ian?
Yeah, and I think thinking as I'm considering this more, I like the idea of something that can be more consistent. You know, this time there's just so much change happening all the time, and the idea that like, okay, when is Elliott Street going to be closed? Like, is it Friday night and Saturday night? Is it all day Saturday? Is it the idea of maybe picking, if we were to do something like this, pick a place where it could be more consistently being used in that way would be, as a consumer myself, more desirable, definitely.
Tim, may I have a couple of comments from staff?
Oh, please.
Thank you. In order of sort of the lightest lift to the heaviest lift, and that's not to say that we can't do the heaviest lift, and it's not to say that the lightest lift is easy, but easiest to hardest, we view the Harmony Lot, Elliott Street, and the parklets from the ideas that have been considered. And clearly, as you get out of downtown, there's a lot of opportunity to work with individual property owners and individual proprietors because of parking facility. You know, they have their own parking lots and other kinds of sort of more room to do this sort of thing. And so, overarching all of this, I want to say there's already been some communication between businesses and town staff, and we're eager to work together with the DBA, with the chamber, with individual businesses. You know, broadly, we want to be flexible. We agree with the philosophy that's been described about how this is a moment when we need to rally around doing some things we might not otherwise have allowed because of the particular circumstances, but it's also a time when we're going to learn from that creativity and things that might have a longer term benefit for the town, so for the community. And so we agree with all of that, and we look forward to working on these things. Just to sort of put a very tentative description on why I listed those three in the order I did, just so that the community can have that awareness and the board can have that awareness as we dive into working on details together with the business community. The Harmony Lot, particularly as the reopening begins, you know, once things get going and there's a lot of activity going on again downtown, we'll all look forward to the time when we need all those spaces in the Harmony Lot. But we actually think that it's reasonable to expect that, you know, in the early weeks of recovery, that we won't have full demand for the parking resources downtown. And if people are willing to just park a little further out over at the transportation center, we can make space available in the Harmony Lot, both town controlled space and even in the privately owned part of the lot. There's the likelihood could be some accommodation to some of these business activities and a place for the community to safely come together with more space there without it sort of bumping up against the movement of vehicles and other kinds of hazards. So we think the Harmony lot has a lot of promise to it, and we look forward to working on that together. Elliott Street is a slam dunk for sometimes being open and sometimes not. And, you know, we totally get the downside to that, as Ian expressed, that, you know, then people are kind of wondering, when is it working and when isn't it? If we can create a rhythm out of that so that people will know when things are happening in a sort of block party format and when they're not, then we definitely, that's a space we can work with. That's a space town staff has actually suggested to people from the community and prior select boards as being ideal for this kind of activity, because of the fact that when it's a relatively short-term shutdown, like typically for the activities that have gone on there so far, it'd be, you know, you close it at around 4 in the afternoon and you open it back up at around 9 at night. And in that kind of a window where it's just an evening, it has very little impact on the, you know, negative impact on the businesses that are affected, and almost no impact at all on traffic. It does have a rerouting impact for the fire trucks, but, you know, we've worked through that in terms of the occasions, and, you know, on a fairly often basis, I'd say, you know, 4 or 5 times a year we've been using that space now the last couple of years, and successfully so. So the fire department knows how to adapt for that, but does have a concern that if we were to just give that space over to this kind of activity, not only would it have negative impacts of a more enduring nature on the businesses that are in the blocked off area, but it also would have a more enduring and a much greater concern for us in terms of that enduring impact on the fire response time. So there's a balancing act there, but we think that there's an opportunity to work together and find a way that can be part of this solution. And then the parklets are just really challenging. We love the idea, but there is the cost of acquiring the parklets, and there's the practicality of them being small spaces, right? One of the things that's really fabulous about our downtown, makes it different from a lot of other downtowns, is it's got that traditional closeness. You know, it's a walkable, it's a human scale, it's not a vehicular scale. But this is a moment when that's not convenient for us, because there's just not that much room in that parking corridor. And so, yeah, you know, what you were saying, Stephanie, about, you know, you probably have to take a couple of spaces even to get 3 tables there. I think that's true. And, you know, we'd have to work with each other to even be sure that that's enough spacing. And so we want to work together on that one too, but we think that's a much more challenging prospect to create something, particularly in COVID. So in non-COVID times, if that was something we wanted as a community amenity and we were willing to have people sort of be in tight tables near each other, that's a different question. But as part of the COVID recovery, we think the parklets are pretty challenging.
Okay.
Great. I have both sort of a board member question for Peter, actually. Actually, first I want to give the opportunity to Stephanie. Do you want to reply to any of that stuff?
Sure. So one thing is the difference between keeps on coming up for me is the difference between the parklet idea. It feels like it's really assigned to a specific business, whereas Harmony, to a certain degree, Elliott Street, definitely, Pliny, definitely, it feels more like this sort of concept of Brattleboro's dining room, and that you could go to any restaurant that you want, and then you could go somewhere and be distant. So it's sort of like 2 different business models a little bit. Whereas a dining parklet, let's say there's one in front of Elliott Street Fish and Chips, they would be bringing the food out to the person like they do normally at an inside table. So I do think that each of the different ideas, kind of like Ian's question was, are people interested in these ideas? I think that I think most people would adapt to anything, but it does sort of interact with the business in a very different way. The reason why I brought up Pliny is me personally, I like oddball spaces. Hermit Thrush is right there where you don't have to across the street if they chose to do anything. But I also think that it could, with some creative person, it could actually be a really beautiful space to sit and use. And I think it's really underutilized in our community. Then I think the other, the yellow chair furniture that was purchased by the AARP grant, that was myself and several others in the community with the Alley Lane project, is definitely able to be used, and Star already had wanted to check it out to people. So I do think that furniture, I also don't think furniture is if there's decreased capacity inside, there's lots of furniture inside that's not being used. So furniture can be easily, it's not a hurdle, but yeah. And then lastly, the parklets in the construction, the thing that's great about the parklets versus the concrete boundaries is that it goes flush with the sidewalk, which not only with ADA, but also a good point is that then, because Peter's point was great, that that's a snug space, but if you're flush with the sidewalk, you're actually able to kind of branch out in different ways, because you can straddle both the sidewalk and the parklet and still have the sidewalk be used as a sidewalk. So there's major benefits to investing. We have, different people have looked into grants on building these. The problem is how many times do I say this about everything? Nothing is urgent enough. So these grants are getting approved and you might see the money in July. Well, that's not fast enough. So I think I hit everything.
Great. I just wanted to say, Millicent, I'll remind you that I'm going to just read your question because it's just a lot faster. And people participating in this meeting can see it. But again, I ask people to jump on to ask questions because that's how it becomes part of open meeting and part of the record. But Millicent's asking, can someone give more detail about why Pliny Park is less desirable for use in this way? It comes with charm. And I just wanted to say that I was the one who said that I was opposed to the use of Pliny Park. From my perspective, it crosses a line between a park that should be available at all times for everyone, and giving that over to a business will make that impossible, or at least change it. So I just don't like the feeling of using Pliny Park at all for businesses. But that's just me. Address that at a later meeting. Liz?
It's not just you. I feel the same way about Pliny Park, that it's a public park and it shouldn't be used for commercial purposes, even though it's an emergency, and because I think that Harmony Lot is so useful for that purpose.
Yeah. And Daniel?
I mean, just kind of adding on to that, I think, in normal times, you might use Pliny Park to go and eat your lunch. You might get takeout and, in much the same way that you'd use any of the other public spaces. And, as somebody that's sat and had lunch downtown a lot in the last couple of years, it's often hard to find a space that isn't, that isn't actually like in the business that you're buying the lunch from. Yeah. So I just think, trying to keep as much space available downtown for people to be able to sit and enjoy the weather. We don't have the world's longest summer. Let's try and get as much of it as we can, and also to provide opportunities for people to take their lunches out, and make those spaces as pleasant as they can be.
Agreed. Brandy?
I agree about Pliny Park, and not because I don't think in concept that it's a great idea to use it for restaurants, but I think a lot of our community members that maybe aren't going to be able to afford it, shop at restaurants, are using the park now and then. But I also want to really say that I'm going to be pushing over the next few meetings for us, and I know I'm not alone, to really, I'm going to say that I'm not in favor of that because I like to keep that the norm, but I don't think it would be appropriate for any of us on this board to be saying no to everything because it's not the norm, because that's not how we're going to support our local businesses. So while I do like the idea of keeping Pliny Park the norm for those who might not be buying lunches, et cetera, downtown, I'm going to really encourage us all to step outside of our norm for at least this summer and possibly the foreseeable future to try to keep our downtown vibrant.
Great. Well said, everyone. Oh, wait. Liz, did you raise your hand again?
I just gave a thumbs up to what Brandy said.
I keep, I keep wanting to do this thing that I used to see in elementary schools all the time. It's like when you
Doesn't that
agree.
mean milk?
No, it's not that. It's not that.
Oh.
It's this. Like I feel the same way.
Oh, perfect. I thought that meant milk.
Oh, well, Elizabeth
We
could
should
tell us.
ask Elizabeth. Yeah.
Anyway, Stephanie had raised her hand, and I just had that quick last question for Peter.
I don't want to get caught in the Pliny Park weeds, but I do feel it's important to say that any space that we use for however we reassign spaces is multi-use public spaces. And so if you have a Brattleboro dining room in Harmony, if you have a Brattleboro dining room in Pliny, those spaces are going to be used in many different ways. So cars are still going to park in part of Harmony. People are going to still hang out and sit in part of Harmony. And the same, I think, is holding true to Pliny. It doesn't all of a sudden become a person, a singular commerce type space. If we put in 3 tables and chairs that a business can use or that people could use to take takeout to, but have it be a more purposeful dining room space. So multi-use is my point.
Cool.
Okay. Thank you. And I just want to ask Peter, because I'm dying to know, and tell me if we should call in Hillary to answer this question, but how does the Department of Liquor Control permitting process, has there been any kind of signals from them that they're considering loosening their pretty restrictive rules for this kind of thing?
No, we actually have had some communication with them, and the indication is that an outdoor consumption permit, a normal outdoor consumption permit, will be required for alcohol to be served outdoors.
Okay.
That'd be true even in a situation where a restaurant that has a parking lot would be putting some tables out into the parking lot in order to do the outdoor safer approach. They would have to get an outdoor consumption permit to sell their alcohol in the parking lot. And I'm not sure, frankly, exactly how that would work for the things that we're talking about where there'd be some shared spaces. What I can say is town staff certainly would go to bat. Once we have a set of ideas that, the business community is rallying around and the select board is rallying around, and we know what we want to try to achieve as a community, we'd certainly push hard for some flexibility from the state in the spirit of what we're saying and they're saying about needing to support businesses. We haven't yet seen that in the response from the Department of Liquor Control, but I think there's room there for us to push back. We would only, as a community, want to set it up in responsible ways, right? So if there was to be something going on in the Harmony lot and it was to include serving alcohol for those establishments that include that as part of their meal, we'd want that to occur in a safe manner, and we could go to bat with the business, in communicating to the state as needed.
Okay, thank you. And Ian, you had your hand up for a moment.
Yeah, never mind.
Okay, Liz?
I have a question for Stephanie, because I seem to understand that what Stephanie was trying to create is a Brattleboro dining room that has tables and chairs for multi-use of the restaurants. And it would seem to me that if a restaurant was going to serve drinks, that it would need to be kind of overseen by the particular restaurant that was selling the drinks. And that would wreck your model of this overall Brattleboro dining room. So do you have thoughts about that?
Yes, thank you for letting me clarify. So 2 different concepts. The parklet concept speaks more to expanding capacity, whereas the Elliott Street closure, each situation speaks differently. So Pliny Park speaks differently more speaks to the Brattleboro dining. The Elliott Street closure, you can imagine that the stores in front could have table service right in front of them, but any shared table space in the middle of the street could be someone taking something from Amy's and bringing it over, or Yala from bringing it over. So I think that we're grasping at whatever we can get in terms of expanded capacity, but unfortunately, the park-led idea is the most cut and dry in terms of expanding occupancy, so that you're right. The scenario is you wait on your tables out in front of your business. So two different.
Thank you. But that could be, both of those things could be achieved in harmony, because there's that much room.
Right, and Elliott, yes, harmony and be simultaneous. Absolutely. Yeah.
So what's next?
We lost
I
Tim
had a
Rubio.
bit of a hiccup there with
I don't think it's right still,
You
Tim.
have me
Your mouth
back?
looks weird. Not really.
There's
I'm going to try turning off.
Yeah.
Hello.
My camera. Can you folks hear me now?
Yes.
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 Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can. You don't see me though, do you?
No.
No.
We know what you look like.
You see me too. Okay. Good. Well, I'm experiencing a hiccup here. I don't know. I didn't change anything, but I guess my Comcast connection is failing. You still hearing me?
We can hear you really well.
We are.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are you still hearing me?
We are.
Okay, great.
Are you hearing us?
Well, yeah. I'm going to try sharing my webcam again because it's just.
Oh, there you are.
Better? Okay.
Yep.
Let's hope that doesn't happen again. So I know that there's there's a couple callers on the line. So I just wanted to see if any of the callers wanted to chime in with a comment or question. Let's give that a second.
Hello.
Hello.
Tim, Dick DeGray.
Hi, Dick DeGray.
How are
You've
you?
already identified yourself. How are you?
All right, great conversation. And one of the things that when you're talking about logistics in Elliott Street, it is a critical street in terms of logistics for the community, not only for police and fire, but for a very congested downtown and, for lack of a better term, malfunction junction. Elliott Street is a great relief for traffic going through town. And I'm extremely concerned about closing off the street from Friday afternoon until Sunday afternoon, and what impact that would have on the local vehicular traffic. I think something that needs to be considered. I think the parklet idea in front of the restaurants is a great idea. One of the things that we have to be concerned about is we do want to have places for people to park when they come downtown. And from all the conversations we've had about parking through the years, the further people we force them out, the less they come downtown. They want to get a parking place right in front of where they're going shopping. So even though I agree with that, I think you have to consider how many you would have, or do you close off one side of Main Street and leave the other side for parking? Plenty Park is, I would agree with all the board members, Plenty Park is a community park, and I certainly wouldn't advocate anybody going in there unless they were, you have people that rent the space or for an evening at numerous times through the year.
but that's just a great spot. And I would agree with Daniel. You go down there and you sit and you have lunch and all the flowers around. It's just a great spot. The Harmony lot, one of the questions I have for Stephanie is talking to Richard French, who owns the works, who's been talking to me about getting space in the Harmony lot, but also having a tent, because having a place to go where there might be inclement weather once or twice through the summer, and putting up a tent, but that is a tremendous expense. And, you know, when you talk about having it a community seating area, is that something that people were talking about? I know Stephanie said people don't have extra dollars to spend, but maybe on the if everybody made a contribution, they're quite expensive if you were going to put up a considerable tent. And the question also about alcohol, taking it to like a community area, again, logistically, if you're eating over at Amy's and you want to go over to the space, by the time you get there, your food's going to be closed. So logistics has got a lot to do with where we do this and how much we do. And that's why I think the parklet idea really sounded the best of all three. But I really wanted to chime in about the Elliott Street. Not that I'm opposed to it, but I really think you have to have it on your radar in terms of what that street has for the community as a whole and the traffic that it has on it. It's an extremely busy street for our downtown. It's one of those great pass-through streets that we have. So I'm going to drop off and listen to your responses to the few questions that I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Dick. Well, my only response would be, I share some similar concerns about Elliott Street. I'm not sure we were talking about an all weekend type thing. That seems tough, but I think people were talking more about an evening here and there. But what you bring up is certainly correct. Liz, you were making a noise.
No.
Oh, I did that.
Oh, Brandy, sorry. Okay, so we were talking about it, but I do share some of that concern. Anyone else? Stephanie?
I can respond to the Richard French. So that's that balance between using things in dual ways. So Richard French would absolutely like to have an extension of his dining room so that he can take his lost capacity and put it in an outdoor space. So putting up a tent and having that be the workspace. So that would be excellent and great. And Arkham could potentially expand their space to do the same thing. Turquoise. So that is that idea of having it be associated with a specific business.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a daunting task. I'm going to say that I keep thinking of new things, and I keep thinking of the businesses that want their parking spaces to be available for pickup. Now that we have a to-go situation for a lot of businesses, and then another business that wants to use that same spot perhaps for dining. So I don't envy your challenge a little bit, Stephanie, because I'm sure you have competing interests within even the downtown DBA folks. But it's a good start to a conversation. Brandy?
Yeah, I want to just say that while we are doing really well downtown with curbside and pickup, and I love the service, and I'm glad it's not probably going to go anywhere for most businesses, it's just super unsustainable as a profit model. And so we are going to have to ask businesses to give up a little bit of parking so that it can be both curbside and also help fulfill the 25% capacity or the outdoor capacity, because businesses can't succeed on just curbside alone. They're going to have to start, restaurants are going to have to start adding outdoors, and we're going to have to be brave enough to make space for that. And that's just that.
reasonable. So I think what we should do from this point is sort of turn the conversations over between town staff and the DBA and certainly the chamber too. Unless I should. Well, let me just. Oh, go ahead, Ian. I also want to just invite, if there's another caller, to just, as Ian's talking, just get ready to unmute so that I don't leave anybody out there. Go ahead, Ian.
Just newbie question. Where does this go from here? So we have this nice conversation, and then Stephanie talks to the town staff, and then what's the next step?
We'll come back to you as jointly as possible, depending on where we land in those communications. The goal certainly is to arrive at a plan that the businesses think is viable and exciting, and the town thinks is permittable. And we come to you and we say, here's what we think we can all accomplish together. Is that okay with you, select board? And it's going to require a lot of flexibility. It'll be either, like some emergency ordinances that'll be adopted in order to allow this stuff, or just acknowledgement that there would be activities going on that don't comply with our ongoing overarching regulations, but for this moment in time are going to be okay. And we would enumerate those for you so that it's really transparent to the community of what rules would either be being bent or temporarily changed. So I see that kind of a discussion 2 weeks from tonight. And, worst case scenario, which we're going to work together to avoid, is that we come back and the businesses want some things that we as staff have concerns about, and we'll just explain what those concerns are and offer what we think can be accomplished that approaches what's being requested, even if it's not everything that's being requested. And, we'll have that conversation. But to the maximum degree that we can, we're going to come back to you with one plan that we're all rallying around. We think that's best for everyone involved.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Liz.
I just want the record to show that there was a lot of positive head nodding.
Agreed.
We recorded in the video, but not in the minutes, so that's nice.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so that was this. This is this last moment with any callers that wanted to jump in. Right now is the time. And I then want to just move on to any last COVID-19 related items that the board wanted to bring to us. Daniel.
Yeah, so on Friday, the governor issued his most recent addendum to the executive order. And one thing in it about mask use jumped out at me. So I'm just going to read it. So it says, general public mask use. All Vermonters are encouraged to wear face coverings over their nose and mouth anytime they're interacting with others from outside their households, including in congregate outdoor settings where it is not possible to maintain physical distancing. Masks are not recommended for strenuous outdoor activity, anyone under the age of 2, anyone with a medical condition that is complicated or irritated by a facial covering, or anyone with difficulty breathing. Masks are not required when eating in outdoor settings. And this is the kicker here. Businesses and nonprofit and government entities may require customers or clients to wear masks. And the legislative body of each municipality may enact more strict local requirements regarding mask use than those set forth herein. And so I would like to start a discussion about doing just that. I've spoken with many people in the town over the last few days, and a large number of them are supportive of some kind of consistent position from the town of Brattleboro around wearing a face covering in a retail space or an indoor setting of some kind. And then there are some shades of gray around, should it be everywhere and, blah, blah, blah. But I think that oftentimes, we are just kind of forced to do what we're allowed to do by the state. And the governor has punted this one on to municipalities, for good or for ill. Burlington and South Burlington both passed resolutions last night requiring folks living there to wear face coverings inside retail establishments. I know that in Brattleboro, the stores that have opened up in the last couple of days, the ones that I've seen, the vast majority of them are requiring that from their customers anyway. But it's on a store-by-store basis. Each store owner, manager has to make that decision, has to feel that they have to back it up themselves. I think in this case, the town could enact a policy like the Burlington or South Burlington one. Or if we wanted to, we could go down the route of passing an emergency ordinance with a limited amount of time duration. So I just wanted to kick that off and see what you all thought. And it's really easy to wear a mask, just to go the way it is.
Indeed.
Mine's snakeskin, and I got it from the bee's nest. She has very fancy masks.
Oh, shapeshifters.
Liz.
My daughter made my mask, but it's Marimekko. It matches my kitchen. My first reaction was, yeah, we should be respectful of the storekeepers and workers and help them out by letting them not be the bad guys. Then I read an article about the mask ordinance in New York City, where it's being used as a cudgel to kind of rough people up. And so I don't really think it's something that would be enforceable. I mean, you really just don't want the mask police to walk around the streets of Brattleboro. But then I noticed that Stephanie had produced these signs that, list a number of things that they're asking customers to adhere to, and wearing a mask being one of them. And so to me, I think that spans the bridge between asking something to be an ordinance or asking something to be volunteer, but it takes it out of the realm of each individual storekeeper asking the customer to wear a mask. It's all of Brattleboro's commerce is asking with one voice, and I think that that's stronger, and I'm content with that.
Brandy.
I went downtown today to stop into the local businesses that were open and kind of gauge a feel of how does it feel to be open? How are people treating your space while you're open? And, what do you think, I didn't say, do you want us to demand masks, but I wanted to get a sense of whether or not people were being respectful and outside of 2 store owners, the clear message to me was that they wished that it would be mandated so it was out of their hands. That 3 of the shop owners I talked to have had to ask people to leave who were combative in the store. I didn't get permission from this very vocal and public shop owner downtown who I was speaking with outside today at length, but while we were outside speaking with our masks on, standing in the parklet in front of People's United, somebody drove by and screamed at us for wearing masks outside. And so, yeah, not a Vermonter, somebody with plates from a different state, but they screamed at myself and this very prominent shop owner who I should have asked permission to use his name, but he was actually against a mask ordinance. And then we were screamed at outside for wearing our masks and called stupid. My concern is that things are really emotional right now, that shopkeepers have had a lot on their plate, and that consumers are really emotional, and that asking people to be in charge of policing each other right now might not be the best bet. Over the weekend up in Ascutney, somebody was choked for not wearing a mask in a Jiffy Mart. I think it's very unfortunate that the governor did not just pass something down that everybody can get behind. And while many people are using the DBA created signs, not all stores are going to. And I just have a little bit of concern with people policing each other with high emotions, I guess is what I have to say. And so I want to I want to help our shop owners, and I don't know the best way to do that, but I do know that out of everybody I spoke to, only 3 shop owners were like, I don't think it needs to be enforced. And one of those said, I don't really want to enforce it. It would have been easier if the governor did, kind of thing. So that was kind of wishy-washy. And so I just wanted to weigh in with that firsthand experience today.
Ian, and
let's let a member of the public speak first, please.
Where'd you go?
Oh, I wasn't sure that was someone who wanted to speak. Amanda, were you raising your hand? Okay, well, let's do that.
Thank you. I appreciate this. I'm working with Stephanie on some of the work she's doing contacting local businesses. And so I've spoken with a lot of business owners, but also about this topic. But also as a Brattleboro resident, I've talked with a lot of friends and neighbors and other people, asking them about their opinions on masks. And I think that the most important thing for us to consider is how people feel downtown. Do people feel safe downtown? Do they feel safe enough to go down and do some shopping or pick up some takeout at a restaurant? And I'm hearing from friends that if they see people wearing masks, they feel safe. It's a visible sign that people are doing the right thing, that they're looking out for everybody's well-being. And I saw a number of people posting on Facebook on Monday that they were downtown. They were excited that shops were opening, but they were seeing a lot of people on Main Street without masks, and that was concerning to them. So I feel like we really need to normalize mask use because it's just such an important, simple, visible sign that everyone's being safe together in our community. It's also really important to remember, for anybody who doesn't know this yet, I hope you all do, but just in case, that the way masks work and cloth face coverings work is that my mask keeps you safe and your mask keeps me safe. So it's not enough for me to wear a mask to protect my own personal safety if I feel the need, because it doesn't work that way. The research shows that when you wear a mask, it keeps your germs from affecting other people. It doesn't so much keep theirs from affecting you. I hope that's clear. But anyway, that's the reason why we need to compel people to wear masks who wouldn't necessarily do it for themselves, but to do it for the rest of the community. And I also feel this needs to be sort of a top-down mandate, because I think there are many people who are just thinking, well, I don't want to wear a mask, I'm not going to do it. Our community needs this. So thank you for hearing me speak.
Thanks, Amanda. And it's sometimes tough with this brave new world we're in with this go-to meeting, but the way we do it here at Brattleboro Select Board is that if you want to, and no offense to Amanda, that was fine that you chimed in and Ian invited you, but just so it's not the wild, wild west, we're gonna let the board sort of talk this out a little bit, and then I'm gonna open it up to public comment. So if you want a public comment, I see Peter Fishcase would like to chime in, so he'll be first. But let's do it that way from now on, if you don't mind. And Kate O'Connell, we see you too. So Ian, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I think I've thought a lot about this as well and talked to a lot of people. And I know that emotions are high for good reason. So I want to just add some things to this conversation for everyone, for the board to consider, and for the public to consider who's watching if you're going to speak. So first, the resolutions that were passed in Burlington and South Burlington are non-enforceable. So they are just essentially, for Brattleboro, it'd be like a policy that says, this is what we want. And what I think is very good about what both, and I'm from up there, so I try to keep my finger on the pulse of what's going on. And one of the things I like that Burlington has done is they've been very clear about what they're asking their residents to do. And I think that we can take a note from that and provide clarity for Brattleboro citizens on what we are expecting them to do. And I think that that clarity is going to be the most important thing, because an ordinance, an emergency ordinance, if it's not enforceable, I don't think it's the right thing for the board to do. We only erode the effectiveness and the seriousness of an ordinance if we pass one that is not enforceable. So I'd like to encourage the board to keep those points in mind as we continue the conversation, but I'm sure I'll talk again, but I'll stop for now.
Thank you. Yeah. Has everyone spoken to the subject except me? Or
I guess I kind of introed it, but I didn't necessarily totally give my opinion.
I could give you the last word. You want me to chime in, and then you can have the last
Yeah,
word?
sure, go for it.
And we'll just if you were listening to my opening comments, I think it's super important to be clear how I think the entire board, and just raise your hand if it's not true, but we're all believers in the mask. So we do not think that it's necessary to spend any time tonight convincing anyone of the scientific value and the protective effects of masks. And I'm seeing a lot of nods. There's a lot of good science behind it. Again, it's not to protect yourself, it's to protect others, and not from the molecules, it's from the spitules, for lack of a better term, from moisture drops that could be infected that fly through the air temporarily. So I think we're all clear on that, and so now the discussion seems to be more about the method by which to communicate that as a town and coordinating with businesses. For me personally, I'm very opposed to an ordinance, either regular, which takes a long time to remind everybody, or emergency, because I would agree with Ian that as a town, we've been trying to eliminate ordinances that historically have not been enforced because either they can't be enforced because of our lack of on the ground, feet on the ground resources with police, etc., or town staff, other town staff, or they're just dumb. I mean, we still have a couple ordinances on our books. We have one, if you don't know, about rock throwing. So it's illegal to throw rocks in Brattleboro still. But we don't worry about it so much. I'm sorry?
I'm glad of that.
Well, my kids break that ordinance every day. Every day.
Mine too. But you know, that's the funny one. But just last year, everyone will recall that we removed an unjust ordinance of it wasn't panhandling, it was begging. It was the no begging ordinance. So a lot of correct citizen pressure and pressure from the ACLU, Vermont, etc., convinced the board that we should remove that ordinance, which was, it was a long process and it takes time and money to do things like that. So I'm really not in favor of passing an ordinance, but something similar to Burlington is okay with me. I do have parts of me that question whether an edict from the town does much more than an edict from a shop owner, because I would point out that where people get reminded of and get straight about what the policy is in an enclosed space is going to be at the door. But I have no desire to, if this board has a desire to pass, I would favor language, something like policy. The Burlington, I think, used order, which sounds a little bit too, a little bit too militaristic to me, but certainly a town policy, I certainly would not be opposed to, because it does, give a little bit more weight, and I think would help some shop owners who are looking for that. I do think it's possible that some shops do not want this. But I think more people want it, and the fact that weighs on me more than the rights of anyone and the rights of shopkeepers even is the rights of people working in establishments that have been told that they have to wear masks, and yet they have to service people who might be flaunting that and willingly not wearing them. So this might help that situation, hopefully, because I think, frankly, that's rude and possibly dangerous, depending on if someone's infected or whatever. So while I wouldn't be the one to put this idea forward because I kind of trust our community. I hear what Brandy's saying, and I also think about places like Hannaford, which has uneven. They don't have a policy that everyone should go in, and when I watch people go in there, it's uneven. Luckily, there's a lot of room in there, so hopefully people are respectful once you're in there, because I keep reminding people it's really not about the mask so much as the proximity thing. Keep away from people even if you have the mask. And I sometimes personally get afraid, and I see this happen. When people have the mask on, they naturally get closer because they feel protected. So, or they feel like they're protecting people. So my strongest objection would be to ordinance. I don't know if it's necessary to ask Peter to chime in, maybe last or before public, but I'll go ahead and just ask you to confirm that if we passed an ordinance, emergency or otherwise, would staff consider it to be enforceable on a practical level?
It would be difficult to enforce it consistently and continuously. So it's not that it would be unenforceable, it's that there would be times when it would appear to people that it was unenforceable or being ignored, which would not be the case, but with the resources we would have available, it would depend at the moment when somebody was in a situation not wearing it, and a shopkeeper called that in, it would depend on the availability of a police officer, what else was going on in town at the time. And so we do have enforcement concerns related to a formal ordinance, but I hear the broader group of you rallying around at least a policy statement. Daniel had something more he wanted to say, and I think before I go further with trying to help you shape where you might go with this, I don't want to presume that that's the right answer, but I'll stop there, and then I can fill in the gap at the appropriate time.
Thanks, Peter. The way I feel about this is that this is about public safety and about us, taking responsibility for what we can control. And I would much rather the governor had issued an order, directing towns and cities across the state to a consistent position, but that's not what happened. And so I think that we really need to take our responsibility for public safety. I know that we take it seriously. I'm not saying that we're disregarding public safety, but I think this is a tool that we could use that might not seem to be ordinarily enforceable every single occasion, but I think it would greatly lessen the chance of us increasing the number of cases in Brattleboro as things start to reopen. At this point, we have 17 recorded cases as far as the health department data goes. And a few weeks ago that was 16. We're not seeing huge jumps here, and I'm really thankful for that, because if you look at the map of Vermont and you see that town by town data, even though our case numbers are small, we're still in the higher part of that list. And with our position on the border of two states and as a place where we're going to be popular with tourists, I'm just concerned that if we don't have a consistent position on this one tool that we have to keep as many of our folks safe as possible, that we're going to be opening ourselves up to some problems. I think that, if you remember back to the plastic bag ban, I remember going to stores shortly after that passed, and they had some kind of apologetic statement like, yeah, sorry, the town requires you to have this kind of bag and not this kind of bag, right? The town can be the bad guy sometimes, and that's okay, right? It's, we have broad shoulders, and we were elected to do this, right? We're not just 5 random people. We're 5 people that were elected to take responsibility for some of this stuff. And I want us to take responsibility for this.
Nicely said, Daniel. Okay, so I think if it's all right with board members, I'm going to toss it over to public. First was Peter Case, and I will invite you to turn on your camera if you'd like, and at least turn on your button. Push the button. Thanks.
There we go. All right. Well, thanks for the opportunity to speak on this. I know I've spoken with a few of the people who are part of the select board meeting tonight, and I think one of the lightning rod issues for me was watching a lot of these kind of, if you will, social media vigilantism going on about people who are unmasked, wearing masks, not wearing masks, whatever it is. And what is it going to take to kind of restore consumer confidence? And I think however you want to word it, but I think the town has to be the heavy here, because the governor definitely did not step up and, in my estimation, act accordingly by mandating a mask or creating a policy that says when you go into a retail space, a restaurant, that you should indeed be wearing a mask that covers both your mouth and your nose. And I think that is one of the things I would like this select board to consider, is passing a clear and concise policy, whatever you want to call it, that would address that issue, so that the retailers, as they begin to open up their shops, have that one less thing that they have to worry about, that they can basically turn and say, well, the town, the municipality has basically said that in the town of Brattleboro, downtown, Putney Road, wherever, throughout the whole township of Brattleboro has require you to wear a mask. I think putting it on the shop owners at this point in time, as they try to untangle this whole thing, I've been saying it over and over again, nobody pandemics well, and nobody is, we're all trying to fix the car while we're moving. And these policies, maybe it's just a policy that goes into place for 30 days. If going under the guise of it takes 21 days to create a habit, maybe it's a 30-day policy that this board can then look at in 3 weeks to see how are we doing. Is consumer confidence back up, or is it being restored? I also agree with Daniel and his assessment on public safety. I mean, it really is an issue when you see somebody coming at you that is not wearing a mask. It's slightly horrifying as that person walks towards you. I'm not sure why it's such a lightning rod issue when it seems pretty cut and dry to me. I'm not sure why it wasn't passed as part of our executive branch that runs the state. But unfortunately, it has been opened up to this municipality to make its own decision. And I would advocate that we make that decision to the affirmative and make sure that our citizens are wearing masks when they walk inside of a retail confined space. And I'll leave it with that.
Thank you.
All right,
Peter. So I think I'll just go to my next contestant, which I believe is Kate O'Connor, who I think is on the phone. Or no, I might have that wrong.
Can you hear me?
No, Kate's here.
Kind of.
You have video to share?
I have no video. I don't want to. I don't want to be on video. It's a sad sight. Can you?
Go right ahead.
First, I just want to make a quick comment about the sign that Elizabeth talked about that DDA put together. And it has a couple of things on it. It has stay 6 feet away, wash your hands, wear a mask. And that was guidance by the Vermont Department of Health. So that wasn't anything that just a random bunch of people have, put together. I just want everyone to know when they see that sign that it's actually an authoritative body that put those suggestions together. This was not on tonight's agenda, so I'm not prepared to speak about it on behalf of the chamber. So what I'd like to ask is, I'm hoping you won't make a decision tonight. And what I would hope is that when it is on the agenda, we could get a heads up, because I think what you need is some feedback from the business community, and just to hear a little bit about the pros and cons and the challenges that come with some of what they're facing, including the whole mask wearing issue. So I guess I'm just asking, urging you not to make any kind of decision tonight. And if you put it back on the agenda, if you could give us the heads up so that we can engage, and I'm sure Stephanie at DBA would help, we can engage the business owners to come back to you and just give you a sense of what they're thinking and why they're thinking what they're thinking, because whatever you do is gonna, they're the people that are gonna have to deal with it, from a policing sense, from a providing mask sense. So I would just hope that you would, have a conversation or listen to the business community, and the chamber would want to help you with that.
Okay. Thank you, Kate. Are you still on the line?
Yes.
Okay. I think I have a follow-up clarification question for you. Does that apply regardless of how we approach this? In other words, if it's a simple policy voted on tonight, do you think it's necessary, or are you speaking of in our consideration of an ordinance? Because it feels like the board is leaning towards a fairly simple policy, which pretty much aligns with what a lot of stores are doing. Do you think there's going to be quite a few stores that will not want the town to have a policy?
I think we need to ask the businesses. And I think the problem with talking about it tonight, again, it was not on the agenda. So we didn't have a chance to even have this conversation. I've had many conversations with business owners who want a mask ordinance or a mask, for the governor to say you have to wear a mask if you're a customer. And I've also had conversations with business owners that say it's nobody's business but mine because they're coming into my store. So, I don't want to say yes or no, but I know that there's some people that don't even think it's appropriate for anybody to tell them that they have to have somebody coming into their store and they have to make that person wear a mask. So I just think it's kind of unfair to be having this conversation when no one knew it was going to take place. I didn't even know it was going to take place. I just am a nerd and I watch all your meetings. So there are people out there that I think you need to hear
from. Not to put you on the spot, but I was going to ask Daniel if he wanted to respond, and I saw your hand, Ian. But
I see Brandy's hand as well.
Oh, sorry. Who wants to speak first? Who feels stronger?
I'm guessing Brandy. Go ahead,
That's just always how I feel. Well, it's good to hear you, Kate. It's good to hear your voice. And I hear everything that you're saying. The one thing that if hypothetically a shop owner said to me, which one did today, that it's nobody's business, it's their shop, I guess my one, how you have that reactional pushback, my reactional pushback would say, if you let somebody in here with no mask on because it's your shop and they get somebody else sick because they were an asymptomatic carrier, then what does that mean? At what point is it more than just your shop and yet a publicly participated in location? That's my reaction. That's my quick draw gut comeback that came out of my mouth when I heard that hypothetical statement.
Daniel or Ian?
Who feels stronger?
Go.
Come on, guys.
All right, very quickly, I know Kate knows this, but it would be 2 weeks. Be 2 weeks till we can make a decision. And that's too long, right? Everything is opening up now. I feel like this is the moment we got to make a decision. And if we're to address that point, really, we have three options: do nothing, pass a policy, pass an ordinance, an emergency ordinance. I don't see it being worth delaying that long. That's my position. Oh, temporary, that's interesting. Peter, how does that work, Tim?
Yeah, we can't respond to chat. That's just, I'm going to draw the line there, but
you're right.
I can't
we will
even
get back
see the chat. Oh, now I
So
can't.
Daniel,
So I feel that at this point, it is the responsibility of the town to do what it can to take care of the townspeople.
Right.
And within the policy decisions that we make to do that, there's going to be some pushback, here and there, and that's just how it goes. I think that the better thing for the people of Brattleboro and the people that come to visit Brattleboro, right? Because we're not only talking about the residents of Brattleboro, but we're talking about the residents of all the towns that live around us, that come here, and then they go back to their homes and their families. I just think that we need to take responsibility. And if that means being the bad guy for a couple of people, that's okay. I'd rather be the bad guy and keep our numbers really small, keep our families safe, keep our relatives, in the realm of the living. And if people get upset about that, then they can elect somebody else next year. And that's
We are
okay.
the health officers.
Yeah. And then, in terms of the timescale, so it's a problem, Kate, that we didn't have this warned because it came out on Friday from the governor's addendum. So it wasn't possible to get it on this agenda, but I felt like it would be irresponsible for us not to have a conversation about it, given how rare it is that we are given the option to differ from the state in some kind of matter of law. And I think that, one option is we could pass a policy tonight if we can work up some wording, or we could warn a special meeting and either kick around a policy or an ordinance. And Peter's going to tell me what I got wrong.
No, not at all. May I, Tim?
yeah, you may, depending on what you're doing.
Well, I want to acknowledge that there are members of the public who have spoken who would like to speak again, and two who have not yet spoken who are waiting their turn patiently. But there's a little structure I think I can bring to what remains of this conversation that I think will be helpful. I want to make crystal clear for the record that while it is unusual to have this sort of a discussion, without it being a specifically warned item. I had a conversation earlier today with Bob Fisher very explicitly about this situation and the fact that the board might actually take action tonight, not just have a conversation about it. And for a variety of different reasons based on the COVID-19 situation and the emergency orders and the declaration of emergency that are all in place, in addition to overriding statutory authority of the board to take action to protect public health and safety and welfare, it is not inappropriate. It is unusual, but not inappropriate. It's certainly not illegal for you to act this evening if the group of you feels it's urgent enough to warrant that. And I'm hearing that the group of you does feel it's urgent enough. I've had a lot of communication with individual members of the board over the last couple of days about this matter, and sat back to hear you do what you've just done as a collegial governing body needs to do from time to time with a tough issue of finding, is there a way forward that you can rally around? And I don't think you're 100% of the way there yet, but what I, as the person who tries to help you deal with these sorts of things, needed to see was whether there were 3 or more of you who felt this was important enough and urgent enough that some action tonight was warranted. And I'm seeing that general consensus. I don't know if there's all 5 of you feeling that way, but I'm seeing certainly 3 of you feeling that way. So I want to let you know that in preparation for this moment, because I knew that you disagreed with one another in the details, but you all were ready to have a conversation like this tonight. And I knew we weren't prepared with normal backup. But if this had landed in a place where it didn't appear that you thought it was appropriate to move forward with anything, then this moment wouldn't have come and I wouldn't have spoken. But because of the general consensus I see forming, I have a document I can share with you because I thought it would be not appropriate for us to be doing this shooting from the hip. Burlington and South Burlington did do this last night. So I've used Burlington's document and I modified it in a way that is not an ordinance. It reads like their resolution read, but it's a lot simpler. And if you're inclined to take a look at it and consider whether or not that's something that 3 or 4 or 5 of you wish to proceed with, we can put it up on the board. And if you prefer not to do that, then wait and take my direction.
I'd like to see it.
I'd like to see it.
Is that unanimous from the board?
Yes.
Ian?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Yeah, sure. Sure, let's take a look.
How
yes,
do you do that?
I kind of feel like I want to go to the public, and I also want to check in with our interpreters. Because it's 8:30 now, and I'm wondering if they feel like they can go a little further without a break, because I think we took a break around this time last time.
Yeah.
Elizabeth is giving me a thumbs up. I know what that one means, at least. Thank you. So a little bit further, we're gonna try not to, we do have other business tonight, but this is very important. So Peter, you want to add one thing?
Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. Just I think a break is a great idea, and it also will help so that people can see this language. It's a 2-page document, so I'm gonna need to ask Patrick whether he can put it up to just sit there on the screen in 2 pages. I'm not sure he'll be able to do that. It might have to be one at a time. But at least the first page of it would be.
While we're taking our break?
People could digest it.
Are you saying while we're taking our break?
Yeah, I'm saying that the audio could be shut off. People could be reading this thing while we take a break, and then you'd be prepared to have a discussion about it and hear more from the public about it when we come back, if you're inclined to do that.
Should we let the public
speak? I personally am inclined to go to the public first and then do the break with the document, because the public has something in their brain and it applies to what we were talking about before, and to take that break might ruin that. So Lida or Leda, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your first name perfectly. Do you want to come online if you still want to speak? If not, you can just type in the chat.
Chat.
No, I don't see Leda coming on. So going once, how about, yeah, she's gonna come on.
Okay.
And I'll take this opportunity to remind everybody, please, for my own sanity, do not treat the chat like chat. This is not Facebook, this is not Twitter. Do not say, right on, Daniel, for instance, even though Daniel loves to see things like that. It's gonna make me crazy.
I was trying to be very serious.
Don't send Daniel any heart.
I think he's blushing.
And it's
just very warm in here.
If you're still having trouble, I can go to Fish first. Fish, of course, is the nickname of Peter Case, just so everyone knows. Peter, do you want to chime in? Yeah.
Yeah, so I put this in the chat as well, and I know Kate brings up a good point that maybe it wasn't warned properly. I think Peter brought up a really good point that I mean we're living in certainly some screwy, weird, uncertain times, and maybe if this board could make that decision that saying this will be what we have, we'll put this policy however you wanted to word it. Tim, you worded it in a way that I thought was thoughtful. I'm curious to read what Peter's going to put up on the screen, but even if it's just temporary to get you through the next 2 weeks, as Tim pointed out, it would be 2 weeks. And I think as stores begin to open up and as we see the "We're open" signs in the windows of our retailers throughout Brattleboro, again, going back to the restoring consumer confidence as they walk into a place to shop, even if it's just temporary for 2 weeks until you can vote on something that might be a little bit more permanent on the next meeting. But I think it's critical to have something in place tonight. That's my 2 cents, and hopefully Lida is ready to go.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Oh, yes. This is my first time. Sorry for my inappropriate egging on Daniel.
It's a weird thing.
but-
Could you just identify yourself and a little context?
Yeah, I'm Lita Scheintaub. I'm from Dosa Kitchen, one of the owners. We opened February 1st on 34 Elliott Street and closed March 14th, I think. So, just getting used to being on this. So, yeah, I didn't catch the very beginning of the conversation on the mask, so sorry if I missed something and I'm speaking to it, but I just wanted to say that I'm really in favor of the mask. It's really problematic to have people right near you and not have a mask. I mean, it just seems complete common sense, and I feel like Vermonters have a lot of common sense. The other day I checked, there were no new infections. That's amazing. No new deaths. Like, I really want to keep this up and show the rest of the country that we are really doing a great job, and other people can too. And the masks, there's just so much science that the masks keep people from getting infected. I'm not going to go to any store that doesn't require masks. So that's like, they lost my business. I know a lot of other people feel the same way. And I can't understand why we wouldn't do it. Like, there just doesn't seem to make sense. Like, we're only doing curbside pickup. We have a very good routine going. The minute I cracked open the door a little to get air, because we don't have windows that open, somebody came in, and he came in without a mask, without gloves, his company from Connecticut. And I said, please leave the restaurant. And I was a little abrupt, and I went and apologized just for saying it abruptly. And he got hostile, like not physically or anything, but it was just very bad, and it ruined my day. And I wasn't sorry that I said it. It was just like, I didn't mean to be mean to him. But so you have to get in these situations all the time of like, oh, I'm a nice person, I don't want to be mean. Oh, he's putting out his hand so I can give him the food. Oops, wait, no, I can't do that. And there's just so many situations, so many small details where you can go wrong, and then you wind up infected. And we're 4 hours from New York City without traffic, and there is no traffic now. So that's really close. So that's just my 2 cents. And there's a lot of situations that I've been in already, and I hardly go out except for the restaurant, that I don't feel comfortable. So I really appreciate that Daniel's brought this up, and I think there's an urgency. Like, I don't want to wait 2 weeks for you guys to vote on this. I want people to be safe now. I want to keep our community safe.
Thank you. Lita, it turns out I knew you. I didn't realize that. Thanks for chiming in.
Yeah, thanks for listening to me.
Yeah, can I just get a quick clarification from Peter? Because Lita has a restaurant establishment. I don't think the way Burlington's is worded that they're covered. They're excluded from it because of when the governor does allow sit-down restaurants, it's obviously impossible to eat with your mask on. However, I'm wondering if it's too complicated for us to say for takeout service, they should be included.
So again, what I prepared not in furtherance of any prior direction from you. I prepared it in my best guess of what might be middle ground that you would rally around. And I don't know whether you will feel comfortable with this or not, but I actually took out the exceptions of certain kinds of businesses. I thought that was kind of odd. There's an obvious practical consideration that if you're going to drink from a glass or put a fork or spoon in your mouth, you're not wearing a mask at that moment. But if first of all, it's irrelevant right now because restaurants aren't open. And second of all, when restaurants do come open, I would think it might be that people sit at a table and wear masks until there's a time when they're actually consuming. Right. That's a safe thing to do. So what I did, just to try to keep this as generic as possible and not address, excuse me, nearly as much granular detail as they did in Burlington, was just say, if you're an establishment that's open to the public to sell services or products, that employees and visitors in those settings need to be wearing masks.
Okay, I'm seeing a lot of nods, and that's certainly fine. I personally thought that the bars and restaurants made a little bit of sense, but I didn't get the hotel thing. But
and again, I don't know that I've hit the mark that the 5 of you will feel is the right mark, but it's a place to start talking about it in detail.
I'd rather look at it.
The only person there, Millicent, wanted to possibly say something. I'm trying to find her comment. Do you want to sneak something in real quick, Millicent? Otherwise, I do want to go to our break and look at the document, and I can still come back to public after that. And Kate wanted to as well. Okay, so Millicent first, and then we'll hear a quick comment from Kate, and then we'll move on.
So whichever way that you vote, I would suggest that that there's additional ways that the town could support so that people, the stores, feel that they're behind them through a lot of visual messages. One of the things that can happen is that somebody could come in without a mask and they don't know where to get a mask, and are they then forced to buy a mask from the store? And so if the town put either possibly supplied masks or had signs in public places that this is the way we do things, folks. So yeah, there's an ordinance, but there's also a social feeling that everybody accepts that this is the way that you're supposed to behave. People sometimes are outsiders, come to a place and can be influenced when they want to be acceptable. And if we don't just leave it up, we send messages visibly that we all agree to this, that this is the right thing to do, to wear masks. So it's not just an ordinance that you're going to get arrested, but we also are encouraging people. Maybe we supply the masks and we tell people all around the town that this is how we do things.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to take a look at Peter's document. The Burlington order, as they call it, requires businesses to provide masks. So I'll just leave that at that. That's just a point of information. And I just want to go to Kate real quick before we take a break/research session.
Yeah, this will be quick. I just want to make one thing perfectly clear. I'm not advocating for one thing or another, because again, I have not had a chance to talk to all the businesses involved in the chamber. I would ask that if you do something tonight, consider if it's doable for the businesses. We have little businesses, we have big businesses, and some things are easier for one business to do than another. And I think that was my concern when not really talking to businesses. Just make sure whatever policy you do, you take into consideration that we're dealing with some people who have the ability to buy masks, some people who don't. So that's my big concern, is that there are a multitude of different businesses out there. So whatever you do, just make it doable. I think there's a lot of frustration because the state has been so, they say they're going to have guidance and then they don't. So I would hope, that's, and there's been no input from business community to the state on what the procedure should be. So that's all I'm concerned about, really, is doing something doable. Whatever you do, make it doable.
Yeah, thank you, Kate. And I have to say personally, the lack of notice brings up, dashes together for me the two really strong principles that I hold, which is public health and open meeting laws and respecting people's right to chime in for these meetings. But we are in a very unusual circumstance. So we're going to push forward a little bit and take a look at a document that Peter, in his foresight, sounds like, has put together. And I know I'm going to have a problem with the kid thing. I'm just betting. We'll see. We'll see.
Patrick, can you put the document up, and are you able to put it up?
If it's possible. Thank you, Patrick, for trying at least. Do we have a verdict?
Do we have to do anything or just sit here?
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Okay, never mind.
and look good.
Can you make it the side by side? Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I see.
Cool. I know that I
can
can
zoom in.
zoom in. I know how to do that, but does everybody think they have a handle
I
on
see how
it?
to zoom in, but how? Oh, I see how to scroll now. Okay. Yep.
Okay. So did we want to take a break to coincide with this and give our interpreters a
Sure.
break?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
So I guess we won't have our sign up saying we're taking a break, but because I'm going to read this over. So let's officially take a break. Everyone, let's see, go on mute. And if you want to, we could just turn off our own cameras, right? Yeah. Let's take a break until, oh, I don't know. 8:55. I have 8:46. Is that what everybody has? 8:55. Thank you. Hi, all. Maybe give it another minute there, Patrick.
I'm really sorry about my lighting. I can't fix it. I can't fix it.
I think it looks kind of cool.
I can only see half my face. It's like the Phantom of the Opera mask.
Dramatic.
Good, the fashion look.
I'll try next time to get a different lamp. I don't know.
Oh, you know what? I was going to suggest, let me call the meeting back to order at
Oh, that's better.
8:55. And I just realized that I was thinking we should read the document for the interpreters because they couldn't see the doc very well. But I don't have it in front of me. Daniel, do you?
Oh, now we do.
Okay.
Daniel, you started this mess.
You want me to read the whole thing?
No, we could take turns.
Okay, I love it. All right, here we go. You ready?
Okay.
We'll do paragraph by paragraph.
Before you do that, sorry to interrupt. This is one of the interpreters. My comment, just to clarify, was not that it has to be reread per se. What I'm saying is anytime a document is shared on screen, our pictures become very small. So the interpretation is less accessible. So sorry if that was confusing. You're welcome to read it without it screen shared. That would be great.
That makes sense.
Thank you.
Oh, God.
Then we need to, well, did you email the document, Peter?
I did not. I thought you didn't need that. If you do need it, I'll be happy to do it. Or I can read it out loud.
I didn't personally need it, but now I need it because we can't have the interpreters be seen without being able to read it in our hands. I don't know if this is going to work. I can do it here too. I don't know if Daniel or other board members would be able to do it.
I mean, I think Peter was offering to read it.
Yeah.
Is that what I heard?
I could read it, and while I'm doing that, Patrick could email it to the 5 select board members at least. That doesn't solve it for the public, but at least you have a copy that you could refer to in front of you.
Sorry to make you do that, but I just cannot.
Yeah, that's fine.
We've got to have people understand what it says.
So I'm going to read it in its entirety. And before I do that, I just want to say, sort of fulfilling out the thing I started to say earlier, that I reviewed this with Bob, right? So I saw this moment coming. I thought it might be necessary. So I went to the Burlington document. I slimmed it down to what I thought was its essence. And I went over it with Bob Fisher to make sure that it's legally proper. And Bob assured me that it is. And so without further ado, the town of Brattleboro select board. Sorry?
Sorry, Liz raised her hand right before.
Liz, you're on mute.
I just wanted an explanation of this is not an ordinance, this is a resolution.
Yeah, thank you for that. So actually, one bit more about sort of the odd way that this unfolded. Because I didn't know where you might want to go as a group, I actually prepared this version and I prepared an emergency ordinance version. And so the emergency ordinance version is irrelevant. This is styled as a resolution, and embedded in the resolution is an emergency order of the board. And that follows exactly the format of what they did in Burlington. If you are comfortable with that as a group, that's good. And if you're not, we can work through the process of amending it as needed. Bob should still be on the line, I believe, too. He was going to be available to us in case we got into a situation where you needed legal advice about this tonight. So I believe he's still on the phone.
If you can hear me, I am on the phone, but I'm not sure you can.
Yeah, we heard you fine, Bob.
Okay, great.
Called you up had we known you were here all the time.
I was. It seemed like before when I went to speak, you couldn't hear me, but now it seems better. So that's great. And I just, before Peter reads it, Peter accurately stated our conversation earlier, but I wanted to address Kate's concern that this was not warned. But remember, we're under, as a state of emergency. And given the governor's order on Friday, that did not give us the time to put this into the agenda, and hence the nature of it being either an emergency resolution that you pass, or if you were going the ordinance route, which it sounds like you're not, there is the power to do an emergency ordinance as an emergency. So that may be moot given your consensus that I see or am hearing tonight.
Thank you, Bob. Go
May
ahead,
I?
Peter. Yeah.
Town of Brattleboro Select Board Resolution. Be it resolved by the Select Board of the Town of Brattleboro, Vermont, as follows. And then there's a header on it. COVID-19 emergency order, wearing face coverings required in retail stores. Whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommend the use of simple cloth face coverings to slow the spread of COVID-19 coronavirus and to help people who may unknowingly have the virus from transmitting it to others. Help prevent people who may unknowingly have the virus from transmitting it to others. And whereas the Vermont Department of Health recommends that all Vermonters wear cloth face coverings when outside of the home to help slow the spread of COVID-19. And whereas Governor Phil Scott and the Vermont Agency of Commerce and Community Development have issued the following instructions in conjunction with the governor's executive orders regarding COVID-19. Quote, employees must wear face coverings over their nose and mouth when in the presence of others. In the case of retail cashiers, a translucent shield or sneeze guard is acceptable in lieu of a mask. Businesses and nonprofit and government entities may require customers or clients to wear masks, end quote, while on their premises. And, quote, the legislative body of each municipality may enact more strict local requirements regarding mask use than those set forth herein, end quote. And whereas COVID-19 remains a health hazard to the residents of Brattleboro and a significant threat to vulnerable populations. And whereas wearing a face covering is an important act we can do in an effort to protect others from an infection that we may not even know we have. And now, therefore, be it resolved that this select board hereby issues the following COVID-19 emergency order. Again, the header, wearing face coverings required in retail stores. Followed by 4 sections, I believe, 4 substantive sections. Let me double check that. Yes, 4 substantive sections. The first is requirement to wear face covering. Starting May 20th, 2020, all establishments located in the town of Brattleboro that invite the public into their premises for the purpose of receiving services, purchasing products, or otherwise transacting business shall require both staff and customers or visitors to wear cloth face coverings or face shields over their nose and mouth while inside the establishment. Exceptions. The CDC advises that cloth face coverings should not be placed on young children under age 2, anyone who has trouble breathing, or anyone who is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the mask without assistance. Posting of requirement. Each establishment is individually responsible to post signage at the entrance and at other appropriate locations, stating that customers or visitors are required to wear face coverings by order of the Brattleboro Select Board. Effective period. This order shall remain in effect until the Brattleboro Select Board amends, rescinds, or suspends this order, or until the governor declares an end to the COVID-19 state of emergency in Vermont, whichever occurs first. Adopted by the Brattleboro Select Board at its meeting on May 19th, 2020, and then it has lists your 5 names.
Thank you.
Thank you for reading that. And for preparing it. I have some comments, but anyone want to jump in? Daniel?
Just wanted to question retail stores. You know, the way that you've described the places where people would wear face coverings goes beyond retail stores.
Yeah.
So whether having retail stores in there is sort of misleading.
I think that's a really good point. I felt awkward as I was reading it that I realized that after broadening the terminology in the body of it in order to keep it simpler, I didn't go back and change the header. So I think we could just strike in retail stores and just say wearing face coverings required, and let the body of the document speak to when they're required.
Okay. Ian had his hand up.
Yeah, so two thoughts. One, as we amend it at the end, could that be, could we warn this for the next meeting as an opportunity for people to voice their feelings about this and give them an opportunity to speak? And then if we need to, we could amend this in any way on what, June 2nd? And then, oh, go ahead.
Oh, why don't you complete your thought, but then I'd like to just make a comment about the agenda.
Yeah, and maybe this is to Bob or Peter. So if we're not providing masks and we're not requiring stores to provide masks, I'm a little confused if that could become an issue with someone coming in and not having one at all. Yeah, was that discussed at all in your conversation, Peter, with Bob?
It was. I want to just give a really quick answer, and then Bob can take a deeper dive if he thinks that this isn't an adequate answer. But he and I discussed exactly that question earlier today and came to the conclusion that it was like ongoing normal requirements that you have to have a pair of shoes on when you go into certain businesses, most businesses. So, you know, if you have to have a shirt and shoes, and if you don't have a certain shoes, you can't go in, then this would be a similar requirement, but just for the unusual circumstances of each time. As a practical matter, it's also the case that I don't believe the town can supply enough masks to be the supplier. So the question you'd have to consider is whether to require the businesses to have a stock of masks available the way that we do at the town's facilities, since we're requiring people who come into the town's facilities to have a mask on.
And this is Bob Fisher. I agree with that, but I don't read this resolution as requiring businesses or the town to provide the masks. It's just saying everyone needs to be wearing masks when you're in a business or a retail establishment or place of services. So it's incumbent on people to have masks, and I think there's a great availability of whether cloth masks or other types of masks that people can get, and the cloth ones can be obviously reused and washed. So I don't see that as being a liability on the town should the town pass such a resolution.
Thank you very much, Bob.
Yeah, Brandy?
This probably wouldn't be written into the ordinance, but just as a side note, just as we had the little cards letting people who were asking for money downtown know where they could get food and get other services, we could probably reach out to mutual aid. I know a few people in town, and have cards or flyers available for businesses on where people can get cloth masks, because I know myself, I've gotten them from at least 3 different local people making them, and I know there's dozens and dozens of more. And many times when we're asking people to cease one behavior, we have offered solutions to that behavior, and there's no reason we can't do the same in this circumstance.
Thanks, Brandy. Liz, and then I'd like to chime in real quick.
Yeah, I agree with Brandy, and I know that BAMA, which I'm a part of, there's a lot of mask sewers in town. So if we'd like to publicize avenues to get masks, that's a great way to do it, Brandy.
Yes, thank you both. I just want to point out to anybody listening and who had listened to Peter read the resolution that Burlington's does require businesses to provide masks, and it's in the resolution. But I think this is a better solution because, I mean, businesses, it doesn't preclude businesses from providing masks.
Right.
And anybody out in the world today who doesn't have a mask is, I don't know, in my opinion, slightly clueless and can go fashion something or just wait outside. You know, I don't think we can police that. Liz?
Well, as Kate and Stephanie were saying, some businesses are really tiny, and it would be an imposition to mandate that they do this, and people should have the wherewithal to find their own masks.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to go back and make a suggestion for tonight, and because Ian mentioned our next meeting, and this is a little bit out of the box, but I know Peter has tipped me off that we're heading towards a very late meeting, and we both feel that we can postpone the water and sewer commissioner work because that's a chunk of
good
stuff. My suggestion, and obviously this is asking a lot of the board members and some other folks too, would be that we come back in 1 week and actually do the check-in that Ian was proposing. Because if we do this tonight, it'll go in effect immediately, correct, Peter? So there's going to be a little bit of a bumpy road, and that will make me feel better about Kate's urging us to hear back from businesses. So I think it would be fair to hear some feedback after a week, and we'll be able to do our town business. Agenda number 9 had 3 items in it, and it's going to take a while, and it's very important stuff. So that would be my suggestion. How do people feel about that? Liz, everybody's nodding.
I just want to understand what you're saying. You're saying we should pass this tonight and then revisit it in a week, or wait a week?
Right. I have the same question because I have a concern.
I'm saying I think we're all agreed that we're moving towards passing it tonight.
Okay.
I'm suggesting we move agenda item 9, which has 3 complicated components, not to our June meeting, but to next week in May, May 26th. And at that meeting, we could do a check-in with the community, allow some feedback for what's gone well, hasn't gone well. It doesn't have to be a big deal if it's going well, obviously, but it just gives that opportunity for people who felt they were caught off guard by it. Liz?
I don't think anybody's going anywhere, so we could have another meeting.
There are things going on in life that are not select.
Right.
And Daniel?
Yeah, I just want to say real quick that, you know, by all means, let's pass it tonight, see how it goes, and then take some further feedback next Tuesday. And I just want to kind of let the public know that, like, between now and next Tuesday, it's not like the town's going to be sitting on its hands being like, oh, there's nothing we can do about this. This is going to need to be something that we're going to roll out, and then we're going to need to evolve a little bit as we do it. And I think communication piece is really important, and making sure that people have equitable access to things to cover their face with. You know, it doesn't need to be something super fancy. And you know, as Brandy mentioned, there are a number of folks in town that are producing masks. I also think that, like, businesses and organizations that are inviting folks into their place are going to be, there's an imperative to provide something. So we're not going to demand that they do provide it, but I think that in the same way that, you know, any place of business or provider of a service is going to want to provide a pleasant environment that is also safe, this will be a component of that. So I'm not too worried, but I think that we're going to need to, like, figure it out as we go along this week.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm super up for figuring it out.
And so I kind of lost track of who had made comments. I had a couple comments on the resolution itself, but who wanted to make a comment? Did everyone go?
Yes.
Oh, So as I warned you, I would urge us to possibly tweak it. I understand that the CDC recommendation is under 2 is not required. But I can tell you from a father of a 2.5-year-old that under 3 is impossible to keep a mask on. And we might even want to consider saying children under 5, to be honest, because
I'm fully in favor of that.
yeah, because the transmission among children is not yet even proven that it's a big deal.
Well,
transmission, catching could be.
Yeah.
But it's really like a parental issue with, like, a parent might not, with a recalcitrant child of 3.5, they might not be able to enter the store. I don't know. That's just my own biased feeling, and Brandy seems to agree.
I definitely agree with the challenge of keeping a mask on. With the new inflammatory disease that's going around, I wouldn't want to make any kind of comments about the health or transmission between children, but I think the fact that somebody 3 and under is going to be tugging at their mask, which kind of defeats the purpose of it, is common sense enough to any of us. And 5 and under is fine. My 5-year-old is just now, I can say, remember, it covers your nose, and he'll leave it alone. But I think below that, let's just be honest, they're pretty feral. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
if you haven't had children, I'm sorry if you're offended, but those of us who have birthed them, they're feral. So.
Feral. Ah, okay. That's colorful.
Yeah, that's Brandy. Yeah.
Yeah, love it. Okay, so I did promise someone on chat who would like to just make a quick comment. Peter, want to jump in here one last time?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I just kind of wanted, Peter sort of touched on it with the town attorney. And, you know, I like what Peter Elwell brought forth. I agree with the issues with the child. Just speaking as a citizen of Brattleboro, I, for one, would truly appreciate this effort being pushed forward as a part so that it does take some of the onus off the town. I do not believe that retailers, restaurant owners need to supply the masks. I think that we have an ordinance already in place that say no shoes, no shirt, no service. And if somebody walks in, that retail shop does not need to supply those people with shirts or shoes. So I think that when we're considering this, that we consider that as well. I'm not a fan of putting any extra pressure on any retail operation within the town. So I just wanted to put that out there as a matter of it's just a matter of something else to think about. I don't think that we need to put that on. The municipality is something different. I feel that that's covered by our taxes. So I think it's okay for them to supply those masks, but retailers, restaurant owners, no. So I'll leave you with that.
Okay. Did anybody else have a comment? I have one, Liz.
I just wanted to reiterate that I will speak to the Bama people in the morning and see how we can publicize mask collection and mask distribution.
I was going to say mask Brattleboro, but then I didn't know if that was creepy. Like a mask Brattleboro movement.
I think it'll be good for people to go to Bama as a resource of mutual aid.
Mm-hmm.
Great. I've received a message that possibly somebody named Michael might want to chime in on something. And if that's true, Michael, now's your chance. But if not, Stephanie, do you want to jump in while we wait for that?
Sure, thanks. I can share with you information that might be useful in creating the sign underneath where the mask used to be. Ask us something to the effect of, we'll happily supply one, or something to that effect. And I got enough pushback from the business owners. That was the only sticking point on that sign. Enough pushback that they weren't comfortable having a supply for everyone that walked in the door. So in getting that pushback, Amanda Whitman, who is now working with me at DBA, she and I looked into how can we figure out a mask program like we did the bag program. And Amanda really kind of hit a wall in all of the different areas that she looked into. So Elizabeth, I'm saying all that because I would love to work with you if you find a avenue through BAMA that we didn't already knock on that door, that we would gladly figure out how to distribute the masks so that the businesses could
Great.
supply them. Thanks.
Great.
Thank you, Stephanie. An interesting situation.
Coffee, are we instructed them to have a mask on? Is that what I'm getting at?
Yes.
Yes,
If we-
you're getting those nods if you can see us. However, I'll remind everybody that this is there's not going to be repercussions for that from the town level.
So how do we educate the people in town? Is that going to be like in the Reformer? Is it going to be on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram? Letting these people know, because signs in the door don't work. I'm the district manager. I oversee 4 cafes in 3 different states right now. So how are we educating someone that comes in real quick, buys a cup of coffee or a pastry or stuff like that? What's the best way?
It's a good question.
Yep, Peter.
Thank you. So I think it was you, Tim, who used the phrase bumpy, or the term bumpy, a little bit ago. I think we can all expect tomorrow to be bumpy. This did come up suddenly, and some people will be paying attention to it and some people will not, and it might take part of the day before some people even learn about it. But based on the participation that we have had and the coverage of these meetings by the media, I would expect that certainly the radio stations hopefully will be able to, have some push this out. The town is going to push this out through news release and through our daily update on COVID. I would ask now, Stephanie, if you're still online with us, if you could use your network through the DBA, and Kate, yours through the Chamber of Commerce, to push a copy of this out with whatever messaging you choose to add, or none. Even if you just want to say the board adopted this last night, if you have questions, call the town. That's on us. We'll deal with that. There are ways in which we can make sure this information gets widely out into the community. Based on when the Reformer goes to bed, normally coverage of these meetings shows up on Thursday, not on Wednesday. So I think probably in the Reformer, this will be a significant story, I would hope, but not until Thursday. And we just all need to do what a community does, which is, spread the word as best we can tomorrow, and recognize Thursday will be a little better and Friday a little better than that. Hopefully this becomes the new normal that the board is asking the community to embrace.
Daniel?
I was wondering whether or not the sort of big LED boards that the fire department uses could have a nice clear message on, Putney Road and Western Ave.
Yeah, we'll work out the details of that in the morning. I'm not sure exactly like the optimum placement, but we'll get a message on there. We'll get they're called variable message boards. We'll get those out.
Great.
To spread this word.
Okay.
I got one question, if you guys don't mind.
Real quick. Yeah, thank you.
So at the Works Cafe, we have plexiglass in front of the registers, and then we have plexiglass at the expo station where guests pick up their food. From what I've read in Vermont, it says that a cashier does not have to be wearing a mask. We have instructed all our employees to always be wearing a mask. So is that in a retail store that they don't have to wear a mask? because the plexiglass is up, or is that a restaurant too?
So the policy order that the board is considering, if it gets adopted without that particular language changing, would require employees and visitors to establishments to be wearing masks. That is inconsistent with the state's instructions where employees have to wear a mask or be kind of sealed. But I would suggest that that inconsistency is actually just further reflection of the cautious approach. The board is saying we in Brattleboro want to take a more cautious approach. We want this community to embrace people wearing masks to protect the broader public. And so there will be circumstances where that will be impractical. We've discussed a few of those tonight. But the general rule should be that employees, in addition to visitors, are wearing masks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. There's no other comments. I just want to ask Peter what's the non-messy way to address a couple of, well, in my self-interest, I want to know how we're going to address the child question.
So I made a note there. I was going to come back to you and just ask if there's a consensus of the board, but we could change 2 to 5 and it's done.
Fine with me.
There's more conversation around that.
Can you just remind, I don't have it in front of me, just remind me how it's worded in the sentence?
Sure. So it would say CDC advises that cloth face coverings should not be placed on young children under age 5. And then also a few other circumstances.
It's not the CDC though now, it's because the CDC
No, that's a good point. Yep.
So that's what I just want to make sure we had the.
Yep. That's a really good point. So how about just
not,
face coverings
leave
should not be placed.
out of it.
Pardon?
Say that again.
It's our own common sense law.
Yeah. It's the BCS.
Brattleboro health officers.
Oh no.
Brattleboro common sense. Wait, can you explain why the CDC's position has changed, or what's the situation?
It's because we've changed the number.
Oh, because you went from.
I think it's unreasonable to have kids under 5, regardless of kids under 2.
So
okay.
I've done to the document to keep it simple is just deleting the CDC advises that. So the sentence would read: cloth face coverings should not be placed on young children under age 5.
Or not required. Do you want to just say not required?
Or not required. Well, actually, I think we need to be really careful because they are saying don't put them on people who can't take them off themselves. Not just not
they could take them off.
Yeah, and the rub is that we're speaking to practicality. They're speaking to safety and proximity levels, stuff like that. So I'm happy with that. If everybody,
Welcome to being good Vermonters.
Sort of a consensus on that change to the document. Thumbs up from Elizabeth. Thank you. So, Daniel, might come back to you.
Yeah, with a motion.
I think we really need. I know some folks might be out there wanting to type. They haven't yet, but they want to say something. But I really feel like we got to finish the rest of the town business, even though it's important. So, but I do want to put that on the next week's agenda to get some feedback and kind of pick up some loose ends. So Daniel, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, let's see. I'm doing this on the fly, so I move to. Let me look at the document. That's always helpful. I move to adopt the COVID-19 emergency order wearing face coverings required in. Are we saying instead of retail stores?
Nope.
Wearing face covering.
Wearing face coverings required.
Okay.
Awkward syntax, but that's what it says now.
Okay. All right.
Did that motion get in? Did that make sense, or do we need to say it again?
No, that makes sense. I'll just thank you, Daniel. You have made a motion requiring face coverings on the interior of establishments in Brattleboro. As was read earlier, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 And that's 5-0. Thank you. That was a little messy, but I think we did a good thing there. And we are going to hear about it one way or the other. So that's good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's our job, right? That's our job.
Yes.
So I'd like to move on. We have an important thing to do as liquor commissioners. Do I have a motion to magically become liquor commissioners, please?
So moved.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 All right. We have a third-class liquor license before us, and kick that over to Peter to give us a couple details.
Yes, so there is at Vermont Table at 22 High Street. They already have a first-class liquor license allowing the sale of beer and wine. They're seeking a third-class liquor license allowing them to also serve liquor or hard alcohol. This would be in conjunction with the restaurant operation at that location. They want to be ready as they're able to, when they become allowed to gear back up the operation of the business, to be able to have a full service bar. And so their application is in order. The staff has conducted the normal review. The police and fire departments both recommend approval. And so I do believe that Mr. Bratton is in the go-to meeting here this evening. You might want to hear directly from him, but we recommend approval.
Here he is.
Thank you, Peter. And Corey, sorry about that. I should have brought you on before Peter explained for us, but
well, it's
do you
been
want to introduce
fascinating.
yourself to the board?
Yeah, hi, my name's Corey. I'm a local person here. I have a restaurant downtown. We just opened in February. So it was an interesting few weeks. We're looking forward to getting back to it, and knowing the liquor licensing process can take some time. I'm taking this time now to kind of get ahead of it. Hopefully, it's sooner rather than later.
Great, thank you. I personally have. Well, you weren't open that long, so that's my excuse. But I was hoping to get to the restaurant and never did. But I do.
I could say in front of this great platform here, we are doing takeout now, Tuesday through Saturday, noon to 7. We have kind of a smaller, streamlined menu. We have some really good burrito and kind of a Tex-Mex thing we're doing right now, and it's just me and my business partner Sam doing it all. So you can have something personally prepared by myself if you so choose.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a long-standing tradition of giving someone who is about to get, or hopefully about to get a liquor license, a little plug there. So I'm happy with that. And also, I just want to give a shout out to you and Sam, because you were one of the first businesses to organize a really nice set of meals for Groundworks right out of the gate.
Yeah, that was, and we were lucky to have the support of Black River Produce to make that possible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You and Black River Produce and Sam. So, all right. Anybody have any questions for Corey?
No.
No. Okay. How about a motion? Silence. Liz.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let me just find that language.
That's what I can find.
There we go.
But it's our tradition, Corey, for the chair not to make motions. But now I'm going to take time. So
All right. Here we go.
Okay.
I move to approve a third-class liquor license for Corey Bratton Catering LLC, doing business as a Vermont Table, located at 22 High Street, Suite 105.
Thanks, Liz. You've made a motion to approve a third-class liquor license for Corydon Bratton Catering LLC, doing business as a Vermont Table at 22 High Street. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? None. So that's unanimous. Congratulations, and we wish you luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Corey.
Thank you.
Right.
So let's see. We are now at the water and sewer, which we are going to move, I think. Oh, so we should we should close. Let's adjourn as liquor commissioners. Otherwise, we'll just be liquor commissioners till the end of time. So somebody want to make a motion? Come on, everyone, jump in.
I make
I'll
a
move
motion.
Go for it, Ian.
Yeah, I'll move to adjourn being the liquor, what's the term?
Liquor commissioner.
The liquor commissioners.
Remember that if you ever get to go to a bar again in this town. So, just a joke. So all those in favor?
Aye.
That's 5-0.
Yeah, that would be cool, Ian, because when they proof you, you could say, not only am I over 21, I'm a liquor commissioner in this town.
Right.
Come on.
And I'll
Ian
give
is
you my
well
vote
over.
because I'm lame duck anyways.
Okay, so that means that we are moving to item 11. Guess what? New business. We have some happy news for Peter to report.
We do. John O'Connor retired as our town finance director and town treasurer back in February of this year. We've been well served during the interim period, but through a contractual relationship with an accounting firm from Nashua, New Hampshire, it was what we needed at the time to see us through as a bridge to the new finance director, but we've been eager for this moment to arrive. We had a successful second search. We had actually a really good, strong applicant pool. And the person who emerged from that as the best qualified and person that's going to join our team is Andre Yeager. He's been most recently the budget director for Keene State College. And prior to that, he had a career of about 20 years in the private sector, starting out as an accountant with a major accounting firm doing audit and tax work. And then 16 years of audit and financial management experience with private companies in Massachusetts and New Hampshire. And 6 of those 16 years were with CNS, Wholesale Grocers, at their headquarters in Keene. So he's been a resident of this region for a while, living over in the Keene area, and is ready to become our finance director at 8:30 tomorrow morning. This is an unusual circumstance. The board is well aware of this, but I'll say for the public to understand what's happening tonight. Under our form of government, the town manager is responsible for the appointment of staff members and the supervision of the staff. There are 2 positions on the town staff where there's kind of a hybrid situation because they also have statutory responsibilities that make them accountable to the select board and have some independent authority under state statute. One being the town clerk and the other being the town treasurer. Town clerk obviously wears that same label both as the appointed director of that function of town government and as the statutory town clerk responsible for elections and keeper of records and so on. But as town clerk is appointed annually by the select board, and that gets ratified at representative town meeting. Likewise with the town treasurer. So I have appointed Mr. Yeager to be the finance director effective tomorrow, but only you have the authority to appoint him to be the town treasurer in that dual role. And so I'm asking this evening that you do that, subject to ratification by representative town meeting when we are able to hold one.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, I had the pleasure of being involved in the selection process, and it was both fascinating and informative, and we had a lot of great candidates, which is always a good thing.
Yep.
So it was a tough battle, and I'm excited to have Andre come on board. Does he go by Andre, by the way, or is it?
Yes. Yeah, he's Andre. Yep.
Okay. Because in a couple docs it was Andrew, I thought, but maybe that was my own mistake. Okay. So I think this is a fairly straightforward process. We just need a motion. Does the board members have their materials?
Yes. Yeah, I got it. I just, I'll do it. I move to appoint Andre Yeager as the town treasurer, subject to ratification at representative town meeting.
Thank you, Daniel, and forgive the ribbing to everybody. Daniel has made a motion to appoint Andre Yeager as the town treasurer, subject to ratification at representative town meeting when that can occur. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And none opposed. That's 5-0. Congrats to Andre. So we now have parking fund budget. So how are you feeling about that, Peter?
Well, so I wanted to ask the board actually, we thought ahead about the utility 3 items because we know that's going to take a fair amount of time. Those are large questions for you to tackle, and we've got a lot of information to present. You'll have a lot of discussion to have. The parking fund is a little more straightforward, but it's 9:40 and there are 2 other pieces of business to do. So since we are going to have a special meeting a week from tonight, and right now the only things we have are the 3 utility items and the check-in with the community about the masks. If you'd like to also defer this to next week, we'll be happy to wait.
I would like that.
I defer.
I defer.
Me too.
Okay. I was on the fence, so I'm glad you all.
Is there any prejudice to doing it next week? Is there any issue to do it next week?
No, it's Patrick and I'll be presenting it to you, so we're all set. We're happy to do that, and there's no timing issue because of parking being closed at this time, and you just need to adopt a parking budget prior to July 1st.
Okay. Yeah, I'm also in favor.
Thank you. Sounds good, Peter. Our next item is a grant, COVID-19 JAG grant reimbursement.
So we've talked in the past as part of the COVID-related financial reports about the fact that this is an unusual sort of emergency in that we're not incurring a lot of extra costs, but there are some, and there's a few different ways in which we might be able to receive some funding from outside that are not part of that much more cumbersome FEMA process that is sort of disaster relief aid that comes, whether it's a natural disaster or something like this. And this is one of those. So this is, we're asking you for approval to apply for a JAG COVID-19 grant. You're familiar with the regular JAG program that happens annually, where there's some funding that comes from the Department of Justice, the United States Department of Justice, down through the states to police departments across the country. Our police department gets its fair share of those funds each year. This is a similar program, but specific to COVID-19, and there are some specific purposes for which the money can be spent. We need that. We need some additional protective equipment. We need to also address there's first aid kits, some additional equipment, and to keep a on-hand supply of personal protective equipment. So $39,730 is the amount that we've been told is sort of allocated to the Brattleboro Police Department. And we just need to apply for it. So we're asking you tonight for permission to do that.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions from folks? So it's pretty straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
How about a motion?
Go ahead, Liz.
Okay. I move to approve the grant application in the amount of $39,730 for a BGA FY20 Coronavirus ESF program grant from the Office of Justice Programs.
Thank you, Liz. Liz has made a motion to approve the grant application in the amount of $39,730 originating from the Office of Justice Programs. All those in favor, say aye.
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 And none opposed, so that's 5-0. Thank you. Let's see. We now have one of these things that always dismays me: the scattered site grants, which Liz is going to tell us all about. No. Peter's going to tell us a little bit about the 5 counties.
Actually, I'm going to ask Patrick if you can bring yourself on.
Oh,
please,
yeah.
To
a new face.
Let us know about this. Thank you.
So, good evening, everybody, and thank you. I'll be quick. I know the hour is getting late. So this is a simple and procedural bit of business that accompanies each of the VCDP grants. We're asking the board to adopt the grant agreement resolution and to accept and appropriate the sum of $375,000 from the Vermont Community Development Program for the 5-county home ownership services project, which is a project of Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. And just to sort of briefly remind folks, it was later last year that we came before the board and we received authorization to submit a grant application. The state has reviewed that grant application, provided us with preliminary notification of a grant award. We've worked with Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust to achieve the sort of award conditions. And now there is an offer of grant agreement and the board is asked to accept and appropriate it. There's one other point that I think may be important to remind the public about, especially, is that this is a 5-county project, which means this is a consortium effort between the town of Brattleboro and the city of Montpelier. And our subrecipient is Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust, but they are working with a sister organization called Down Street Housing and Community Development, I believe, and they work in 3 counties in central Vermont. So this one sort of consortium application is going to provide a range of home ownership services to income eligible households across 5 counties. And I would take any questions.
Do we have any questions for Patrick? Liz does. Go ahead.
Is the Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust the lead in this consortium?
They are the lead subrecipient, yes. In fact, they'll be doing, I forget what the terminology is, but they will be underwriting, I believe, the loans for the home ownership and home repair loans that occur for all 5 counties. So it's something they're quite good at. The state has a good deal of confidence in them. And so they're the lead agency and we're the lead municipality.
Yeah, and I see
that's great. So I remember when Bruce Whitney came to the board to discuss it.
Yep.
Yes, and we did quiz Bruce a little bit on percentage of loans going to Brattleboro, and it's a decent amount considering.
Yeah, historically, Brattleboro households have done very well with this program and have been a recipient of counseling services and home repair loans far in excess of our percentage across the counties. So it's certainly a program which is highly utilized.
Okay. My only other question is I do see in the recommendation doc, it says public hearing, to conduct a public hearing. Is that something that I shouldn't worry about as chair?
No, so there were 2 memos that came with the board packet this time. One which was a simple cover memo, and one was the last memo. that occurred. It was sort of a reference document for when the grant application went through. There are 2 times in the life of a VCDP grant where a public hearing needs to take place. One is at the application phase and one is at closeout. The action the board is asked to take this evening is just to accept and appropriate. And so no public hearing is required.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I didn't look carefully at the date on that document. All right. If there's no further questions or comments, I would accept a motion.
I'll make a motion, but I see there's 2 motions. Should I make them both? Yeah?
Yeah.
I see
why
Peter
not?
nodding. Okay. So I will move to adopt the grant agreement resolution and to accept and appropriate the sum of $375,000 from the Vermont Community Development Program for the 5-county home ownership service program of the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust as presented. And I move to authorize Town Manager Peter Elwell to execute the grant agreement and all other documents necessary to implement the grant.
Thanks,
Is
Brandy.
that done properly? Okay.
Sounds great to me. You made 2 motions, one to adopt the grant agreement resolution and accept and appropriate the sum of $375,000 from VCDP for the 5-county home ownership service program of Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust, and to authorize Town Manager Elwell to execute the grant agreement and all other documents necessary to implement said grant. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And none opposed. And I believe we're going to sneak it in under 10. It looks like we've come to the end of our business. I just want to say to fellow board members to go out and disseminate some very rapid information, however you think is appropriate. As Brattleboro's health commissioners, that's what we'll be doing in the next couple of days, I think, to try to get the word out. And if you can, speak to a couple of shop owners on the street to see if you can get some concerns and stuff like that. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What did you want to say?
Yeah, just in furtherance of that, I hadn't actually planned to do this, but you've made a good point. I know each of you has your own networks with which you can touch a lot of folks out in town with this information. So as soon as we're off the meeting, I will make the 2 small changes that you made before adopting the resolution, and then I'll email it out to all of you. So before you hit your Facebook pages tonight, give me about 15 minutes and you'll have the actual adopted document.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank
Yes.
you. And
Thank you.
thank you for the
Thanks for that heads up.
extra hours there, Peter. And you kind of saved our butts with a doc to work with, because otherwise we would have been kind of swamped for quite a while, I'm sure. So
No kinda about it.
Yeah.
exactly.
You don't
and
know
thanks
what I
once
had up
again.
my sleeve.
Sorry?
It was nothing. It was nothing at all.
That's enough. And thanks once again to Patrick for making my job possible, actually, with some of the workings that he does that I don't have to worry about with all of this technology. So, anyone want to make a motion?
I move that we adjourn.
Brandy's moved to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
All right.
Good night,
Thanks,
friends.
everybody.
Is no longer being recorded.
Thanks for TV and everyone watching.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good
Thank
night.
you, guys.
Good night, good friends.
Wash your
Yeah.
hands.
Good night, John Boy.
So, I mean, these are questions I'm writing down.
Yeah.
Mike, I had you next, and then Scott.
Okay, so
one thing that was just mentioned was Comcast and Detail, and I don't think we want to discourage them from getting out there sooner than we can actually implement this initiative by telegraphing the funding will be available in the future if they just wait. So maybe we need to figure out a way to encourage them to go forward with whatever they're trying to do, and with the hope of maybe tapping into some of this revenue down the line if they implemented it.
Mike, I missed maybe the last 10 seconds of what you said. The audio wasn't connecting well for me. I'm sorry.
Let me.
That's
turn
much
off my
better.
video. Okay, so what I said was we don't want to discourage Retail or Comcast from getting out and doing what they're planning to do by saying that funding is going to be available sometime in the future. We might want to be able to give them some method of tapping into that or work that they've done during this COVID-19 period.
Okay, I got it.
And I also was wondering whether the option 1 and option 2 methodologies, are they exclusive of each other, or can they be done sequentially, perhaps? The option 1 first, and then the reverse bid if nothing pans out there.
And I can't speak to that.
Right. But that's the question I have.
Yeah, and if anybody's listening out there in Department of Public Service land, you'll get that question on Tuesday. Scott, did you have a, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I was just thinking about Robin's question earlier about whether accepting money, whether a provider accepting money means that they're signing up to serve every address in whatever region they're serving. It seems to me that we're talking about here multiple pathways of providing service. One might be video cable, one might be fixed wireless, one might be fiber, and so having a single provider. So anyway, we need a way to coordinate all that. Having a single provider who provides one of those things be obligated to provide service to every address. Seems like there's a mismatch there with looking for a way to provide at least 25/3 to every address, and that was another conversation that they started here. Was what we have in statute now is 100/100, but as the prerequisite to get incentive money, but what we really need is to get everybody connectivity. If we get everybody 25/3, that would be a huge start, and so I guess I'm just wondering about how requiring a single provider who takes money to serve every address connects with the idea of using multiple technologies.
Yeah. I've got Avram and then Laura.
I share a number of people have said in different ways that there's a concern that I share about multiple providers, multiple technologies, and duplication. I wanted to mention in my reading of the plan, I said earlier there was before we started that it was a quick read through of the plan. In addition to the reverse auction or other methods that might be used to deploy to get everybody in a particular area covered, and that the provider would need to assure that everyone unserved in that area was going to get covered. There's another provision that deals specifically with cable companies that have existing lines and the ability, some incentives to allow them to basically expand slightly, as I read it, through line extensions off of their existing service. So that in my area, Comcast has service up Route 12, serves a few houses in either direction off of Route 12 and the village area in Worcester, and the same for Woodbury and Route 14, the Route 14 corridor, and maybe a few houses in either direction off of that road. So this would allow, and when there is a line extension, that is a shared cost between the provider and the customer. And this would, as I read it, incentivize this by either lowering or eliminating that cost for someone that wanted a line extension. But you're still only talking about, as I see it, a slight expansion of their territory. And that brings me to my first point, which was, well, then how does that fit with the attempt to provide service to everybody else in the town, and having multiple providers and sort of competing deals for people?
Yeah, and I read the same thing, Avram, and my sense was that, and again, we'll get into this more on Tuesday, I'm sure, that the kind of the section 1 kind of immediate actions of the plan were just what can we do now to get, hundreds or, a few thousands of people attached in the very near term. And then the kind of the section 2 universal broadband access deployment things were the, what are the long-term kind of 2 to 4 year solutions. And I think you characterized the cable line extension fund exactly right, which is my experience has been, and I've talked to the department about this, is that oftentimes the cable line extensions that individual residents ask for are prohibitively expensive for 1 or 2 or 3 households, and it's that subsidy that the department would step in. And I think you gave a good example. You might have Comcast going a quarter mile off of Route 12, where if they went 3/4 of a mile or a mile and a half, they would be able to pull in 12 more households. But that line extension, without commitments from subscribers, is prohibitively expensive. But how can you buy down that cost? So yeah, it's not an answer. It's simply of what's the medium, the immediate solution to get more people online in the next 6 months, I think. Laura?
So I just want to weigh in off on Scott's reference to speeds, and the reference in the plan to speeds, and a possible exception to our policy goal that we put in place last year of 100. While I would acknowledge that we may need to make some sporadic exceptions to that, I am absolutely not willing to get behind any kind of wholesale lowering of that expectation. This is potentially once in a lifetime funding. So I'm not really willing to have it invested in technology that's going to be outdated in the next 5 years.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I've got a couple more hands up here. Mark and then Robin.
Yeah, this goes to what Laura had just mentioned. Maybe I'm in a unique situation, but I don't even have 2/1. You can go on Google and do a test. So I'm Zooming right now. My wife's working remotely at home as well on email. I can check my email while I'm Zooming. That's enough for me, and I'm assuming that it would be enough for a lot of school kids too. And then if I could, I just mention that I did reach out to all my school principals, and I actually, John Peters from the North Country Supervisory Union, he's the director of technology up there. At least in this area, it sounds like you could get pretty detailed information as to where these folks are that either don't have any coverage at all, or ones that have limited coverage. And it seems to me like, just for an example, Jay Westfield School seven families and 2 staff members that have internet issues. It doesn't say they're without internet. You go to Troy, out of 180 students total, it looks like 5 students with no access, 20 families and staff that have intermittent and spotty. It gives, you know, what they might have for coverage as well. A lot of them look like the ones that are especially spotty are going through phone. Lowell, 3 families with no access, 15 families that have some sort of access. So again, I would think that, I mean, I suppose it would be difficult to find out just what covers the certain areas, whether it's New England Wireless or Comcast or whatever, but I'm assuming that there's other towns that have that sort of information as well, and hopefully that could be used to, like you had mentioned, Tim, get to the folks that need it at first, I guess. And of course, people move all the time, so that would change. But again, I think there is information out there now.
Yeah,
and I guess the question.
Go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
The question am I wrong? And again, I'm not a techie guy, but 2/1, that's my understanding from listening to all you folks and everybody else. That's nothing, but I've had no problems with my connection on Zooming. And I'm not even sure, but I think Kathy and I have both Zoomed together. So why is there such a reluctance to possibly go down to 10/1?
Well, just statutorily, 10/1 doesn't meet the federal broadband definition. So, I mean, that's not a technical answer, but that's a statutory answer. So I think probably the more immediate question gets at the comment that Laura shared, which is, you know, I think there's a lot of folks, and I'm probably in this camp as well, that, you know, 100 symmetrical is, you know, I hate to use the industry term, but it's future proof. We put that out, and we're gonna be using that decades into the future, I think. You know, are there other technologies short of that are also going to serve us well into the future, so that we're not, you know, constantly changing out technologies or changing out infrastructure? That's a question I have. I know where my bias is. And, you know, infrastructure that we installed 10 years ago is probably not serving some communities well. It did well 10 years ago. But anyway, I think this is a fundamental question that we're going to get into in the next week, is, you know, what this money can be used for.
And the other thing is, I know through New England Wireless, I have the ability to pay more a month and get faster service, and I just have chosen not to do it because I don't need it. You know, I mean, anyway.
Yeah, good. Robin, and then Seth.
Thank you. I want to echo Laura's comment about this being probably if not once in a lifetime, once in a decade funding, and wanting to make sure that we get the maximum future proofing that we can, while also recognizing that in some cases, wireless may be the cheapest functional alternative, and if, you know, where we can't build out fiber or cable, wireless may be a solution. It's one I know almost nothing about, but I'm interested in learning more about. So, you know, not an opinion there or a solution, just more questions.
Yeah, well, and this was something that we've, I mean, recall back to H513 last year. You know, there was some wood that we chopped on this issue then. I wouldn't say that the funding stakes were quite as high in that discussion. They're a little more pronounced here, depending on what kind of money we have at our disposal. So, Seth, I think you were next.
I'll try not to nerd out too much on it.
Good luck.
A couple of technology aspects. I encourage folks not to get hung up on just speed, because there are different types of usage of technology, right? So speed is great for a file transfer. It does nothing for the quality of service, like for video conferencing, any real-time sort of activities. Like what we're doing now is very low bandwidth intensity, but it is very susceptible to latency, packet loss, that sort of thing, the quality of the connection. So as we're discussing these things, speed is definitely a good indicator, but it is not the only measure. And traditional satellite like HughesNet right now, you can get decent download speeds, but the latency is so high as to be non-functional for what we're doing here, the video chat. Wireless, there is a lot of people have had experience with wireless in Vermont. That's more of an indicator of the company itself than necessarily the technology. Wireless is what a lot of nations are using who didn't have the historical legacy infrastructure of phone systems. So they just skipped wireline and fiber and go straight to wireless, and they're having gigabit symmetrical speeds. Chair Bergen, you mentioned 100 meg symmetrical being future proof. Yes, for a period. It's not going to lock us in. So the ability to scale it is going to be what's key. We're seeing exponential growth as far as the requirements of what people need in order to be able to fully participate in the online environment. I would also offer the suggestion that if we use the analogy of roads, there's dirt roads, there's paved roads, there's highways. The more we build out the highways, the shorter that distance of secondary road is. The more we build out the paved roads, the shorter distance that dirt road is. So just because we're able to reach a customer with only 2/1, as Mark was mentioning, then that doesn't necessarily mean that that's not building up the infrastructure to help everybody, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not functional in the future. So it's more of a holistic picture to look at, but it can be both.
Got it. Good. I want to throw something else out there for because it was mentioned in the plan, and I have a soft spot for this issue because it was such a huge issue locally in the Upper Valley as EC Fiber was kind of doing their work in the last 10 years. Something that's mentioned in the plan is how we address issues related to pole make ready. And it's an incredibly unsexy area, and frankly one that probably not a lot of folks dig into beyond kind of policymakers in this area or folks who are actually kind of living in this world. But my sense from any provider actually is that if they are going to do new work out there, that a path towards accelerating that work is making the make ready process work better. Whether it's some of the work we did in the broadband bill last year, which I think did do that, though there's more to do. And it is something mentioned in this plan. And I think I just want to flag that for our committee as, if we are interested in accelerating the work of CUDs and other prospective providers in Vermont, that is I think that's a critical path to solve, if you will. So again, that's just something in the plan I want to flag. I see Mark's hand up and Mike after Mark. You're muted, Mark.
Yeah, I'd like to apologize again for not reading that plan yet, but I was able to look at the Senate's meeting last week where Maria was able to talk about all the different money coming down, and boy, that's going to be a tough nut to crack in itself. As far as it seems to me as though there's a lot of different sources as to where this money's coming from and whether or not you can even use some of it for this. So that's going to be an issue in itself to try to figure all that out. I don't envy Maria trying to solve that one, but yeah, there's a lot there.
And Maria, I'm going to ask you to, I'm just going to give an introduction to you, Maria. If you could just speak for a couple minutes on this, but my understanding is the kind of my introduction to this discussion today. I was talking about something a little different than I think some of the things that Maria was focused on. I believe in the CARES Act, there were very specifically appropriated funds that went to federal programs that support, all sorts of connectivity initiatives. And that is very specifically appropriated funds. And while I think that is potentially something that Vermont can take advantage of, and I'm hopeful we can, that is absolutely a tricky nut to crack, to use your analogy, Mark. What I'm talking about more immediately and more specifically here is the $1.25 billion that has come to the state of Vermont to address a whole myriad of issues related to the COVID-19 crisis. One of those issues has been an exposure of the massive problem we have in our state in terms of connectivity and inequity in connectivity, and how we might be able to, and I'm underscoring and putting in bold might be able to use some of those funds to address this issue at the state of Vermont's discretion. And ultimately it's going to have to be signed off on by the feds, but I'm talking about two different things, and I'll hand that over to you, Maria, as to fix anything that I've mistaken here.
No fixing necessary. You actually explained it really well. That chart that I prepared explained or summarized about, I don't know, maybe 12 different appropriations to various federal programs through the CARES Act, and highlighted some of the money that may be available for connectivity, ranging from subsidizing subscriptions to potentially actually for network infrastructure. But there are a lot of variabilities, and they flow through education entities, economic development entities, FCC's telehealth programs, just a broad range of funding streams. So some of that money may trickle down through various state entities and to providers, but that is different, as the chair just explained, from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, the $1.25 billion that's coming to the state of Vermont. Obviously not just for broadband, but there are 3 conditions related to that money. These are expenses that were caused by or related to the pandemic. The money can't go to basically backfill state budgets, and the money needs to be for any expenses incurred from earlier in March of this year to the end of this year, December 31st, 2020. So whether or not broadband is consistent with those conditions is something that's not definite yet. But assuming that you could use some of that money for broadband, then the question is going to be, what does it mean for that money to be incurred or expended, as the guidance that the Treasury Department released explained this year? obviously like the department's proposal, when it looks at the reverse auction, it's talking about a deployment period of potentially 3 years. So is there a way of maybe committing that money and dispersing it over a longer period of time, maybe putting it in an escrow account? Does that meet the definition of incurred for purposes of the relief fund? I think those are things that are, I know I'm looking into and others are looking into as well, to the extent you might want to use some of that money. So I hope I didn't.
No, that's helpful. That's really helpful. Again, I'm going to leave it to people who can better interpret these things than I can, and you are certainly one of those people, Maria, to kind of give us a sense as to what our capability is here. From conversations that I have had with the speaker, the head of JFO, the House Appropriations Committee, there is a real interest at kind of the leadership level, if we can use this money to direct it to these things. And I see the kind of the work of our committee to be prepared to make the best recommendations as to how to deploy those resources if given the opportunity. So that is the work task in front of us. We're going to Mike and then Scott and then Robin and then Laura. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, so first I want to ask if the chart that Maria referenced, is that available on our website or in an email or something?
I will send it to you all directly, and then I will also send it to Faith and she can post it on the website.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is a number of types of legislation have been proposed by the department, and I know that some of it is in bills that we're working on, or that we have in our committee anyway, as well as Senate bills. And I'm wondering who's going to take the lead. Are there any bills that we're going to take the lead on as the House versus what the Senate is going to take the lead on?
Well, I'll give you my view of that, Mike. One thing we've talked about in recent weeks, and I don't have an update on this, but is S301, which I think from a lot of people's perspective, maybe universally, it's considered must-pass legislation in terms of how it deals with wireless deployment. So that's one thing. It's on the Senate calendar right now. What I don't have an update on is what the timing is on that coming to us. So that is one thing.
Does that have to do with Section 248A?
Correct.
Okay, and we have a accompanying bill.
Yeah, and this is kind of going on above my pay grade in terms of the Senate and House leadership trying to figure out, just kind of traffic copying, if you will, which bills are going to go where, when. I think it's very much on the speaker's radar screen that is something that has to be dealt with, and it's noted in the department's plan. In terms of other legislation, there are some other things that are mentioned in the department's plan in terms of potential statutory changes. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
One has to do with the make ready that you were referring to before.
Yep.
And another has to do, I think, with permitting process for the PUC to fast track permitting of whole.
Yeah, and I'll just say that is something new to me. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. I don't know what that means and what that would involve.
Right.
So that is something I'd like to hear a little bit more about on Tuesday.
Right.
And then a third thing, which I think would be an issue that if it's something we want to touch on, we would, I'm guessing, attract a lot of interested witnesses, which is the department in their third point in section 2 of the plan talks about modifying 30 VSA 8091, which is to provide open access to middle mile fiber owned by Vermont's electric distribution utilities. So, that would obviously require a statutory change, and I expect there would be a lot of different perspectives on that. So, Scott, and then Robin, and then Laura.
There's too much to learn here. I guess thinking about the CARES money and what we can do with that, if we can do anything with it, it seems like this is really focused on sort of short-term or quick solutions. And while it makes sense to me that we do want to get to 100, and that when we pick that threshold basically to roll out video cable, to say we're talking about fiber or something as fast as fiber. In the short term, we're not going to be able to build out fiber. So I mean, we can. That's not a 6 month or even a 1 year or whatever short term solution. So it seems to me that well, actually, a question that I have for Seth, the consolidated man, is: Are we eventually going to build fiber to every address, in 15 or 25 years? That seems like we're not going to be building copper to any addresses anymore. But be that as it may, the short-term solution is getting people something. So and the question to me is, what can we do that will get people something?
Yeah, and it is a fundamental question. And this week I've had conversations with a few people, and I'll share with this committee now, because it's a data point, and I think it's a very credible one, and it's also just kind of gives folks kind of a rough sense of what's possible, I think. And then I talked to the EC Fiber folks about some of the work that they've done in recent years, and there are. And again, this is a fiber. This is not speaking to wireless, but EC Fiber in recent years has been able to roll out about 250 more or less miles of fiber per year, and they would acknowledge that some of the constraints they've had have dealt with work, kind of pole make ready issues. So maybe they could have done 350 a year. But if we've got 70,000 unserved households a year, and a rough density statistics suggest that in the EC Fiber area, which is probably medium density relative to what the rest of the state is, some very rural areas and some downtown areas as well, but there's about 14 households per mile. If you've got 14 households per mile for those 70,000 unserved or underserved homes, that's 5,000 miles of fiber. And we're talking about EC Fiber, doing, call it 250 to 350 a year. So, if you've got 5 EC Fibers out there working, or 5 providers kind of working full time to get as much fiber out there as you can. So call it 1,250 miles a year. It's 5 years to get to those 70,000 households. And I think there's also questions here as to what is literally as fundamentally as what is the bucket truck capacity in our state? What is the construction capacity to actually roll that amount of fiber out? How long does it take to plan a mile and do that make ready work? So I think you're fundamentally asking the right question. And again, to kind of bring it back to the appropriations question that I think we've really got to wrestle to the ground in the next 3 or 4 weeks is, do we only have until December 31st this year to spend money? Because if that's our task, I agree with you. We're not going to get a lot of fiber out there in the next 6 months. But if it's a question of, do we have money that we can commit that satisfies the appropriating need, and that money can actually be deployed over 3 or 4 years, then I think we've got a better chance of doing some of that work. So again, I just wanted to share with you some of the statistics that I had that kind of gave me a sense as to what the, what's involved here in terms of literally the construction work of rolling fiber out. So I had Robin next and then Laura.
Thank you. So I have a whole lot of questions. I'll winnow them out, but kind of going in reverse order. As the chair mentioned, those 5,000 miles to build out it's a figure that I've seen in a few places. But I'm wondering, do we have any idea whether electric utilities have run fiber on any of those 5,000 miles that is, at this point is not part of an internet provider scenario, but could be under the scenarios that we've been looking at with the studies. Because I've never heard, I wonder how many of those 5,000 miles were potentially built out already, but need access.
Yep. It's a great question. I don't know the answer.
Another concern, I guess I've been thinking about the federal allocation process based on census blocks, and my concern there being, we've been working, we've been trying to provide a lot of support to CUDs, and the concept, the viability, and I'm wondering if in a census block application process, will traditional carriers cherry pick the most viable census blocks that are unserved, further undercutting the viability of CUDs? And is there a way to try to avoid that, keep that from happening, which leads to a question for Maria. I guess in our allocation or reverse auction process, can we define the terms of the contracts away from census blocks to communities or to groups of census blocks, or to try to avoid cherry picking?
So under a state reverse auction, can you have set up different terms and not base it on census block? I think you can certainly do that. I think you can put into place whatever geographic areas you think are most suitable for the expenditure of public dollars. And I think I have to check the department's broadband action plan, but I think that they do it, if I'm not mistaken, on a town-wide basis, and maybe
it refers to
in some
towns.
circumstances a regional basis if there isn't. So I'd have to look at that more closely, but I guess the short answer is yes, you have flexibility to decide how you want that money to be expended.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the last thing is just to raise a point with the chair talking about S301 or other bills in the lineup, that we do still have the ability to introduce committee bills if they're approved by House rules, because they're after the crossover deadline. But that's how we're operating this year.
Yeah, and to kind of get into the rule stuff, and I'll ask you, Robin, because you are more involved in those leadership meetings. I don't know if we have the ability at this point to take a House bill off our wall and pass something, for example, that would deal with 248A if we're running out of patience waiting for S301.
No, it would have to be a committee bill.
Yeah, it would have to be a committee bill.
Yeah. And would have to be approved by House rules.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Laura, I think you were next.
Thank you.
And then Mark.
I just wanted to address a couple of things, kind of going all the way back Seth comments on widespread wireless and a number of countries having utilized that to take care of their problem. We have tried that in Vermont, and we've had a pretty majorly funded project try that. And one of the problems is line of sight with that, particularly in areas like southern Vermont, outside of the Champlain Valley, where things are not flat. So I'm not opposed to wireless. I just want to kind of baseline this. I'm not opposed to wireless pieces. I think we're going to have some, pieces of wireless in certain areas, but wholesale wireless is not. It'd be hard to support or any kind of large scale wireless proposal to solve this. Particularly, I don't know that we have any reputable wireless providers that are capable of doing, wholesale projects in Vermont. Maybe. I want to just remind us all that we last year said to, our towns and Vermonters that nobody was coming to save them, that we didn't have the money to save them, and that the way to save themselves was to form these CUDs. And, here were some tools that we have to help support you, and hopefully we'd be able to bring in more tools. So we had an opportunity to hear from the CUDs, and I just want to remind us all that I think we need to make sure that we keep those guys front and center in front of us, whatever we do. These are Vermonters who have stepped forward to volunteer on building critical infrastructure because nobody else would. So,
and Laura, I will also point out, and again, we'll hear more about this on Tuesday, but there is a point in the department's plan, the fourth point in section 2, and this is kind of the longer term, to provide direct financial support to CUDs. And we are already doing that through the BIG grants, the Broadband Innovation Grants. I'm presuming what they are getting at here is to increase that support. And again, just to reiterate what Laura had said that we had heard, I think it was 3 weeks ago when the CUDs were testifying, that the support that we have given them through funding a position in the department has been very successful and overutilized. I think Rob Fish is operating at 110% capacity right now. So I think that was money well spent and is being used to its fullest extent right now. Mark and then Mike.
Wait, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
I'm sorry, Laura.
I'm sorry. As always, I just have a little bit more to say, but I'm almost done.
Okay.
To touch on Robin's really valid point, I think, about if the existing providers come in and try and cherry pick, even within the CUD areas, does that further undermine the CUDs? I would just say I think the CUDs are aware of that possibility, of their vulnerability, and I'm aware that they are trying to advocate for themselves. So I think that's a fair point, and I think it's something that bears watching by those of us who have asked them to do a really hard job. And then the last piece I would say, Scott, with regard to speed to lay fiber, we certainly are not going to put fiber down, all 5,000 miles by December. But I don't think that we should presume to know how much could be done by December. There are CUDs and other projects, even other projects that have been proposed to the department that haven't been funded in the past that may be able to be rolled out quickly. So I would just ask us to maintain some curiosity about that rather than being willing to kind of shift down into something that's less than fiber. So, okay, I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and something I'm just going to tack on to the end of that I had asked the department for, which is through the Connectivity Initiative, which are grants that, and they're kind of smallish grants that go out to support kind of, last road, or, kind of end of the road, smallish projects of supporting connectivity to, as small as a handful of homes. There have been a number of applications for connectivity initiative grants in recent years that we haven't had funding for. And what I've asked the department for is, if there's a file cabinet full of those kind of shovel-ready projects that are things that can be done quickly by, providers who have put in for funding, but that funding didn't exist. That's something that I want to make sure that we're aware of. Let's see, who did I have next? Avram, I'm sorry, Mark, Mike, and Avram.
Yeah, this is a question, I guess, that goes towards the flexibility of awarding some of the federal build-out money. I've heard some other folks mention this. What are the possibilities, or has it been discussed, that these bigger companies, consolidated, whoever it is, that maybe wins an award, that they have to pay some of that back in a sense? If this is our money, this is our money that we're putting out there to build out this infrastructure, and they stand to reap the benefits of, possibly years of monthly payments. Is there an ability to write something into that they should return some of it, maybe even in the form of other build out somewhere down the road?
I can't speak to that. I don't think it's too high of an ask. There's a reason why these build outs haven't been done, because they're not, they're not economical, or they're not, they don't meet the financial parameters that a Comcast or a Consolidated or a Vermont Telephone, have as a goal. And that's not to say that a CUD can't do it, or that, another potential provider can't do it. But, the reason why we're talking about public money to support these things is because, the quote unquote market hasn't seen adequate return to, to reach these end of the road places. And, so I don't have an answer for that. I think it's a question, I think, worthy of understanding. So let's write it down for Tuesday. I had Mike next, and then Avram.
Okay, so I just want to add my voice saying we should avoid undercutting the CUDs, maybe by prioritizing any existing CUDs for funding with a precise definition of the territories they serve. And that way they can continue operating and not be impacted by cherry picking by the larger companies.
Yeah. Thank you. Avram?
I just wanted, in terms of some of the concerns that have just been expressed, including the cherry picking concern, I'm looking at the department's plan, and this is concerning the description of
your popular
reverse,
guy today, Avram.
Yeah, the description. Hold on. The description of the reverse auction, and I'm reading on page 9 of the plan. It says, significantly, CUDs would have decision-making authority over whether bids for projects in their service territories would be awarded funding, unless the CUD itself chooses to participate in the auction. So I think that I'm going to assume that if where there is a CUD, that the issue of cherry picking would be a prime concern of theirs, and that they would want to, if they have authority, some approval authority here, they're not going to approve proposals that cherry pick. That's at least in those places where there are existing CUDs.
And I expect there's going to be a lot of discussion on that point. And similar to some of the discussion we've had this afternoon, I am very much in favor of supporting our CUDs and making sure that, you know, all this work they're doing to support a particular geographic area or group of towns, that that they can do that work. You know, the other side of that coin that we're going to hear is, you know, if an incumbent operating provider is ready to serve a part of a town or a census block or whatever, and is ready to go, even if that's cherry picking, and the CUD says, no, that's not going to work, but we're going to get to that census block, you know, probably in 18 months or a couple of years, you know, that's not an easy conversation locally to have. I certainly understand the holistic benefit of making sure our CUDs are, you know, in a position to succeed. But I think that is a provision in here that I'm interested to hear more about. So, got Mark and Mike. Mark, is your hand up? No?
No, I'm sorry. I just forgot to take it down.
No? Okay, good. We don't have any more hands up. Scott, you got your hand up?
I'll ask another question.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm really trying to get straight in my head is who's going to be in charge of this? And I guess it's the Public Service Department, but maybe it's the Public Service Department and the CUDs, where there are CUDs, about somehow figuring out where to direct the money, you know, in terms of technologies, and also providers and what their capabilities are. So if Tim, you mentioned maybe we could commit money for a period of 3 or 4 years. I would be really surprised if that length of time were allowed. I mean, it seems to me, with what limited experience I have with federal government funding, that they want the money spent when they want it spent. And if we can get them to agree to the definition of spent means you have a signed contract, that would be, you know, a pretty big victory. But anyway, so I'm imagining that the money would have to be spent within a very short period of time, 6 months or a year after December 31st. But anyway, be that as it may, whatever the time period is, there'll be a limited amount of stuff that we can do, and we'll have to utilize a variety of technologies to do it. I'm certainly in agreement that we want to get to 100, but in the short term, I just don't think we're not going to be able to get to 100 universally. So what can we get to universally? It seems to me universality is the goal that we're talking about here, because, you know, the digital divide is the real social problem.
Yep. And that's what the CUDs are focused on. That is their commitment.
What the CUDs are focused on. And so I think what we're talking about is there's an entity that isn't a technology provider that's going to have to make the decision about which providers and which technologies to use this money to support. And so it would have to be the Public Service Department, you know, statewide, but then where there are other entities locally, they would be the people who would do that kind of decision making.
And my sense from this plan, and again, I think we'll get more background on Tuesday, is that the CUDs, where they exist, and there's only 5 in Vermont right now, are going to have a stake in that decision making.
Right.
So after Scott, I've got Robin.
Thank you. I'm going back to your comment about the probably a very robust discussion about middle mile fiber and access to it, open access. But I'm looking at specifically at the bottom of page 15 in the department's plan, where they talk about state-owned fiber networks, and says the department owns or holds license to roughly 340 miles of open access dark fiber optic cable in Vermont. And I guess my question when VEIC was in testifying, they were talking about, they have 1,600 miles of fiber backhaul, something.
VEIC does?
Velcro?
Velcro. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Velcro. And I know VTrans has a bunch. And I guess so this mentions specifically what the department owns or controls, but doesn't mention other state or state affiliated resources. And I'm just wondering, you know, so is there an inventory of those resources in one spot, and different rules of access to them?
Yeah. Yeah, it's an important question. I know this had come up last year with regard to VTrans fiber, which there is some, and if any of that is available. So, Did you have a question, Laura? Laura?
I think that the department has all of that. I think this is a long-standing request from one of our advocates about and I think the department knows where this fiber is, and I think there's some proprietary issues with releasing all of this information. But I think that the department has this information. So if the question is, do we know where all the fiber is? I think the department does.
Somebody knows.
I think the department knows where it is. Yeah.
Higher than this pay grade on this committee. Okay. I don't see any more hands up. This has actually really been helpful for me. I've taken a page of notes and questions, and perhaps somebody from the Department of Public Service is listening, and we'll be getting the questions for the exam on Tuesday ahead of time. But you know, I just want to mention to members and kind of reiterate what I think our task is as a committee in the next 3 weeks. And I will also preface this by saying, you know, we might get a call from the speaker or from the head of the appropriations committee in 3 weeks saying, you know, just kidding, you know, we actually don't have any money. But I think our task is to, you know, be ready to highlight and prioritize where we think public dollars should be deployed in the near term and potentially the intermediate term if we have that flexibility. I think that's work that we need to do, you know, pretty quickly. As I said, by the end of the month, we may be waved off the runway. But you know, I think regardless of what you think of this plan that the department has put together, it is something on the table to react to. And I think it gives us some important things to debate. And I think there are also some things that can be added here, again, depending on what kind of funding flexibility we might ultimately have. So I would encourage folks to do a close read of this between now and Tuesday. And Laura, did I see your hand go up?
Yeah, well, I've actually just gotten an email from potential, just something to throw out there for us to think about. And Maria, CUDs that have not formed yet. So there are areas of the state that are not in an area that's considered contemplated for a CUD yet, but there are folks working on those, and their ability to form without being able to have a town meeting. I know there's a number of town meeting issues that are going on, but that is another one that we need to add to the potential legislative list. There are folks looking to do this.
Yeah, specifically, I've heard from Representative Rogers, and I know that in her area, which is kind of the Cambridge, I don't know how many towns are involved in that discussion, but you know, kind of to the east of Burlington, you know, 20 or 30 miles. I know that area is considering one.
And Addison as well, which makes me very happy. I hadn't known.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, me either.
Okay. Well, the other thing, just as an aside for if those two, depending on how close those two CUDs are to formally forming, that timing could be important relative to what work we would potentially do here in the next month. And again, potentially following some of the things in the Department of Public Services plan here. So, okay. Laura, do you happen to know any what those Addison County towns are, if there's legislators who are specifically involved in those?
I do not. I know Stephanie Jerome has had been talking about this during the session. I know they're talking to Rob Fish, so they've already connected to the department. So that's, I think we can work through them there.
Great. I don't have anything else for the committee. I'm happy to spend more time. My iPad is telling me I have 7% battery left, so it can't be too long. But if there's nothing else, I'm happy to adjourn our meeting for the day. And thank you all for joining me. This was very helpful for me, and I hope started to frame people's thinking about our discussion on Tuesday with the Senate Finance Committee and the folks from the department. So if there's nothing else, have a good weekend, everybody. Thank you, and happy Mother's Day. Take care.
Welcome, everyone. We are just beginning our meeting. We're just getting settled. This is House Corrections and Institutions Committee meeting. We are continuing our work on S338. And we are starting today. We have with us some folks from Corrections as well as Bryn Hare. And we are also going to begin our day with taking some testimony from Jessica Barquist. I think that's how you pronounce your last name. Jessica from the Vermont Network on Sexual and Domestic Violence. And she wants to focus in on for parole consideration, a term of compassionate release. And I believe it's on section 6 is what we came with. So if we can go to that section. And Jessica, I'll turn it over to you. If you could just identify yourself for the record and then begin your testimony would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you all. I've been following along on YouTube, but it's definitely not the same as being in the committee room with you all. So happy to be here today. And you are right. The section I wanted to focus on today is section 6. It starts on page 12, line 19. And before I dive in there, I just want to say that generally, we sent out a memo last week. We were unavailable to testify in House Judiciary, and I forwarded that to your committee as well. Generally, we're so supportive of this bill. We were part of the original working group with CSG, and we're just really grateful and appreciative that you are continuing this work, even in these challenging times. We're really, really grateful for that. The one section, this is kind of the one piece where we do have some concerns with the language, and this language was not in the original CSG recommendations. And our big concern is that that this could potentially be a really short window for victims to have to then go up again to a parole hearing. And so what this language says as it's currently written is that any individual who is over the age of 65, convicted of any crime, serving any sentence, with the exception of life without parole, could be eligible for parole after 5 years of their sentence. So even if they haven't reached their minimum. So if you have somebody who is around the age of 65 and they have kind of a longer trial, maybe it takes 2 years and they're getting time for that while their trial is ongoing, it could be a really short window of just a few years between when they're sentenced to when a victim would have to kind of go through the process again and a parole hearing. And this is, when we talk about these parole hearings with victims, they're not just an administrative review. The victim has to kind of go and talk through it, and it can be really psychologically traumatizing and intense for a victim to go through that process again. So we just feel like, this is obviously a policy decision that you all are going to have to make. I know that James Pepper spoke with you guys a few weeks ago and had some suggestions for how to change this language that we would be in support of. But really what we're hoping is that, just some either narrowing of this provision to specific crimes or lengthening it up would give victims some more space to have that time to heal in between trial and parole hearing.
So Jessica, what, if we narrow it to specific crimes, which ones, I don't know which is the best way to answer this, which ones would not be included or which crimes would you include?
Yeah, that is definitely not my area of expertise. I do believe that in James Pepper's proposal from the state's attorneys, he had some suggestions on what to do with that.
Trying to remember his testimony. Could you highlight some of the things you agree with in his testimony?
Yeah, and I can also, I spoke with him yesterday too, and he mentioned that he could follow up with you.
Okay.
I think, and I don't know exactly, but it was something around the lines of like Big 12 or listed crimes, something to that offense. You know, really what we're most concerned about, obviously, given the nature of our work, is some of the more serious sexual offenses. You know, for most criminogenic behavior, people tend to age out as they get older. And that doesn't necessarily hold true for like child sexual abuse or things like that. And we, you know, this was addressed a few years ago in the legislature as we increased the statute of limitations to kind of allow for that longer process to happen. So.
Questions of Jessica? Sarah.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Jessica. You also sent a memo to our committee, and one of the things that I had a question about, would including something about some language about an offender reaching their minimum before being parole or compassionate release being available to them, would that answer one of your concerns? You alluded to that a little bit in the memo that you sent us, but maybe you could elaborate a little bit.
Yeah, so I think that this, you know, is unique in these provisions that we're looking at, in that it allows them to be eligible for parole before they hit their minimum, whereas the presumptive parole and the other things that you guys have been grappling with are at minimum. So yes, I think following that process would certainly answer our concerns.
In a way that would be, it would be then consistent with the other provisions in this bill without thinking.
Did she just freeze up, or is it my internet?
I was just wondering the same thing.
I think you froze up, Sarah.
Yes, she did.
Okay. You froze up.
Okay. Sorry. I can see you all. I can see you now, but can you see? Can you hear me?
Yes.
So my question was, if and we've been hearing a lot of testimony about for this bill, and in connection with Earn Good Time, how challenging it can be when there are different ways of handling different statuses. So my question is part of, you know, if we were to have a kind of a even-handed approach throughout the bill, that might be a solution, rather than having it connected with different kinds of sentences.
Yeah, we would definitely support that.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions, Butch?
Thanks. So I did go back to the original as-passed version from the Senate and kind of looked up at my notes on that. And there is some comments from James Pepper. I'm trying to remember what my notes mean now, because this was a while ago. But for one of the first things that I learned, that this is not a CSG recommendation, and James did allude to that when he testified. So just throwing that out there. Then I also have a note that says recommend that it's only limited to non-listed crimes.
That might be Pepper.
That is James Pepper.
Yeah.
Yeah, and only limited to, never mind, that note doesn't make any sense. So anyway, yeah, we really need to talk to James again to see how he feels. And I want to be really careful with what we do with this, because we turned ourselves inside out when we passed the bill back in 2018 to make sure that we were doing the right thing. It took us almost a whole session to figure that bill out, that language out. So I want to be really careful what we're doing here, that we don't stumble in our desire to get people eligible for parole consideration.
Well, what we could do is have the two sections, the two pieces in the parole law that conflict is what it may look like, because we have to go to 502A, because we do have a compassionate release under parole there. Marcia?
What was back in 18? What bill was that on? So that I can just read it.
This is what Butch sent to us just now on our legislative email.
Mm-hmm.
It was H-150. It is Act 91 in 2018, and it deals with section 502A, which is on page right now of our current. If we go to section 12 in our bill.
Yeah, I'm there.
And
Hold on.
everything that is not underlined is, you want to go to AD. It talks about a person would be eligible for parole for a person who is serving a sentence, including an inmate who has not served the minimum term of the sentence, who is diagnosed as having a terminal or serious medical condition. We added serious medical condition in our Act 91. And it's render the inmate likely to be physically capable of unlikely to be presenting a danger to society, may be released on medical parole to a hospital, hospice, other licensed inpatient facility, or suitable housing accommodation as specified by the parole board. So the parole board could determine that the person could go home if the parole board determined it was a suitable housing accommodation. So the person could go home. And we added back then that the next line, provided the inmate has authorized the release of his or her personal information, the department would promptly notify the parole board of the inmate's diagnosis of a terminal or serious medical condition. In medical condition, serious medical condition does not mean a condition caused by non-compliance with the medical treatment plan. That's new language that we put in 2018. And then we also covered that same language for furlough, under medical furlough. It also says under medical furlough that the offender could be released to a hospital, hospice, other licensed inpatient facility, or other housing accommodation deemed suitable by the commissioner. So the commissioner of DOC could say, you're under medical furlough and you can go home if they deemed it suitable. So that we already have a compassionate release mechanism in furlough and in parole. And I don't know if this new language conflicts with that, because it does say right now they do not need to meet their minimum. But they have to be rendered, the inmate would need to be rendered unlikely to be physically capable of presenting a danger to society. So they may be released on medical parole or medical furlough. So we have that in place right now. And we did that in 2018. So I don't know if this undoes it. I don't know if it builds another layer. I don't know if it conflicts.
Representative Emmons, would you like me to comment on that?
Sure.
So the Senate, when they were taking testimony on this portion of the bill, what they termed the compassionate release provision, they did talk about the existing law that provides for another type of compassionate release that's triggered by certain clinical factors. both for parole and for furlough, and they saw this as really being a separate provision that is not keyed or tied at all to a person's clinical status, but rather just their age. So this would just be another mechanism for a release for a person that has nothing to do with their physical state apart from their age.
So it's really not a medical furlough, it's an age furlough.
It's parole, but yes.
I mean, parole.
Yep. And I also just note that it differs also slightly from those medical provisions because it has criteria regarding programming requirements and disciplinary rule violations that the other two provisions don't have.
So it says once you reach 65, regardless of your crime, regardless how long you've been in there, you would be eligible for parole. As long as you didn't have any DRs and you fulfilled your program requirements.
Right, no DRs in the last 12 months, but yes.
So what if you committed a crime when you were 64 and you were a detainee for 2 years before you got sentenced, so you were 66? Or what if you committed your crime when you were 66 and then sentenced? Would the qualification be that you had to complete your programming first?
You'd have to complete a 5 years of your sentence. You don't have to reach the minimum term, but you have to have served 5 years that's the new minimum term under this provision. And you have to complete any programming requirements, and you can't have received a DR in the last 12 months. So I don't think it would apply in the circumstance you laid out, because you would have to serve 5 years prior to being eligible.
So if you were sentenced at the age of 66, when you turn 71, you'd be eligible.
If those other criteria are met, yes.
Right. Butch?
Trying to phrase a question and I don't know how to do it. So are we usurping other statutes when we change potentially minimum terms? If changes a minimum term, let's say the court gives you a 7 to 14 year term, are we, and now here we're saying, well, 5 years is good enough, and start the process? Are we doing that? Are we taking something away from the courts?
I suppose that's one way to look at it. You do provide, and this is policy that you guys are responsible for creating, and you've created various avenues for when a person is eligible for parole consideration. I would just remind the committee that it doesn't mean that the person is going to be released on parole. It just means that they are then eligible to go and have a hearing before the parole board. So it's not like you're saying that these people are automatically going to be released. There's still that mechanism for what the parole board provides.
So elsewhere in the bill, we provide mechanisms for good time towards people's min and max. And I'm just stuck on this, have we created a special person in this section of the bill as it compares to other sections of the bill? I guess that's the question that's haunting me a little bit.
I'm not sure how to answer that. I will tell you that the Senate spent a lot of time on this section, and there was quite a bit of conversation about it.
And they had that conversation when we passed this bill too.
Oh, yeah.
When we passed Act 91.
So, Bryn, I don't know if it was my internet or yours, but I didn't hear what you said after you said that the Senate Judiciary spent an awful lot of time on this.
Yep, they spoke about this section quite a bit. It came from another bill that was in their committee. That was Senator White's bill. It was a portion of that bill, and that's where it originated. It changed substantially from how it appeared in her bill. But there was quite a bit of conversation about whether it should be tied to clinical factors or other things, but this is where they wound up.
Carl.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just have a question. Did the Senate take any testimony on this part of the bill, Bryn? Do you know?
They heard from, the stakeholders the same way you're hearing from the stakeholders. I can't remember exactly what all the stakeholders' testimony was on this section in the Senate. I don't recall that there being a major focus on this among the stakeholders. I think that they were pretty focused on hammering out the other provisions, like the presumptive parole provisions and things like that. But they did hear testimony from all of the people you're hearing testimony from.
Thanks, Bryn.
I do one addition to that is I do think that the state's attorneys testified in the Senate that it should be limited to certain types of offenses. I think that their recommendation in the Senate was that it be listed to all or limited to non-listed crimes. And the conversation in the Senate my recollection is that it was, they talked a lot about how risk factors are sort of unrelated to types of crimes. So risk of reoffense can be unrelated to the seriousness of the underlying offense. Obviously, there are some exceptions to that, but that was sort of where their conversation landed.
So the way they addressed the risk factors in a way was saying that they had to complete their programming requirements. That would be my thinking. Marcia.
I kind of agree with Butch on this. I think we're setting a precedence, and I think that we should narrow it to Pacific crimes, not just life without parole. That's my opinion. Thank you.
So, Bryn, if we limited this to non-listed crimes, do a lot of those non-listed crimes have minimum sentences longer than 5 years? Or are most of them shorter than 5 years?
I don't think I could comment on most. There are quite a few that have more than 5 years, non-listed offenses. I'm just thinking of sort of the serious property crimes.
Right, those would be felonies.
Right.
But misdemeanors, because quite a few misdemeanors is 2 years or less for minimum, correct?
Yep.
So we wouldn't be getting into misdemeanors with this one. If we did non-listed crimes, would we then be, I don't know how to ask the question, because non-listed crimes, misdemeanors, would not necessarily have a minimum of 5 years in their sentence, would they? Wouldn't there be more 2 years?
Right, it would probably exclude a large number of people if you were to limit it to non-listed crimes, because many of those crimes do have sentences less than 5 years. So you would be sort of reserving this for people who commit a serious non-violent felony.
So Dale, I see that you showed up. Does DOC want to comment on this?
No, not comment, but just kind of give the committee some information that the 65 and over population we have in our facilities, especially ones that would have a minimum of 5 years or more, they're pretty much, I don't want to say I don't have the data right in front of you, but historically they have always been on for very serious offenses, murders, sex offenses. That's generally the population of our 65 and older group, is that they are generally on for extreme, serious offenses, and they've been in there for a while. Very rarely do And it does happen, but very rarely do we have the older population getting arrested and getting a substantial sentence in our facilities unless it is something serious. I believe once we've checked on, oh, I see Monica. She's our data guru, so she might have the exact data, but.
Well, I mean, I did provide the committee, it was a couple years ago, I'm not sure if you remember, Monica Weber, Administrative Services Director, Department of Corrections. There was another bill that was being considered along this line. It actually started with people who are 55 and older, and had different provisions around if you were 55, you needed to serve 10 years. If you were 65, you needed to serve 5 years. And we did provide a fair amount of information to the committee about the people and the types of crimes that they had committed and their sentence lengths. And I could certainly go back and find that, but I know that we provided some extensive testimony several years ago on this very specific topic.
Monica, I remember that, Monica, because I think we were all shocked at what we were looking at when you gave us that information.
Right, and I was trying to, while you were talking, look in my files, and I did find an old document that I'm not sure if it's helpful. I can send it again. It's a couple of years old, but I would, agree with Dale. I think that it probably is very similar in terms of what the population looks like now.
So my best educated guess is if you would make this for non-listed offenders, it would be a very, very slim number.
There wouldn't be very many
single digits at best, would be my guess.
And Dale, for the folks who are serving those long sentences, and you said they've been in for a while by the time they reach the age of 65, what would be the age that they would have probably been sentenced at? 40, 45, 50?
An adult, it'd be the best I could give it. I mean, everything from 18-year-olds to, we have individuals that have been charged for homicide at 70. So it's the entire adult population would fall anywhere within that range.
I did find my document from a few years ago, but like I said,
it's probably pretty dated.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I think that this population actually has remained relatively consistent. I don't think it's too different, but I just wanted to remind you that we did have a lot of testimony about that. I don't think it's changed much. Maybe the numbers are different, but the data itself in terms of the types of crimes is probably very similar.
So I was trying to think how to move forward here.
So Alice, I don't know how much mining that DOC would have to do, and it may be inconsequential, but I'm just wondering if they have a feeling for how many folks might be served by this this section of in the bill. I remember when we did H-150, we narrowed it down so it was down to the numbers of 2, 3, or 4 back then, and I don't know how much of a job it would be for our DOC to come up with some sort of a round number.
But H-150 was medical.
Right.
This is not medical.
This but H-150 started out like this.
Yeah.
If I remember.
But then it went.
It did.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we have another question, Carl. Then you put your hand down.
Butch asked my question. Just how many of those folks are there? But I'm wondering about it just seems weird to be letting people out before their minimum. It seems weird to have a provision to let someone who has been sentenced and is serving time to let them out before their minimum, unless we're looking at some of the medical provisions that are later on. I just think that's excessive, and I'm not exactly a Law and Order kind of guy. I mean, but I just think this is kind of goes a little bit too far, just based on age and not on risk factors. That's all. That's my 2 cents.
So if we kept the age, and if we kept the 5 years, but not their minimum, would we want to really focus in on risk factors, having that more the determinant? And the parole board looks at different risks assessments than DOC. Sarah?
Thank you. You know, I found Jessica's testimony pretty compelling, and that I know we could get into a lot of details about, you know, putting conditions on this, but I guess what Carl said, I would support what Carl's saying. You know, it seems to be giving an avenue and that undermines the sentence without somebody who, you know, they haven't reached their minimum sentence. And I think I'd rather see us not add a whole lot of layers of complication and rules for DOC to have and our parole board to have to sift through. Because, you know, in my short time on this committee, I've heard so much about how complicated that is, having kind of these special provisions. And it seems like we have medical treatment furlough. And also I just find this testimony from Jessica pretty compelling, that we are, and from the folks from DOC, that the folks there are folks in on more serious crimes, that this would impact.
Well, the other option is we delete this language.
Yeah.
But that may bring some real problems. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Carl?
Thanks, Alice. I'm just wondering if there's anyone out there who would offer testimony to us that this is a good idea, and if they could tell us why it is.
ACLU supports it. That's the language. That's what I have. And then the parole board said this is regular parole and it would still need to go before the parole board. So that's what I have. I don't know what other folks have. Everyone's quiet. Am I off? Or is everybody muted? Everybody's muted. That's what I've got, Carl, so I don't know. Kurt?
Well, it is my understanding that there's a particular senator who advocates for this.
Yes, and she's on the committee.
Can we have the senator tell us why her arguments are?
We could. We could. If people wanted that, we could send maybe her an email. It's not like you can talk to somebody in the hallways, like when we're
No,
up.
I wouldn't want to. I'd want to have somebody come in and testify.
We could do that if people wanted to.
That seems to me to be the big stumbling block at this point. So that's what I would think appropriate.
Other folks? Marcia?
I agree with Kurt. I need a reason. I mean, I don't think that just because you're 65 and you did one of the big 12, you have reason to be out sooner. And I need a reason.
Other folks? Carl?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we've really sort of been taking CSG's lead here based on the research that was done in JR2, and this seems like just kind of a one-off without any real reason for it. And I would need to hear from someone about why this is a good idea before I would support it.
Okay, anyone else? So if we do ask Senator White, it would be for our next meeting, which would be Tuesday. If we want to do that. Are we okay with doing that, folks? People, thumbs up.
That would be fine. And we may get further information this afternoon from a couple of our folks speaking.
Okay. So we'll go forward with that. We'll reach out, Phil, to Senator White, and we're meeting next week on Tuesday from 1 to 3. And next Thursday, we're meeting from 12:30 to 2:30. That's our schedule for next week. And we're tying this bill up, so this is one of our loose ends at this point, but we want to tie the bill up and get it done by the end of next week is the thinking. Because it will have to go up to appropriations. So anything else, Jessica?
That's it from us. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, committee.
Is it fun to be in on our Zoom?
It is. Not the same as being in your committee room, but it's still fun.
I know, it's so, I just want to get back in our committee room. It's more fun in the committee room.
That's right.
Okay, thank you, Jessica.
Thank you so much.
And why don't you just pencil in, make sure next week on Tuesday, 1 to 3, we'll be bringing this back up.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay. So Commissioner Baker is scheduled around 1:15. Is he in the waiting room at all, do you see?
No, he is not at the moment.
So I have a question for Bryn. I was under the understanding that Senate Judiciary was going to look at the Council of State Governments recommended language, particularly about the working group, implementation group, that they were going to look at that yesterday. Did they have a chance, do you know, to look at it?
They did. They looked at the working group and sort of took a general look at all of the report sections towards the end of the bill.
The ones that we added?
Yes.
So what was their take on the CSG language? Had they made, is it just the first walkthrough and they really hadn't made any decisions yet?
They did not make any decisions yet. I think that they won't obviously make any decisions until they get the bill back from the House. I can tell you that the sort of general conversation, they did hear from Commissioner Baker, and
they did.
And his testimony, I imagine you're going to hear something similar from him today, was that he was concerned about the number of reports, the amount of reporting that his department would be responsible for. And, you know, I don't want to speak for them. So if Monica or Dale wants to talk about that, please chime in. But I would characterize the conversation as being somewhat critical of the JR2 working group. And Senator Sears did talk about how it would be his preference to sort of reinstate the working group that created the policy recommendations in the first place, rather than create a new working group that would be responsible for this reporting and also sort of getting their hands into what is really the department's jurisdiction, like in terms of case reviews and things like that.
Right. So his thinking is more the group that we had together last fall that sort of helped CSG, where CSG came in and said they've seen this data and this data. Are we in the right direction? That's the group he's looking at.
Yep, that tri-branch group, which I believe is actually essentially the same as what's set forth in that section, whatever it is, section 20, with the exception that the parole board wasn't a part of the initial group, which I believe everybody kind of considered that to be an oversight, that they should have been included.
Yeah, and particularly if we do presumptive parole and we do this work group, they should be in the work group because presumptive parole is an important initiative.
Right.
Right. Okay. Okay, we have Commissioner Baker with us. Welcome to our Zoom committee room.
It's very comfortable here, Representative.
More comfortable than our room, right?
Some days I would have to admit that, yes, yes.
So Marcia has her hand up. I think she wants to ask something, or Marcia?
Yes, Commissioner Baker, I just have to let you know that this morning, Chad Whitehead spoke very highly of you on the radio.
Well, listen, I'm running out of checks to deliver to people. You know what I mean? Speak nice to me. So.
No, he said that you guys had done an exceptionally good job and that you should be proud of him.
Well, I appreciate that, Representative, a lot, but I appreciate that they call me out. But I got to tell you, the staff has been unbelievable.
That's what he said.
We're facing some challenges, and we're going to be starting some more testing next week. But I'm knock on wood where we are right now. I'm not sure we thought we would be where we are right now. So we're
Well,
happy.
it was something
a little worse.
It was something positive for you, so I couldn't wait to share it.
Exactly. I'm looking forward to the day that my name's no longer in the newspaper.
That's what every commissioner of DOC says. So welcome. We are on our second, almost third draft of S338. And the commissioner wanted to come before our committee and just weigh in on the bill as a whole. And there may be some specific parts that you really highlight. So it's all yours, Commissioner.
Yeah, and I think I just heard Bryn finishing up some conversation from Senate Judiciary yesterday, and I don't think I've had the chance to come in and talk about the bill itself, kind of an overview from the commissioner's standpoint, and also from the administration standpoint. But let me just say this on the issues of presumptive parole and good time and some of the mechanics of the bill. I know that Dal Crook and Monica Weaver have been talking to you about that, and they represent where we are in the department. And as the commissioner, I'm less concerned about that because we're supportive of that and how good time works out in presumptive parole and cutting down on the various types of furlough. We're all supportive of that. Where my concern comes is Representative Evans, you and I have had a couple of these conversations privately, and this is where I weighed in yesterday. A couple of things that concern me about the bill is, number one, the level of number of potential reports that we would have to be involved in. I guess if we were talking 2.5 months ago, I would be less concerned about it than I am now. I just got off a phone call with a committee that we're standing up internally to start the conversation about what's the new norm going to look like for corrections, and not knowing the financial picture at all. But I think you all know that fiscal year 22 is going to be very difficult. That conversation next year will be very difficult. 21 is going to be difficult enough. We thought we had a budget, and now we don't have a budget. Now we're going to potentially a skinny budget with yet a second budget with a second budget adjustment. And that requires a fair amount of staff time. And I'm not trying to get out from doing reports, but as I said to Senator Sears' committee yesterday, we already missed the April 1st report, which was supposed to be on, sanctions and housing and a couple other points, only because we had this slight distraction called a pandemic, and we've already missed that. And so I am concerned about the number of reports that are in there instead of reporting back. And I think the way the committee was leaning yesterday, and I'm certainly not talking for Senator Sears or any of the senators on the committee, I think what I heard them say is they'd be interested in a conversation about us reporting back on certain key factors to the legislature. Certainly, that's your role for us to report back as oversight. That's not a problem. Some of these other, even the reports like on racial disparity, is going to tie staff down doing the data research. So again, I'm just putting out a kind of a caution light about, take a look at the number of things that we're expected to report on to include what's in the capital budget. And the budget adjustment, the first budget adjustment, and some of the language that is in here. I think I heard part of that conversation about, I did say to the committee yesterday that when I look at section 20 and section 22, so section 20, I believe, is the working group inside corrections. And then you go to 22, which would have been yet another committee working group. There's a couple of things that worry me here. And I think conversation broke out in Senate Judiciary yesterday about this. And Senator Sears' recommendation that maybe you use that working group, the original working group, would be fine with me. We would be supportive, we would participate, because again, it's not the issue of the working group as much as the confusion about what's each working group doing. So if you read section 20, it's a working group internally, and then you got an external working group. I would just ask the committee to think about how can you combine that work so there isn't same work being done in two different locations. I do believe that inside the conversations around why section 22 was put there, I think I understand it, and I understand the reason why. If I understand this right from talking to Ellen at CSG, it's really about forcing the conversation inside all the relevant components at AHS about how do you support the movement to a better, more effective community corrections model than we may have now, especially around the population that we supervise currently, because it's complicated. So as I've done the visits, although I've never got them completed because of the virus, as I was going around to the field, to the district offices, what I heard loud and clear from the probation and parole staff is that their workload is very complicated. There is not the collaborative, and this is not pointed at one agency or the other, there's not a collaborative effort in the field around things like mental health and substance abuse, and the access to those resources are challenging because there isn't local, there isn't direction driven from the top down that those services are accessible or available or accommodation thereof to the complicated population that we supervise. So I'm a little worried about too many working groups and getting the conversation splintered instead of a focused conversation on how do we do that moving forward. So, I mean, the rest of it for me is an emphasis to moving towards a better management of the population in the field, taking good inmates to good citizens and not having them return to the system. And I think we're all in agreement that that's what we want to do. I just don't want to get bogged down in reports and processes and not doing the work, if that makes sense. So that's on the bill itself. I mean, we are supportive of the bill, except for those points where we'd like to be thinking about a way to better streamline the effort to get the same result that I think was the intent of why section 22 went in. And I'll stop there for a minute because I'll come up for air and allow folks, Representative Emmons, if they have any questions for me or comments.
So in looking at, Sarah Coffey put together a chart for us last week about all the reports, because we were trying to get our heads around all the reports. We ourselves added 2 reports. There were check-ins. I don't think it really impacts DOC. One is looking at credit for time served on probation. That would be more from the courts. And then the other one would be implementation of presumptive parole. Those were 2 that we added. And I don't believe that doesn't impact DOC. The ones that we saw here, implementation of the rules for good time. One place that we're looking at, it said by October 1st, those emergency rules had to be in place. We are going to take that out and let the regular rules process go through. That was our understanding as a committee last week, correct, committee? I'm not speaking out of turn. So that would mean you've got to continue going on in your regular rules process, which means that good time will become effective. In testimony we received from Monica, she was implying that regular rulemaking would be completed by March 1st. So you wouldn't have that October 1st,
Right.
July 1st, October 1st deadline.
Appreciate that one.
The other is the racial disparity study and all of that goes with it. There's conversations in House Judiciary right now that October 1st seems like a really quick date, and could we extend that out? So House Judiciary is looking at that. I mentioned to the chair of House Judiciary, I don't believe we would have a problem with extending that October 1st deadline out. And they're working on that to figure out what date would work. So I hope that would help a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, anything you can do. I would say even a couple like the effect on time served. I mean, some of that still is going to require our staff for data support. So anything you can do to help would be helpful. You know, again, we're not trying to avoid reporting back.
Right.
Who knows? You know, if you listen to some of the experts, by September of October, we may be right back to where we are right now.
I know.
You know, managing this thing. So I don't, none of us can predict the future. I think, you know, I really think what is missing in the conversation, and you've heard me say this before, is the bill really lays out a process of change, but really where the change is going to happen is the way we do business in the field at the district offices. And I don't want to get in a situation again. And I'm sure by the time this impact is felt, I won't be here as a commissioner. I don't want to set the next commissioner up for a fall, not having a good, healthy conversation about how you're going to implement that, and really think about what corrections is going to look like 5 years from now, and measure that using research-based processes in the field. And so I've started some of those conversations already with folks and with the Council of State Governments and Ellen and David. And, you know, I'm also leaning back on some of the work that was done in Rutland while I was there around the concepts around focused deterrence and how do you do that? Almost like a spoken hub model that looks like the opiate addiction model for treatment. I think there's a model to be followed there, but I worry in the financial climate we're in that the resources won't be there to support this in the field if we don't find a better way to collaborate around that. So I'm hoping this all makes sense to you.
It does. It's how do we get there?
Correct.
That's the point. Correct. So we have a question from the committee members.
Sure.
Sarah?
Hello, Commissioner.
Hey,
Thanks
Sarah,
for
how are you?
good. Good to see you.
I should not be calling you Sarah in a committee.
Oh, it's okay. So I appreciate your comments because as our chair said, I pulled out all the deadlines and who's reporting to whom, and I think it wowed all of us to see it all laid out there. And I appreciate your comment about like your concern around splintering off these conversations. Do you think that the programming conversation can be part of the larger conversation within that working group? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah, instead of having multiple working groups having splintered conversations, I think the work that, you know, again, I came into this right at the end, right? So I don't know what the temperament was in that working group, but I understand that it was pretty cohesive, right?
Yeah,
and
it was. There were four legislators, and then there were people from the judiciary and people from the administration, and
I think Representative Coffey, to answer your question, is that I think again, and I'm not saying what we're doing for programming is not right now, but I do know from and a lot of that is internally, some of it's external when we're supervising people, but I really think we need to dig deep about what is evidence-based and what is the best processes out there. And I'm not saying that I know what I'm about ready to say with any certainty, but I think we have to figure this out. I know when I went in as the chief in Rutland and we first started talking about Project Vision, that people were saying it's going to cost too much money. And at the end of the day, the resources were there to do what we needed to do.
Yep.
Now, the methadone clinic came into play at the time. You know, at the time, Governor Shumlin was the governor, and he put people on the ground in Rutland to get the methadone clinic going. That was a big expenditure, and it had a big part of how successful we were in driving down the crime rate. But a big part of what we did there was our relationship with the Department of Corrections and how we worked in partnership with them to help them supervise the high-risk people. Not in the sense of we were looking to go out and arrest them, but it really was a wraparound process. And I think there's room for that kind of conversation. And I'm not saying I have the answers, because I've never been at this end of the process. I've been at the other end. But I do think, based on some work that was done with academic folks when I was in Rutland, I think we can rekindle that conversation, but have everybody in the room. And again, Secretary Smith has said this several times before the pandemic happened. The issue of how corrections struggles with finding the right support for people who supervise is not just corrections issue, it's AHS's issue. And so I think part of, if I understand this from talking to folks, part of what was trying to be accomplished with this working group was trying to get that cohesiveness going inside AHS. And I think some of that can be done with that working group.
So you anticipated my other question, which was like how integrated it should be with AHS, because there are almost three, right? The way it currently is written, there are like three separate groups and reports. And so this is,
I just think it's splinters. It's splinters.
Yeah.
And again, I understand why folks are thinking this way. And what I said to Senate Judiciary yesterday is look, I've been in state government a long time. You know, I've been part of many conversations at the legislature, my state police days and my academy days, and now here at corrections. And I'm not, believe me, I know all of you know me well enough now. This is not directed at you personally, but we always do these reports, and the reports take so much time that we could have been doing the work. And I'd rather spend the time doing the work than getting bogged down in reports. Now, with that said, you need to hold us corrections accountable in your role as oversight to make sure that everybody is in agreement on a vision and we're moving in the same direction. And so I get why you want to report back on certain things. And I will agree with what Senator Sears said yesterday. Probably one of the more important report backs was the one that we missed, is that April 1st one. And we just missed it because, you know, we've been in this battle now for 8 weeks. And we started that process and never finished it because it was all hands on deck on the virus.
So I think what you're saying, Commissioner, is the exact same thing that the Council of State Governments is saying as well, in that we really need to look at our community system. And that's the next step that they really want to take. And that's why they were thinking, again, of some kind of a cohesive group to really work with them to bring together those community partners. And one of my frustrations is, and this is just me speaking, not for the committee, but one of my frustration over the years has been that when we've talked about not taking care, but working with an offender that's reentering the community, everyone's mindset is, well, that's DOC's responsibility. And I see it much bigger than that, because the folks who are coming out, either they themselves or family members, are involved with other parts of the Agency of Human Services. You know, it could be with Dale, it could be with DMH, it could be with Economic Services, the gamut, and no one else. When they're working with folks, they're not thinking of the corrections piece. So there's so much pressure put on corrections to succeed, but corrections doesn't have that support from their other community partners. And that's the one thing that Council of State Governments really highlighted in their report to us back in December and January. And that's the next step that they want to take.
You know, and I would add to that, Representative, I would also suggest that it's not only state government, but it's the community too, right? And I think, you know, focused deterrence, the concept of focused deterrence was some work that was done in the late 90s in Boston. And it started out with gun violence and gang violence. And the idea is that you use what they refer to as levers, and you pull levers when you have to pull levers to get people to be compliant. And it isn't a catch you, you know, I think sometimes, you know, and I played part of this game when I was a police officer. Some of this is kind of, can we catch them offending, right? And it's kind of like this game of catch them. Well, that really doesn't help shape them to be good citizens. Now, some folks are not gonna be successful, but if there's a whole community wrapped around them with all the services that community can offer, with all the state government services can be offered, it's made very clear to them, you have this support. We want you to be successful. We're not trying to catch you out of bounds, but here's the support system. But oh, by the way, if you choose not to take part in this and you are not compliant, there's a swift reaction to that and a swift punishment. And the studies show that it isn't necessarily how severe the punishment is, it's how close it comes to being out of bounds. It has to be quick, and it has to be meaningful, and it has to send a message. And so I think I would say to you, I appreciate your comments, because it's easy now that I'm at this end of the system. I was probably one of those people as a police chief and a station commander at the state police that was critical of corrections. But hey, I'm in a different seat.
Why are they letting him out? Why are they letting him do that?
That's right. Who the hell, you know, what
do they know?
Exactly. So I'm at the other end of this pipeline now. And I think my experience in Rutland, and I'll just leave you with this, probably one of the most successful elements of what we did in Project Vision was 2 social workers that were embedded inside the police department that were there as a result of a grant. I can't remember if it was through corrections or DCF, it doesn't matter. That these were 30 of the most high-risk families in Rutland County. The majority of them were in the city. And one of the elements of the grant that required was one of the parents had to be in the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections. And I can tell you several success stories where, working with those social workers, we interrupted behavior and prevented behavior from happening that prevented somebody from going back to jail, that kept that family together and kept that person employed. And so, to me, I'm trying to draw on my experiences there about a vision in line with what, you know, CSG talks about and how we're going to be successful. And, you know, I do think it's going to require some money, but I think the implementation of that's going to take a bigger conversation with a bigger group of people, if that makes sense.
It does, and it's helpful. We have some questions from the committee. Carl and then Butch.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Commissioner, it's nice to see you. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
No problem. It's good to see you.
I think we are really concerned about the over reporting, and I appreciate your feedback on where some of these reports might be able to be combined or streamlined a little bit. I guess what I don't want us to lose track of is the part of JR2 that recommended better data collection systems for the department, and in the end, those systems might make it easier to do some of these reports. And I really don't want us to lose sight of that. I think of this as, you know, I have a guy that I did business with for years, and he used paper systems for doing all of his business reporting, while I used QuickBooks. And so I do the data entry, and then I press a button and get a report. And for him, when he needed to come up with that same information, it would take him an awful lot longer. And I don't. That's an oversimplification of the situation, but it's not dissimilar, and I don't want us to lose sight of the need for the department to have better systems for that reporting. And
I don't disagree with you at all. I agree with you 100%. And I think, you know, we're actually, just so you know, really starting, we recently hired someone who is very good with data. And we're starting that process now. And some of it's in reaction to the virus and some of the outside stakeholders that want information from us. And we're playing around a little bit with matter of fact, Ellen from CSG hooked us up with a nonprofit that is helping us with some modeling of predictions on when we may come out of the fog based on our data so far. And I think we're really starting to understand the value of data. I think folks understood it for a long time. Staff positions got cut, and data just became not that available. I don't think we can have any of the discussions I just got done talking about without a conversation around how do we keep track of that. And I think the data is the scoreboard, right? The data becomes, in my prior life representative, I used to say all the time, if you're not keeping score, it's just practice, right? I mean, if you don't have data and you don't have anything to measure last year against this year, how do you measure if you're moving forward? So I can't disagree with you at all. I agree with you 100%. And I think staff will tell you that I often talk about data and the importance of data. And moving forward, the data has to become much more at fingertips to be able to operate on the basis of what we're talking about for a better community-based correctional system.
Great. Well, I understand those steps forward are incremental, and I appreciate your taking them. Thanks.
Thank you.
So another question is Butch.
Hi, Commissioner. How you doing? You're looking better today than you did a week ago or 2 weeks ago. But a couple personal things on a personal note, then I'll ask some questions. So I want you to know that Captain Matt Prouty has taken your position in Rutland of walking up to me and saying, "Why are you letting those guys out?" every day. So, and I also want you to
I don't know why he's not calling me representative.
Yeah, okay. He knows better.
Yeah.
And also there's an opening in Pittsford for a very nice job that may have been vacated by you a little while ago, a few years back. It's open again. So if you'd like to apply, we'd welcome you to apply for that when you're
Listen,
done.
I love all of you. I love state government, but this may be my final horse ride.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard that before too. So thank you. But I have two concerns.
Sure.
Basically, there was money in this bill to begin with, and the money was removed for certain reasons. And I'm afraid now, under the current climate that we're in, that getting that money back in according to whatever plan that we had may be problematic. And I don't see success for this bill without building up our community assets to take people that are coming out on presumptive parole and need those type of wraparound services. I'm sure you've thought about it. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, well, look, I think I know that. I mean, you know the position I'm in, right? Because
yeah, I do.
As the commissioner, I'm not going to advocate for dollars because I represent the governor, and the budget was what the budget was back then. What I said before about this is that, and I think one day that I was actually physically in your committee, and we were just talking in general about corrections. There is going to have to be an investment in corrections at some point, and I think it was around me talking about what we thought was going to be 21's budget, right? There's going to have to be an investment. And I think before you make that investment, from my standpoint, and I'll use the analogy of when I did go into Rutland City Police Department, the first thing people ask me is, how many more police officers do you need? And what I said is, I don't need any more police officers now until I know what I need. And I think, going back to the conversation earlier here about what should a working committee look like, I think once you define what people feel like that community supervision should look like, is when you start talking about how are you going to finance the program. What concerns me a little bit, and we got ahead of our skis a little bit early in the session, where we were asked that question, and we put some stuff together about, it's not as simple as asking, for me, it's not as simple as asking for more money in positions. It's about what are you trying to do, and then determine a science-based process moving forward. What is the absolute best practices we can put in place, and then figure out the cost of those, if that makes sense. Because I think otherwise, it's classic state government. Give us more money, we're going to spend it. I'm fully aware that, part of what I just charged this committee on taking a look at opening up corrections again is really what I said to them in charging them with this committee work, is that, the revenue, you all know this, the revenue estimates for 21 are, we're talking $500 million left revenue. I mean, that's, every time I say it, I can't believe I'm saying it. So I think we still have to run corrections and we still have to do a good job. And I think the only way you do a good job is step back from it and figure out, is there a better way of doing this community supervision than we're doing it now? And I'm not saying we're not doing a good job of it, but no one should sit back and say, we're doing a good job and there's no need to talk anymore because we're doing a good job. We need to figure out how to do it better and then figure out what that's going to cost.
So I get that, Commissioner, but again, I just say, should this bill prove wildly successful and we start letting people out on parole more than the system can handle, and we haven't ramped up to do whatever we need to handle these folks coming out and give them the services that they need, what's next? What happens? Does this whole bill fall under its own weight?
Well, I think what will happen is, and I think we're going to see some of this now. It's not that we really loosened up the reins on who we decided to put out, because that process pretty much followed our process. And look, I'm going to say something that people probably get a little nervous, but we're not supervising in the field the way we were prior to locking down for the pandemic, because we had to take a lot of folks from the field and move them into facilities because of sick leave. And people were out on leave because of childcare issues. I mean, once daycare shut down, we saw a drastic uptick in people that took advantage of the state's COVID leave. So we had to pull people in from the field. The last 2 days I've been having conversations about, we're going to have to start pulling the reins back a little bit. So I think we're seeing a little bit of an experiment about this now, but I think the problem is if you don't have the support in the field, corrections will get blamed for it, which, okay, that's the perception issue. But I think you're going to run the risk of harming community safety and harming, sometimes it's not even safety, sometimes it's chaos, right? Adding chaos to the community. That without that type of support, I think those are what's going to happen.
Thank you. And then just for my last question or comment, and this may be out of your wheelhouse, but I want to talk a little bit about credit for people on probation. And there's certain things that keep me up at night, and this bill does. I want to make sure that we don't miss anything. And we just want to make it a good, strong piece of legislation. And I was wondering, when we did Good Time, we asked the department to help us understand who should receive Good Time credit and who shouldn't, and when it should start, and who would be eligible, and all those various things. And we set up this really neat committee to come up with those answers. They brought it back to us and said, figure it out yourself. And we did. I think we have in this bill. But probation, the question I raised to myself, and I had a conversation with the committee about it really early, and you were the one name that came up for today, was that who should get credit for time served on probation? When should it start? Should it be retroactive? Should it be available to everybody going forward today, or should it only be available to new people coming in on probation? I'm not going to hold you to any answer because it's probably the way I do it.
Look, here's where I am on Good Time, right? Because I probably understand it less than you do. And so my comments earlier about, I don't necessarily have a problem with the way the bill is written now, as it's explained to me by Dale and Monica, right? And I know probably for my conservative friends in the law enforcement world, if they're listening, they're all shaking their head about what happened to Baker, right? I believe if you go back to this concept of focused deterrence, where you can use Good Time as a lever, as a result of, it can be used as an incentive to better program people, but you can't program people if you don't have the programs. So I know I'm not really answering your question because I really don't understand it completely. The good time and how it works and the calculation. I understand what's in the bill. But what I'm saying is in concept, from a community correctional standpoint, you could use that as part of the focused deterrence as a lever to get people to be compliant and participate in the support that they need to get themselves where they need to be. I'm not sure. I get that the conversation is about going backwards on good time. I think that's your question. I guess for me, it's always been about when a bill happens and legislation happens, it's moving forward. I think backwards and calculating good time is going to be a huge burden for us, staff-wise. I'm willing to accept whatever the legislature decides they want to do, but I do think it's going to be a big burden for us budget. And I think, there I go again, calling someone by their first name.
That's fine. That's
But
so what I'm going to do.
let's clarify, Butch, before it's
Right,
for the
right,
good time, it's not going retroactive. It
Right.
is, it would be applied to those folks who are currently sentenced
Right.
going forward.
Right.
Going forward, so it wouldn't do anything going back.
So I'm going to extrapolate that up to probation and use your answer up on the probation question to inform me that it's this tool that's available for people that are within our correction system, in our judicial system, is an important tool to get people to help people change their lives and help people move forward. And it can be used by folks in your department as kind of a tool for behavior modification.
Right. And again, if being a student of, being a student of what I refer to as focused deterrent, it's another lever. I mean, I see it as a way of helping in a bigger picture. It's just not good time. In a bigger picture of making people understand, if you work hard at what you need to do, there's going to be rewards for that, and we have support here. But I think that goes back to my earlier point with Representative Emmons, is that the support of the community. Representative Shaw, you probably, I mean, Rutland has a lot of folks that participate outside of what the system is around these issues of bringing people back into the community. And I see good time as one potential lever for folks to have an incentive to change their lives. Because at the end of the day, it's really up to them to do that, not us. Our job is to provide them with the resources to do it and the level of supervision and the carrot and the stick to get them to where they need to be.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's enough.
So we have another,
just don't ask me to calculate good time, Lauren.
no,
Okay.
that's other people. So we have
It's
another
up to Monica
question.
and Dale to do.
That's right. So we have another committee question.
Sure.
Kurt?
Yeah, I'm looking back to January or
That was
back
a long
there
time ago.
a bit. I'm trying to, when you first came on, and the idea was that you're an interim commissioner and by April or May, you'd be leaving.
April 30th, actually.
But okay, by April 30th, you'd be leaving and you'd have some recommendations for the department in a way to handle a bunch of issues that we were facing then. And there was a CRCF investigation that had started. I'm wondering where we are on all those sorts of things. What's your thoughts on the future for yourself, or if there are any, and will you still be presenting some sort of recommendations for the DOC as a whole? And where are we on the CRCF investigation?
Well, I'll take the last first. Really, once we locked the facilities down, the ability for investigators to interview kind of came to a halt, right? So I can't say with certainty what Tris Coffin is thinking as far as starting up again, but that is part of what happened there. To get to your second question, and I will, in fairness, I should circle back with Tris anyway, and talk to the secretary about where we are with that and what our thoughts are, especially as we start to think about, loosening things up a little bit, not so much in the correctional system, but in the rest of the world. When the pandemic happened, Secretary Smith, I had a quick conversation about my shelf life. And what I agreed to is that I would stay on. I wasn't going to leave on the 30th. My letter of employment ended on the 30th. This is too complicated right now to bring in a change of leadership in corrections. So I agreed to stay. I'm here right now through the end of June. I do plan on writing some version of a report or a memo or suggestions back to the secretary about some of the things that I think has to happen inside corrections. But I got to tell you, I've said this a couple times, and I may have said this to folks privately. Some of the things around cultural stuff, Representative Taylor, that I thought needed to happen are happening right before my eyes because of the pandemic. So don't ever waste a crisis to make change is a theory I've always had. And some of that's happening now. And what I plan on doing is documenting some of that. And there are suggestions that I need to make around hiring processes, how we handle internal cases for investigation. You heard me talk about this before. And so there's a bunch of other stuff, things that I think around racial disparity, fair and impartial supervision of people we're responsible for. Those are things that I've been talking about off on the side since I've been here. And I will leave behind a document that lays out what I think needs to be addressed.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. And I'm glad to hear that you're staying on through the rest of this crisis. So good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the support.
Any other questions from the committee or comments here? Because I'm sure Commissioner Baker needs to move on to taking care of some bigger issues. We don't want to hold him up any longer. But
Yeah, my next thing is a budget conversation.
Oh God, oh God.
I think he would rather stay with us than do the budget.
Probably.
That's clearly a voice I hear coming up the road from Bennington there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank
So
you
this
for all
is
you
helpful,
do.
Commissioner, and what I'd like to do now with the committee is really talk about the working group and work with Bryn in terms of coming up with new language to incorporate what occurred in the Senate yesterday and here today.
So, and again, thanks especially to Phil squeezing me in because I went back and forth with him a couple times. I appreciate your patience with me. Thank you.
That's fine, no problem.
Thank
Anytime.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So while it's fresh in our minds, what I'd like to do is we've got a draft sort of in the works, another draft. We're also waiting for Senate Judiciary on this. I mean, House Judiciary. But I'm wondering, Bryn, if between what you heard yesterday in Senate Judiciary and the testimony just now from the commissioner, if there could be new language, gave enough direction for some language about reinstating the group that was together last year in the fall and winter that worked with CSG. And also incorporate within that looking at maybe the graduated sanctions, reentry housing needs, the community piece, behavioral health piece, is kind of consolidate all of that. Does that make sense, Bryn? Or is that too much?
No, I think that makes sense. Does the committee know what it wants to do with the Agency of Human Services report? Is that something that you want to consolidate with this sort of overarching JR2 working group?
I was sort of thinking about that, but I'm not tied to that. Other folks, because they had there was for the Justice Reinvestment 2, that was on section 22, which is reports on findings and any recommendation for legislative action. And then the Agency of Human Services, with the assistance of Council of State Governments, would be gathering information on mental health, substance use disorders, and assessments for incarcerated individuals, how screening informs case plans for sentencing individuals, and existing behavioral health care coordination and case management protocols. So that was more data collection from the Agency of Human Services.
Yep, so you want to leave that one as is then and just have them report to the working group?
I would say so on first blush. And then in the working group, incorporate the issue about strengthening graduated sanctions piece in reentry housing.
Is that the Department of Corrections program working group?
Yeah.
Section 20?
Yes. That was 24.
Oh, okay.
Or section 20. There's also section 20, but that's not, is that connected? Yeah, that is connected with the
Yes,
Council
it
of
is,
State
yeah.
Governments. Yeah, I was thinking of that working group, section 20.
Right. That was my understanding, to consolidate that programming piece with the JR2 group. But are you asking that the section 24, that language that passed in the Budget Adjustment Act, would you like that to change as well?
Well, that's what I'm sort of looking at, because that's another one of DOC. I'm wondering, could that be part of that working group in section 20? I don't know. I'm just putting those out as thoughts.
Okay.
Okay, so Kurt, you have your hand up. Sarah gave a thumbs up. Kurt, is your hand up still? Is it new or is it from the previous
No,
question?
it's waving.
Okay. Okay, it's all yours. You have something, Mary, too?
Yes, my hand's up.
Okay, so Kurt and then Mary.
There's an awful lot of working groups being tossed around, and I'm not sure the composition of each. And we seem to be talking about taking the original Justice Reinvestment 2 working group and substituting it for this Justice Reinvestment working group, but I'm not exactly sure who the members were of the previous one and what their charge was and how that differs from this one.
The one that was involved last year had a tri-branch. It had to be tri-branch because this was a work of justice reinvestment where you had agreements from the three branches of government. So you had 4 legislators on there. The Chief Justice was the chair. You had DOC, you had mental health, you had law enforcement with the state police and also municipal, and you had some of the advocates, like Jessica was there for the network, ACLU was there. The courts were there. Pat Gable was there for the courts. I think Judge Pearson was there. I mean, we can get a list of that.
But did it include the parole board?
The parole board was not included in that, which was because they were looking more at the front end and looking more at people who were incarcerated.
Right. So we've got the parole board on this one.
Right. And they should be on this other group, that they should be included, because now, particularly with presumptive parole, they should be there.
And this one has.
But we met maybe 4 times, and it was really it was a check-in that councils of state governments used in terms of, this is the data they're getting to date. This is an issue we're getting with one entity or 2 entities. We're not getting the data. Can you help us put some pressure on them to give us the data? It was a way of saying, well, you've received the data for this. I remember in some of the meetings, I would say, well, are you looking at the women's facility? Are you looking at the women who are on probation, who are on furlough? You know, let's see if we can break it down by gender. So the next 2 months that they did the work, they would incorporate that and then come back to us. So that's how it worked. We didn't get into the minutia. It was a vehicle for council of state governments to do a check-in and say, are we on the right track? Are we looking at the right people? Are we gathering the data that you were hoping to get? Is this going to help you in making decisions? That's what the check-ins were all about. We were not making recommendations on policy. We were waiting for council of state governments to do that. So my thinking is if we use that same group, they have the background of what we did. And also it's a way for council of state governments, again, to have those check-ins to see if they're working in the right direction. I have a cat that's rolling over in all the papers.
I guess I need to be able to think about with the different makeup of the group, whether the powers and duties need to change and things like that as well.
I don't think we need to overthink it. I don't think we need to overthink it.
Well, determining their powers and duties, how's that? Huh? I mean, they have to, what are they going to be doing? They're not going to be doing the same thing they were doing before.
Well, it's a way for the council of state governments to check in and also look at how DOC or the community is implementing presumptive parole, the different types of furlough and what's coming in. It's how do we take those next steps in justice reinvestment too. So Butch has his hand up. Butch?
Thanks, Al. So I'd like to think this proposal that the Senate put out yesterday is kind of a compromise proposal, because the working group that we have in our current version of the bill probably wouldn't live through another look from the Senate, because I don't think Senator Sears was, his initial reaction is, we'll just let justice oversight do it. And I think that.
You mean the one from Justice Reinvestment?
Yeah, that whole section of the bill, he was not in favor of it all. So I think this is probably a bit of the Section 20 working group. I think this is a bit of a compromise from them. So we have to, I'm going to look at it that way a little bit, I think, and try to figure it out without monkeying it up so much that it's not going to work.
Kurt?
Well, I think Mary had a question, didn't she?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. I am sorry. Thank you, Kurt.
That's all right. I think my question was answered because I was trying to define what the committee looked like it had done and that. So I think my questions were answered.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm looking on the chart that Sarah made, and for the working group proposal, it's made up of pretty much the same people, though a smaller group than what was there before. Kurt?
I think I'd like to hear from CSG about what they think of it, because it sounds to me like, well, this original working group has a lot of hands-on working that it was going to be doing. And I think that's what the commissioner was saying. It looks into things pretty in a detailed way, into some of the things going on in corrections. And we're backing off of that, and I think we're putting more onto CSG, and I'm wondering whether this is something that they feel is good or that they can do. If this turns into more of a report back from CSG, we have to know whether they're willing and able to do it.
I think they are. I mean, this language here is a recommendation from CSG. They're anticipating once the S338 passes, that the next step for CSG will be implementation, and also to really start focusing on the behavioral health piece of it, in the behavioral health care piece of it within the community. And the goal is that we'd have some federal dollars coming in to help us with this, and CSG would be the key entity that would be working on this for implementation.
Right, but this is CSG's addition to have somebody else do a bunch of work, this working group, not
No,
for them
to
to
help-
do it.
No, it was CSG would be doing it, but this is to help them in terms of, are we implementing this correctly? Is this the direction that you want to go as a state?
So would CSG be looking into the implementation of case reviews and the release of individuals newly eligible for presumptive parole?
They'd be reaching out to those individual entities to give them the data, and CSG would assimilate that. CSG has been in direct contact a lot with Monica. And I don't know if you want to speak up on what has occurred in the past in terms of your work and CSG's work together to get the data and how that worked, because I would assume that's the continued process. Am I off base on that, Monica? And then Sarah did have a question.
I'm happy to wait if that's, or I can answer the question now.
Why don't you answer the question and then we'll go to Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, yes, CSG will be coordinating what I would say a lot of gathering of data. However, it's really important for the committee to understand that the majority, that the work is done in collaboration, right? We spent a tremendous amount of time with Ellen and Cassandra and with Ed Weckerly, being able to, one, provide them with the information that they needed, interpret the information that we were giving to them, read through a lot of reports. So it's a collaborative effort versus CSG just coming in and doing the work. They can't do it without us, and I would say us includes the judiciary, the parole board, all of these agencies spent a lot of time working with CSG so that they could produce those reports. And this implementation working group, whatever it will look like, I imagine will require at least as much and possibly more work, as the commissioner, I think, was saying earlier in his testimony. It will require a lot of work from all these different agencies. Most of the reports that are in here, even though it says, well, the superior judge should be supplying this information or the parole board supplying information, a lot of the information that's going to be needed for those reports will in fact come from the Department of Corrections. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. So let me go to Sarah next, and then we can continue.
So I just had a quick question, because I think I heard, Bryn, that you were asking about this too. Like, where does AHS fit in? Are we still talking about Section 23, that will be an AHS report that's separate? And what I heard from the commissioner is that if there's a way that we can integrate the work that this working group is doing with AHS, that would help bring some cohesion. And so I guess my question is, does it make sense for a member of AHS to be part of this working group, to be added? So
They are. I mean, it's part of, I mean, if you go back to who was there last fall, AHS was well represented because you had all the departments within AHS represented.
Okay, now I'm seeing that. Yep, the secretary. Yep.
So the circling back would be that the Agency of Human Services, if you keep Section 23, the Agency of Human Services is going to work with the Council of State Governments on collecting all of this.
Yep.
And then that gets reported back to the Justice Reinvestment 2 working group. So that's how you connect it.
Great.
So does this make sense to the committee so that we can have Bryn start kind of laying out some language for this? I get some thumbs up, so I get some nods. I'm wondering too, I'm wondering too, Bryn, if we extend the date out a little, if that helps. We have January 15th of 21. Would it be better to do maybe January 30th or February 1st, does it not matter? I'm just trying to give some time here.
I think that what we had talked about with Ellen was that that date should really be bumped out to 2022 to give the legislation some time to take effect and for the data to be relevant based on the new policies that are going to be implemented. So I think that somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that we landed on like July 1st of 2022, and it would be a report to Justice Oversight.
Right, we did, I think. Butch? Unmute yourself, Butch.
My comments on a different subject, so keep going until you're done with that.
Okay. So why don't you put in that July 1st, 2022?
I had January for my notes.
January 1st, 2022?
22, but I don't think so. I don't know.
Well, if you do January 1st, 2022, that's the, there goes my internet again. If you do January 1st, 2022, then you've got that legislative session, the second year of that biennium. If you push it out to July 1st of 2022, then you're not going to deal with anything until the legislative session of 23. So it'll be 2 years from this January, next January that you. So where's the committee? Butch? No, you've got something else. You want to do January 1st, 2022 or January 15th, 2022 or July 1st,
I think
2022.
I think January, whether it's January 1st or January 15th of 2022, then it gives a biennium to.
Well, 1 year of the biennium. It's the last year of the biennium.
Oh, right.
The new biennium starts next January.
Yeah, right. Yep. So, but if we don't do that, then we skip a biennium.
We skip 2 years.
Yeah.
So our folks, how many folks would prefer January 22? How many folks want January 22? Okay, how many folks want July 22? I think everybody was January.
January, yes.
So Bryn, we're at January 15th, 2022. But if we do that, then what we have here well, why don't we get that and then we can figure it out, because I'm seeing that April 1st date that we didn't do because of our situation, but it was supposed to be on the graduated sanctions and the reentry housing piece. So let's get the language and then we can see it next week on Tuesday. That will help us, I think. So Butch, you had a question about something else. Unmute.
Damn it.
I'm going to tell your wife to keep you muted.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to go back to probation as long as Bryn's getting ready to make some changes. And I know we're waiting for judiciary to come over with their language in that. I'm wondering if we should consider taking a look at the current language or the language we're proposing on who's eligible for good time and maybe put that a similar language, because current law just says a judge can just set probation. And I'm just I wonder how the committee feels about should we just do it going forward as this bill says, or should we consider giving it to everybody on probation currently? That's a pretty big question.
So in discussions with Council of State Governments, when Ellen testified, most folks most folks do not have long probation sentences. Most of them, it's about 2 years, maybe 3. So you don't, usually probation doesn't go out as long as 5 years or something. So most of them are short. I'm just putting that information out there.
Yep. So just kind of reading what the bill says, strange thing. And it just starts, its current laws, it just may suspend all or part of the sentence, place person in sentence, secure in custody of commissioner, and term of probation shall be for a specific duration. And if everybody's happy with that, and I can go on with whatever everybody feels, we're just gonna go only, that's only available to people that are sentenced to receive a probationary sentence after this bill's passed.
Right, going forward.
Yep.
Did Senate Judiciary talk at all about people who are currently on probation that going forward, when the bill became law, that they would be able to get time for credit served going forward as well?
I do not recollect the Senate taking any testimony about whether it would apply to people who are currently incarcerated.
No, currently on probation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not incarcerated. No, there's folks on probation. We're talking about credit for time served on probation. So
I don't think that they discussed that. I don't believe that they discussed that.
I don't know if it would be problematic or not to put it on folks who are currently on probation. I don't know. Dale, you showed up. Is that a reason you want to talk?
I believe the understanding was it for it whenever, if the language, there's a few different versions of it, but whatever language passes would be effective that date moving forward.
Right.
For everyone on probation. So we wouldn't have, because it's not changing the sentence. It's not changing the sentence. It's what it's doing is making a fairness for all of our different legal statuses.
But the question is it credit for time served for folks who are on probation? Is it for someone, when this becomes law, would a person who is currently on probation qualify going forward for credit for time served?
Prospectively, it wouldn't be retroactive.
Okay.
So let's say it goes into effect July 1st.
Right.
So July 1st, he would earn his first day. July 2nd, July 3rd, it'd be moving forward toward the current sentence. So we wouldn't go back in time and look forward. It's everything moving forward. So.
But for someone who is currently on probation,
right.
Once this bill becomes law, going forward, for each day they continue on probation, they would get credit for time served.
Correct, unless the legislature wants to change that, like they did with good time, how it was everyone that's sentenced will earn good time, but it's not retroactive. It's prospective moving forward. It's the same thought, but it's not good. So probation credit is not good time, so to speak.
I know, but what we're trying to get at, and I think we're there, but I want to be clear. The original good time that we put in last year we were waiting for a report back. But the way it left last year was when it was implemented, the good time would only go to those folks that were sentenced once the bill became law. It did not apply to those folks who were currently sentenced.
Correct. And I see Monica there. So
we have now shifted that to say yes. So the question is with probation, is it when the bill becomes law, credit for time served on probation is only for those folks who are then sentenced to probation once the bill is law, or does it also apply to those folks who are currently on probation going prospectively for them?
See, I would think it would be prospectively the way it's written, but that might be a question that Bren or other legal minds. I'm not a legal mind. I'm just a.
So the intent was for anyone who's on probation, be it now or be it after July 1st, they would all qualify from that point on to get credit for time served on probation. That was the intent, correct?
That is correct. And it would apply prospectively.
Right. So it's all, you have, how many folks on probation now? About 5,000?
Between 4 and 5.
Yeah. So it will, all of those folks who are currently on probation, from the time this bill becomes law, would qualify for credit for time served.
I believe the way it's written now, yes, unless the legislative changes it. They can't. It's a policy decision, and I'm looking at Brent a little bit, but it could be that you can make the decision that from this date forward, anyone sentenced to probation will earn credit on their probation time as well. But I think that's a kind of a policy decision. But my take on the way it's written now is that July 1, you get credit for probation.
Okay. So Bryn has to leave because she has to get to House Judiciary. So let's continue working on a new draft. Bryn's going to work on new language for the working group. We want to clarify that we can, this probation time serves for everybody. Does that give you enough direction, Bryn?
Yep, I'll start that work. Would you like to see a new draft of everything that you've done for next week, or just the working group portion?
Can you, let's do everything we've done, and if there's any decisions that have been made in House Judiciary today, or can you incorporate that as well? If they get to that point, why don't we do that? So we're meeting next Tuesday from 1 to 3. Okay, so Bryn has to leave, but we still have some questions here. Kurt and then Butch.
Mine doesn't have to do with what we're talking about right at the moment. I can wait till we're finished with it. We are.
Okay, Butch, does this pertain to what we're talking about? Okay, let's
Yeah,
go
it does.
and then we'll go back.
So I looked at the language in good time, and it clearly says in plain English, for offenders currently serving a sentence at the time of the program is implemented, any reduction shall be calculated based on the offender's sentence going forward in time. So that says that statement to me says we're sweeping everybody in to that system, whether they're sentenced today, tomorrow, or last year. I don't see that in the probation language, and maybe Dale can point that out to me.
I think what it would be is under probation in section 3, all terms of probation set by the court shall be for a specific duration, not to exceed statutory maximum terms for the offense.
So, Representative Shaw, what I see is like the probation that I'm on page 9, D1, where it says a probationer shall receive 1 day of credit toward the probationer's minimum sentence, et cetera, et cetera. So that would mean that once the bill becomes effective, that the probationer would receive credit. That's how I interpret it. So if it's not the direction of if it's not your policy decision, I would have that cleared up, because it could be interpreted one way or the other. I would interpret it as I serve 1 day on probation, I get 1 day credit if that probation gets revoked or something of that nature.
So I understand that, Dale, and I appreciate it, but you're a corrections guy. And so would it be helpful, and that this is up to the committee, obviously, if we cleared that up and it was said in plain English, like we said in the good time piece, if that's the direction the committee wants to take. If we're bent on moving people through the system, then I think it's important that we clear it up and hear from the judiciary.
Yes, I think the intent, what I'm hearing, the intent is everyone who's currently on probation and those going forward after the law, they will all qualify for credit for time served. That's the intent. And if the committees agreeable to this, we need to clarify that language. Just nod if you think we have to clarify the language.
I mean, I think we would support having one way or the other. I don't think the department is concerned is one way or the other, but as long as it's clear and as long as everyone's on board with it, I think that's what we're more concerned with. So everyone understands it. So, you know, after it becomes effective, we're not getting dragged in court trying to argue one way or the other. As long as I like clear, plain language myself.
That's what we want to do. We don't want to leave any ambiguity out there.
Right.
So I'm going to ask you, Butch, can you circle back with Bryn and
Yep.
ask her to do that language for the next draft?
I will.
Okay. Anything else on this one? Because Kurt has his hand up for something else, correct? And we're pushing 2:30 here, so we need to close up. Kurt.
I just have one thing I want to make sure that it's not going to cause any problems, but on page 6 of 42, section 3, paren 5, it's line 9 of page 6. I realize this is existing language, but it enables the probation officer to add to the probation as much as a year. And I'm wondering whether that's going to bump up against what we're also saying about probation not being allowed to be more than the maximum or something. Because they can keep adding probation as long as they are not doing their programming, it sounds like to me.
Well, they have to file the petition with the court.
Yeah.
So what that is, Representative Taylor, is we have someone on for a term probation and they're getting toward the end of their term and they haven't completed their conditions of supervision. We can, if we violate, go back to the court and have that term extended so that they can complete what they need to do. Now, you do bring up a good point here that this, with the way that the credit would be reading now, there could be it might not come into effect or come into play as much anymore. It would be for current cases with longer terms that are already in effect, but it really depends on the term that's set and the sentence that's imposed. So it could be, in effect, someone has a 2-year max sentence that's all suspended, but a 1-year term. So that 1-year term, the court could push it back to the 2-year point. But if it was a 2-year term and a 2-year max, you couldn't really push it beyond that because at the 2, the probation's done.
I see.
So it adds a layer that when the courts and agreements are being written up as far as probation and terms, that's just something that they'll have to kind of take into effect is the term. And if we're going to look to push it back, you can't have the term can't be longer than the max with the new language.
That's what I wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope I explained that correctly, or I hope I explained it well enough to understand.
Okay. No, that does.
Okay. I just want to get that down because I was interrupted here. Okay. Anything else before we finish up? So I just want to give the committee what the thinking is in terms of our time frame here for this bill. The speaker has asked if this bill needs to go to appropriations. I'm assuming it does, even though we don't have an appropriation to it. What I would like to do, there was a group review working with Mary Hooper, there was Sarah, and there was Carl and Felicia and Mary. Could you folks connect with Mary? And I know they're in the throes right now of BAA, the large BAA. And they are going to be getting in, I believe, a week or 2 weeks, a week and a half from now, The FY21 budget recommend from the administration. This would be an FY21 appropriation. And it would be really important to get a conversation going with Mary Hooper to kind of figure out what the thinking is for S338 for money and for what. They're going to be doing a skinny bill for FY21 that my internet's unstable, so I hope you can hear me. That they hope to get out and passed by the end of May, beginning of June is the thinking. So Mitzi has asked if we can get this bill out next week. And I said, well, we're pretty close. We're waiting for House Judiciary. And
Do we know when they will be done?
Maxine and I spoke yesterday because the speaker emailed both of us yesterday. And Maxine and I spoke yesterday in terms of what they're looking at. They are looking, I asked them to really look at the minimum max issue for credit for time served on probation, if it should also go towards the max. I asked them on furlough, Rule 75 or Rule 74. And they're also spending time on the racial disparity and the sentencing commission. And they want to know about the stakeholders in the racial disparity. They were thinking of getting all those folks in to testify. And I said, you don't need to, we've heard from the majority of them. Our concern was that the report back from the racial disparity study that there didn't need to have a report from every stakeholder and that people are fine with the changes that they made. So House Judiciary will go along with that, but they're really concerned about the Sentencing Commission. And Martin Lalonde is part of the Sentencing Commission. So I said, that's your area, figure that out. That's not our area. So I think they'll probably have something by next Tuesday, I would hope. Because I said to Maxine, we're just really waiting for you folks. We have a few things that are dangling, but we could finish the work on this by next week on Thursday, is my thinking. Does the committee see that, being able to finish it up by next Thursday?
Now, so when is Mitzi looking then to bring it onto the floor?
Well,
the following week?
Well,
or you don't know?
it has to go up to appropriations.
Right, that's what I thought.
It has to go up to appropriations. So that's why if you folks, you, Mary and Carl and Sarah and Felicia's not on today, could hook in with Mary to find out more specifically what her thinking is, and we should put some money in somewhere, is the thinking. Monica, you've got your hand up.
Well, I can take my hand down if you prefer.
No, that's fine. No, did you want to weigh in on this?
I think what I wanted to let you all know, maybe before you signed off, and just to ask a question, we do have a few items that are related to this bill that we still wanted to bring up, and so it might make more sense for me to just send something to you in writing versus to bring that up right at this point.
Can you send that to all the committee or send it to Phil, and Phil can send it to all the committee members?
Sure.
Can you do that, Monica?
I can.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and reach out to Mary, and Mary Hooper, and I'll CC Mary and Sarah and Felicia on that email just to get the conversation going.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I was going to ask how we were going to coordinate that so we weren't all calling. So that would be great.
I'll go ahead and do that.
That would be great, because we got to get that conversation going to know what the parameters are.
Right.
Because if you remember back in February, before we broke for town meeting, Mary was concerned about what are we going to do with S338 with money in the FY21 budget that they were putting together? Because the thinking on the Senate side, when they took the money out, their thinking was they could use one-time money from FY20 to address some of the areas they wanted to fund. That one-time money is now gone.
That's gone
So
for sure.
the question, that's gone. So, but that was the thinking on Senate appropriations side back in February. And so now it's a different world and we have to figure out the money piece. And that's a much bigger picture than us. So if Carl, you could organize that, that would be great.
Take care of that.
Okay. And Monica and we'll send to Phil some of the other changes that they're concerns that they have. And we will be back. The plan is for Tuesday from 1 to 3. And also Thursday next week from 2:30, from 12:30 to 2:30. Anything else before we sign off? And we'll sign off on YouTube here. If not, thank you all for tuning in, and we will be back in committee on Tuesday next week. Thank you.
Okay, committee, welcome, Senate Finance. We are going to continue our walkthrough today, trying to find a solution to our deficit in the Ed Fund, but you know, we've been told to just declare bankruptcy and go home, so maybe that would be a solution, and just walk away from all those pensions and all that stuff. And I don't know, when Harrisburg and I think it was Detroit declared bankruptcy, I was at Encoil and the insurance and bond market went berserk. So I can imagine what would go on if states decided to do that. I have never heard it suggested. So we're going to assume we aren't going bankrupt, and we are going to figure out how to use that, fill that deficit, even though despite being told we would be able to use some of the CARES money to fill revenue slots, the directions that I saw at least 4 times today said we could not. So we are here with our deficit, at least for now. So we're going to start out with
So Madam
Graham
Chair,
and
may I just
Mark.
ask a quick clarification on that? So does that mean that we're talking about largely, of course, things that are where we're responding to COVID-19, but also new projects, new initiatives, or are
No,
they?
It can't be used to fill revenue losses
Right, right.
for already budgeted
Items.
programs, is my interpretation. And I think I've seen several that agree with that. So school is budgeted.
Yeah.
And we are looking at significant revenue losses. And I think we've all agreed that school should probably open in September, health, you know, standards allowing.
Right.
But education of some form will have to be delivered in September, end of August. So we are here. And Mark and Graham, I just keep hoping one of you is good. Well, I think Graham's might be going to give us some good news, but we're going to start with what's the revenue forecast. Senator Ballot.
Just a clarification, Ann, since when we saw some of the language that seemed to be in this latest package, it seemed like they were giving some flexibility to the states. And you're saying the guidance that you're seeing is not saying that. So where's the?
I will stand. I just read the document and it said couldn't be used for revenue shortfalls so where there's going to be some gray area in there, but I am not going to assume that we're going to get to use $100 million. And I'm starting to get a little nervous about going through the 1 billion if you start to look at proposals that are out there. So I'm working on the assumption that the bulk of this at this time we're going to have to deal with this year's and next year's. If a windfall comes our way, then I'll happily jump on it. But I didn't see anything that said we could make up for revenue shortfall. Maybe some flexibility, but I didn't see a lot. I will, if somebody else has read it differently, I'll stand by that. Graham, are you gonna be first?
I think so, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I'm Graham Campbell from the Joint Fiscal Office, and I'm here to essentially give an update to the committee about where revenues stand. I think just before I start that, I think the discussion that you just had about regarding the CRF funds is the correct one. The guidance was issued by the Treasury last night and specifically multiple times made in comments that this revenue could not be used for revenue shortfalls or operating expenditures that would have occurred anyway. There was some chatter in the most recently passed. I'm not sure if the House has passed it yet, but what they're calling CARES, 1.5, which refilled the PPP loan pot of money. That either there was going to be some more money for state and local governments to use for revenue shortfalls, or the existing CRF money in CARES 1 would be, the language around that would be loosened up to be used for revenue shortfalls. Neither of those things appears to have happened. So we're kind of where we were before in terms of with that money, except for the fact that we have actual guidance from the Treasury on this money at the moment. And so there has been some talk of President Trump, I think, tweeted that they would look at the state and local aid in the future bills, but at this point, it's rather uncertain. So I think that's all I know at the moment for the CRF money.
That's right. Senator McDonald had a question.
Does the state have a budget yet?
Not a past one, no.
And have we established what the state plans to do for state aid education yet?
Good question.
Yes, I think it's the sales tax. Of the way the law is written, there's no general fund transfer. Okay. Senator Pearson. Senator Pearson has a question.
Yeah, well, I think I understand what Senator McDonald is driving at, and
Yeah.
Graham, can you? We've talked about this. It's usually been a several part test, right? Not budgeted and in reaction to the pandemic. Is that still where we believe
that's where we stand? Yeah, and not budgeted, and then also necessary. I can send Faith the document that the Treasury released, but there's some examples in there about what might be an eligible expense, and most of those examples are expenses incurred for COVID relief, like healthcare expenses, things like that. There is a section which talks about potentially if the state were to offer some economic assistance in the form of for payroll for businesses, that might be an eligible expense. And so there is some gray area still left over in the guidance that was issued by Treasury. Although it specifically says multiple times, not for operating and must be necessary. So not much has changed from our original interpretation of the money as it was passed in the actual bill itself.
So if schools had extra expenses, if they bought iPads, if they bought routers so that students could learn remotely, there's a chance that might be covered. A chance.
Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of what might or might not be an eligible expense, but that's the kind of, I think, thrust of something that would be used. I'm just pulling up the actual document here so I can.
Graham, broadband, for example. I mean, this could be, we've recognized that we have, a massive, we've known this, but this is highlighting a massive infrastructure deficit on our part. Good broadband, fiber, that kind of thing. Seems to me that the case might, and I know you can't be judge and jury on this, but it seems to me that kind of thing where we're learning that we have deficits in preparation, as the pro tem said this morning, which I thought was a really good point. How do we prepare for, how do we sort of do an analysis of what we did well, what we didn't do well? How do we prepare in the future for these kinds of things? And I guess the one question I could ask you, Graham, is what are the penalties if a state were to make a mistake, a legitimate mistake? We invest a lot of money in broadband right now, and somebody says, oh, tisk, you guys, that really doesn't fit the bill. What happens?
I don't know the answer.
Okay, so there's nothing.
No, we
you
don't
haven't
have that.
seen anything along those lines. Okay.
We aren't that far. I'm still getting concerned that we're going to go through this money very quickly. There's just so many proposals out there. But
Well, we're going to go through the money unwisely and in an uncoordinated fashion.
That's
right.
Yes.
With respect to broadband, because if we go through and we spend all the money on things that people say they want and need right now, but we have no plan or no integrated strategy around it, it's going to be a disaster. We're going to spend a lot of money that's not necessary. It's going to be uncoordinated. It's not going to fit together. And logically, it may not make a whole lot of sense by the time we get done. And this is particularly true if we fragment how we do it in terms of who's responsible for it. So those, I think, are significant risks that we need to manage.
Mm-hmm. I think part of the reason that joint fiscal has asked to have everything but the immediate health and safety expenditures, once we get to go through the appropriations process, and as I understand it, as requests come in, I think it's on Joint Fiscal's website, there will be a listing of how, of the requests and then of how the money's being spent. But we need to watch that. There's already a group talking about reopening, but at some point we're going to have to make a coordinated effort. I think we know where we made some mistakes last time, and we'll make some this time, but hopefully they'll be very small ones.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Donald. I don't expect that we would have the answers to the questions that we might be asking today,
right.
But every year the relationship, the ratio between the state's share of education and the property tax or income tax payers changes, and every year we ratify that change and we debate it and argue it. We raise or lower the tax rates a penny here and there. We haven't done that yet. And I would ask someone in the days to come if we decided to restore the share of the ed fund paid for by the state, could we not do that? The state pays shares less of the revenues than they used to before the big recession, and the homeowners and property taxpayers have never caught up. That's a policy decision. So someone needs to tell us what constitutes where we've crossed the line and where we haven't before we concede the choices we might have.
A year ago, we began the work of the Tax Structure Commission. Take a look at all of our taxes and how they work, what reforms were necessary on a gross basis. And they're due to report back to us at the end of this year. It might be useful for us to hear from them at this point to say, well, what have they done and what have they found? And is there any direction that they're moving towards to resolve the issues that, because these issues existed long before COVID-19. And again, I'd like to see us do this in a logical rather than a reactive manner, because one of the problems for the tax system that we're in right now is we keep adding Band-Aids and making it worse.
Or we keep cutting taxes too.
So were we going to get numbers update from
committee? I want to let you know Senator Cummings just got booted from the meeting. I don't know why. So she's not here. That doesn't mean you can't go forward with Grant.
Where's Al Haig?
But I wanted to let you know.
I mean, I'll leave it to the committee. Do you want me to continue with the numbers and then?
It seems to me like we should give a few minutes, right?
Yeah.
So while we're waiting, maybe I can jump in. Senator McDonald, the problem with doing what you're suggesting right now is we don't have a forecast yet for 21, and we should have it by next Wednesday. And at that point, we can do the kind of analysis that you're looking for.
Right, and the numbers that I'm going to give right now are only fiscal 20 numbers. So
we had a very detailed analysis from the Deputy Tax Commissioner, was Tax Commissioner yesterday, who updated us on the various funds and sales taxes and rooms and meals. And that's for this year.
Mhm.
So. Come on, Madam Chair.
Just texted her. I haven't heard from her yet.
So Mark, maybe you'll tell us what you plan to tell us.
I don't have a lot to tell you. Graham was going to give you a revenue upgrade, and I was going to show you what that does to the education fund outlook for 2020. It's pretty straightforward. It just, the revenue downgrade is not as bad as we anticipated. Went from 89 to about 69. So the deficit in the education fund for FY20 is better than we thought initially, but it's still bad.
And we've sort of been operating on the principle that before we start making decisions about next year, we have this year nailed down. So we're not trying to, so we know what we've already done.
Yeah, but I think it's really likely. It's really likely that we're going to be carrying a significant deficit forward from FY20 into FY21, and we'll have an empty stabilization reserve. So it's a big problem.
Mark, I have a Bible here. Do you think you should be sworn in, or are you prepared?
No, I'm waiting for Al.
Here she is. You're muted, Senator Cummings.
We don't know.
Welcome back.
Okay.
I think we'll go to Graham right now.
Okay. So I'm going to attempt to screen share here. Hopefully this doesn't. Oh, Faith won't let me.
Does Faith have it?
I'll let you, Graham. Hang on.
Okay. This is posted on our website, so.
Graham, try it now.
Okay. Can everyone see that document?
Yep, we can see it.
Okie dokie. So I'm going to give you an update of what Tom Cavetta shared with us as of April 17th for fiscal year 20 revenue impacts. And as Mark said while we were waiting, the only real change here, as opposed to what the committee is seeing last, is in the education fund, really. So the...
Graham, can you make that a touch bigger?
That good? Better?
Yeah. Well, can't see all of the last column. At least I can't. I don't know about but that's because I've got people going down the side.
Yeah, I had the same
Going, Graham. I'm sure I've seen it.
So at the moment, we're looking at about accounting for both the shifts in revenue from fiscal 20 to fiscal 21 and the actual revenue downgrades from economic impacts from COVID. We're talking about $381 million across all funds. And that's broken out by the three funds on this sheet. And so the line that's highlighted in red here, that's what I'm calling the economic impact. So this is the amount that's just pure loss. And then the bottom line here is the revenue deferrals line. And so there's some talk that if some of the revenue deferrals came in before, some of these deferred revenues came in before July 30th, then it's possible that we could book them in fiscal 20. So we're sort of not quite counting them as revenue losses yet in fiscal 20, but I'm just highlighting them here just so the committee's aware. So in terms of total losses, so the sum of the three red numbers here is about $170 million. $61 million of it's in the general fund, 42 is in the transportation fund, and 69 million of it is in the education fund. The clear change here is the education fund. That number used to be negative $89 million. So it's been an upgrade, and that was largely due to not necessarily improvements in the economic outlook, but Tom Cavett and Jeff Carr made some technical corrections to their modeling, and so it had a roughly $20 million impact. And so that's by and large the main difference in the estimates that today versus what the committee has seen. I think it was last week that I presented these. So I guess at that point, I think I saw a hand from someone.
But I can't see the last column in red. Is that 50 that we think will come in July?
So
I've got participants going down the side, so
okay. So on the last column is the education fund, and so what the situation there is there's about $69 million worth of economic loss, so just lost revenues from businesses being closed, the sales tax and the meals and room tax, but also the lottery. And then there's an additional $41 million in potentially deferred meals and rooms and sales and use tax. You recall the administration waived interest and penalties for the March 25th and the April 25th payments of those two taxes. And so the way that the economists are treating that deferral is that they think that revenue will continue to be potentially to be deferred. And so, but I'm putting that down in the bottom category here, because so long as that money comes in before July 30th, there's it's possible that we can book that as a fiscal year 20 revenue. So it's not really loss.
But when we started out, the number we've been using is 19 million deficit for this year. Are we still in that ballpark?
19 million for the education fund?
Yes.
So I think Mark can maybe better, but the last thing I think he presented to you, the starting point was a negative $89 million loss in the ed fund. And then once you added in the stabilization reserves and things like that, it was, I think, what, 39.5, Mark?
Yes, that's right.
So,
and then there was the 20 million calculation change, which is, I guess, where I got to 19. So.
Yeah, I think Mark might give you an update on that. I'm not
Mark,
quite
you
sure
want to tell us, and then we'll get to questions.
Sure. So, Faith, do you have the document that I sent to you?
Before we leave this document.
Okay, Senator Pearson. There you are.
Hi. So, Mark or Graham, I was hoping you could explain the interplay between 69 and 41 in the ed fund. So you're saying we're projected to be down 69 million, but we may get 41 late is what I'm seeing. And I'm trying to understand, does that mean we're down 110 million, or does that mean we're down, what's the opposite, 18 million, 28 million?
Yeah, sorry about that confusion. What it means is the $69 million is just right now, that's just gone. That's sort of the best case scenario under these estimates. So 69 million is the loss in revenue from places just being closed, consumers not buying as much, not going to hotels, not buying lottery tickets, stuff like that.
Right.
The $41 million is an additional chunk of money that has been deferred, or I should say the penalties interest on that money have been waived. And so those are payments for March 25th and April 25th on the meals and rooms and the sales tax. So long as the people who owed the money in March and April make those payments in May, June, or before July 30th of this year, that 41 will come in. If they don't make that money, that's additional loss. So worst case scenario here is that none of those people have the money to make that payment. And you add another $41 million on top of the 69. So
All right. Thank you.
110 million.
Okay, Senator Sorokin has a question. Michael, you're muted. Michael? No.
I got it.
Okay.
Sorry. Not sure this is related specifically to the ed fund, but are there comparable charts on the spending side? How much reduced spending we're seeing in, or increased spending we're seeing in the balance of FY20? And also, what about, federal receipts, if there's more food stamps or less food stamps going in and out? I mean, are there no, if we're looking to balance a budget for FY20, we're talking a lot about the revenue losses, but another part of it is adjustments we need to make on the spending side.
So in FY20, we can't make any changes on the spending side at this point. It's all local spending. So
that's on the ed fund.
Yeah, on the ed fund. Yeah.
Yeah.
For
And
the
that's
other
what
funds-
we're trying to get a handle on right now. And that's the rest of this afternoon is trying to get a handle on where school spending is. And is it over? Is it under? We're still trying to get a handle on that.
I guess my question was more general to the other funds as well, and maybe Graham could briefly answer that.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a satisfactory answer. I think the administration's keeping track of the amount of money that they're spending related to the crisis. We have a grasp of the federal monies coming in, and I think it's probably somewhat accurate to say that a lot of the expenditures that are happening right now are probably those that are eligible for some of this federal money. So the CRF, I mean, most of the expenditures happening are related to the COVID-19 crisis directly, so public health spending, things like that. And so those would be more likely eligible for CRF money than additional other monies that were in the CARES Act. But these ones here are more just straight up losses of revenue. And so these are the ones that, notwithstanding any sort of additional federal aid that the state is going to have to make up for, in other words.
I've lost you again.
Uh-oh.
Can hear you.
I can hear you. I'm trying to shut it off because there's a phone ringing here. No, cancel. No.
We can see you, Ann.
I'm back. Okay. All right. I was trying to shut off the microphone, but it was covered by another pop-up. Okay. So I think the Approps Committee is doing as much tracking on, budgeted spending for this year. And we can ask them for an update, but I haven't heard anything on money chairs. All right. So we ready to go to Mark? Mark, you have a document?
I do, Faith. Do you have that document? If you don't, I can put it, share a screen, but is Faith still on here? Let's see her.
Please share the screen.
If I can share screen. Oh, I'm disabled for screen sharing, so.
Graham, you're the host, so you can make Mark a co-host.
I do not have a screen share up here right now.
All right, Faith's the host now. All right, I'll let Faith take over.
So
sorry, this is Faith. Were you looking for something from me? I just got booted out.
Faith, I sent you an updated education fund outlook.
I'm ready to share that, Mark. Hang on.
That'd be great. Okay.
That's what we're looking for. Okay, there it is.
And a little. So, all right, as long as we're at the top, the numbers that Graham has been talking about show up on here on lines 3, 4, 5, and 6. They're non-property tax monies that support the education fund.
Yeah.
That's the revenue downgrade that was changed. So we're better by about $20 million. So Faith, can you scroll down to the bottom? So we don't have to spend a lot of time on this part of it. But if you look down at the bottom, where it was $39.5 million on line 26 as a deficit, the deficit's now dropped to 19.9. But so there's not a whole lot to tell you other than that. That money, it's good news. We're not quite as bad off as we were expecting to be in 2020. But going forward to 21, while I have you here, the problem next year is we have to make up that $19.9 million deficit on line 26. On line 28, that reserve is going to be gone. So the stabilization reserve would need to be made up. Both school boards have already voted to expend about another $74 million next year. And even if I assume that we collect as much as 80% of the non-property tax revenues that were forecasted in January for the education fund, we'd lose about 114 million there. So we've got a really, really big hole right now in FY21, given that a lot of the spending has been locked in, almost all the spending has been locked in, but the revenues are really uncertain at this point.
Okay, Senator Pearson.
Mark, I've heard you say a few times that our reserve targets, with an assumption that we would top them up after using them this year. What if we were arguing that the crisis is bad enough that we are not in a position to replenish the reserve funds? Is that a notwithstanding our statute? Is that a risk with the rating agencies? Can you just help me understand that? Because surely that is a reasonable argument. Given
so the first part of it is an easy answer. In January, when the tax commissioner makes recommendations for 21, the statute requires that he assumes that the education fund stabilization reserve has been restored. So you'd see a big tax bump in there for 22 when you come through. But I think that the education fund can run a deficit. The question there, and I'm not the best person to answer this, is what the impact on that would depend on how rating agencies viewed that going forward. They like to see a 5% reserve in the fund. If they don't see anything there, I don't know how that affects the state's borrowing costs or that kind of thing going forward. So.
Just got a thing from Moody's Analytic that said that Vermont was one of 12 states that was in a position where it might survive this financial crisis with only a 5% reduction, and it was because of our reserves.
Mm-hmm.
So we've done a good job there, but I'm pretty sure I can remember not fully funding the reserves, probably during the last economic downturn. But all of these numbers are also based, Mark, on, we're working on the assumption that property taxes are going to be paid.
Two things. First of all, it assumes that the yields that were set back in December, the property tax parameters that were set in December, are the property tax parameters that you would use next year.
Yeah.
So in those, there's a built-in 5-cent increase on average for homestead taxpayers and a 6-cent increase for non-homestead property taxpayers. That's one. And then two, yes, you're right. It assumes that all of the property tax, education property tax money that's due in both FY20 and in FY21 is collected. So what I'm talking about, in some sense, is a best case scenario. So, I hate to throw it out there, but just it's a small group here, so just I'll throw it out. We're looking at a problem next year that ranges from 150 to $250 million. I mean, it could be $250 million to get schools fully funded next year, based on what we're looking at right now. And if we can't use the CARES money, the 1.25 billion, options are pretty limited. I don't know what else you would do other than go to borrowing.
So right now, though, because we haven't removed the 8% penalty,
Mhm.
the law says that those monies will be paid to the ed fund. It is the town's responsibility to collect them.
Yes.
And for some towns, especially poorer towns, that amount of borrowing might be difficult.
But no, but you're right. The way the law stands right now, if a municipality is unable to collect the full amount of education property tax that's due to the state, they have to come up with that money however they can, probably by going out and short-term borrowing.
So if we do away with that requirement, which we've been asked to,
Right.
It would probably trend more towards 250 million is.
No, yes, I guess it would be on the higher end of that, but we haven't factored that part of it.
Okay. Well, we don't know because we don't know.
Right.
How many people are still working remotely? How many people? We know how many people aren't working because we've got on insurance claims, but I don't think know who's working and how much they're making and how much property, who in that group is paying the property taxes. So it's a lot of unknowns out there.
Right. And like I said, by next Wednesday, we'll have a revenue forecast. It won't be an official forecast, but I don't know what else we would use because we're not going to have an official forecast, I don't think, until, end of the summer. And tax rates for the education fund have to be set before then. They have to be set before you adjourn, or ideally before June 30th. So there's going to be continuing uncertainty going all the way forward. On the general fund side, you can pass a 1-quarter budget and come back and deal with it when we have a better sense of how everything is sugared off. But with the education fund, because we need to establish rates, we've got to make those decisions based on incomplete or not as great information as we would like to have to make that decision.
Mark, do you know, is any of the money the CARE money that's going to schools come in?
Brad's on.
Brad will do that. Okay.
Better to know that than I do. I know that they're waiting for guidance at the agency. You're muted, Brad.
All right, there's Brad. You're muted. Muted. Can't hear.
Right hand corner.
No, can't hear him. There. Okay.
Got me? Okay.
You're unmuted.
At the moment, no money has come in. As far as I know, we have not received the application yet from the feds. That's being worked on. It's supposed to come out anytime now. We were told last week it'll be out the end of this week. That's where we are. But no money has come in yet from the CARES Act.
Okay. And have we gotten the list of what it could be used for? Is it just a flat grant or?
The only thing I'm aware of still is just what is in the CARES Act itself. They list 12 different uses for it. I would say 10 of them are fairly narrow. 2 of them are fairly broad, but it's not wide open money. But we're expecting that they will be giving us guidance on how to use that in further details, what it can and cannot be used for.
Okay. All right. I'm watching we're okay. So committee, any other questions for Mark? All right, then we're a little behind, so I'm going to move on. And this is the second section of our agenda, which is updates on school budgets and plans. Brad, you're on first. Do you have things to tell us?
I have what the business manager told me.
Okay, that's
and since
good.
I haven't done this in a while, just for the record, Brad James, Agency of Education. Faith, would you pull up the one that says FY20 expenditure update, please?
It'll take me a minute. Hang on.
That's okay. I don't know how to do it at all, so. What this is I asked the business managers yesterday afternoon what roughly what their increased costs are and what their potentially reduced costs are due to the school closures and such.
Yes.
And what's going on with them. And this is a kind of a compilation of what they had. And I heard back from just about 25% of them. Well, there it is. Thank you, Faith.
Okay.
So I heard back from about 25% of them. And the ones who specifically talked about their additional costs, 8 of the 12 of them responded directly to that question. 8 of them said that they thought their costs were going to be marginal, incremental. At best, they weren't going to be very large. 4 of them reported that they were going to have rough estimates, who gave me actual numbers of between $62,000 to $170,000. I don't know if that, by other people, I don't know if that's considered incremental or marginal. I'm not sure what their scale of magnitude is in terms of what they're saying to me.
Probably depend on the size of the school budget.
I think partly, but most of these districts most of these SUs were roughly the same size I was hearing from. That there's obviously some flexibility in there, but most were not terribly different. But they're all doing things a little bit differently. They are all saying that one of the things they're doing is they're using their money differently than they anticipated using it, because schools are closed. So they're shifting money from one pocket to the other. Most of them are still working very hard at keeping all their staff fully funded at 100% of their salaries. So that's going on, kind of following the governor's directives. So anyway, so the cost is there. It's not insurmountable. If I was to take what those 12 districts, well, really those 4 districts report an actual number, and well, I did that wrong now I think about it, because that should have been times more. Give me a second here to turn on a calculator. If I was to take their numbers, their total increase in spending for those 4 that report to was about $480,000. And if I was to multiply that by 13, just assuming that's kind of an average, because there are 52, so 452 is 13. We would come out with additional costs of about $6.3 million for the districts as a whole. Again, these are very rough numbers. Nobody's really going to stand by these numbers. I told them that I wasn't planning on standing by these numbers either. So
Right. I think we're just trying to get an idea of trends right now. Are they spending a whole lot or a whole lot more or less?
It's a good question, and I think it's a relative question. I don't think anybody's spending as much as I anticipated some spending. But I think if you look at that as that rough number, maybe call it $6 million for the state, that's significant money. Is it huge money for what's going on? I don't know the answer to that. By the same token, they're offsetting that a little bit by reduced costs. And again, I had only a few respond to about reduced costs, an actual estimated number. But 3 of them said they were not, that their costs that they would be able to reduce were not very large, but in a lot of those cases, they were offsetting their increased costs. So they're kind of at a net zero. So a lot of them are kind of at a net zero at the moment. There's still a large number of districts out there who are not sure what their costs are going to be in terms of what the either expenditure or reduced costs. It's still unclear because it's very early in the game for them. The 2 who reported costs to me were 31,000, or reduced costs, pardon me, were 31,000, 150,000. So you can see there's a discrepancy there. One SU did say that they were potentially going to have a very large fund balance at the end of the year because of their schools are closed and they're not spending a lot of money on busing or anything like that. That was a significant amount of money for them. So I think the takeaway is, I don't have good answers, obviously, but I think the takeaway is kind of all over the place. But I would say that probably if I was to take that number, if I was to kind of take a net number, multiply that by, say, 13. Let me just putz around here for a sec. I think probably we could be talking about a net number when I take into account what they've told me about reductions, cost reductions of maybe $4 million total cost, total increase
Okay.
when you net it out. So that kind of gives you an idea of, I think, of roughly a lot of parameters on that. Real big error bars, but a rough idea of the an increased cost of $4 million this year. They roll forward deficit next year.
Roughly, we aren't seeing a trend towards huge savings or huge overruns. The numbers we're talking about, $4 to $6 million, is not that big.
No, I think the general trend is toward more cost as opposed to reductions.
Reductions, yeah. Okay, Senator Pearson.
Thank you. Brad, are food costs wrapped in here? Because I know sometimes cafeterias are off budget and there's a whole variety of how we handle that. And I'm just curious if your understanding is that
my understanding in general is that food costs are rolled into this. A lot of you're right. A lot of districts run their food services and enterprise fund, which is supposedly self-filling, funding.
Yeah.
But most of the time there ends up to be a transfer from the school general fund to help that enterprise fund out. But my understanding from what I've heard from most people over the course of this past month is when they're talking to me about numbers and costs, food is a big part of it. A lot of them are seeing increased food costs. They're not getting the revenue in from the meals. They're sending food out to people. They're still paying their food staff at 100%, even though they're not necessarily working full time in some cases. So their costs are not going down. Food costs seem to be going up in general. There is money coming in. I don't know much about it, but there is money coming in from the federal government in terms of offsetting some of those food costs. But again, as I know you've talked about in Senate Agriculture, the offsets from the federal government do not cover the cost of a meal.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Brad at this point? Brad, do you have anything else to tell us?
Yes, there are a couple of things there. And Faith, if you keep scrolling down a little bit, there you go. That's about the end. On the number 5 that you're looking at there, I guess I mentioned that they're most of them are continuing to pay their personnel at 100%. For FY21, that's really where the big concern is for people, as it is for you too. Business managers are very concerned with what revenues are going to be available to them in FY20. They're worried about the increased costs, specifically for compensatory education, special education, and potentially increased mental health services. One of the things that they're worried about right now is also for FY20 are a reduction in revenues. There is some concern about transportation revenues not being paid out, and there's some concern about special education reimbursements not being paid out based on how people are working. In terms of transportation, what is happening now will not impact reimbursement for transportation this year. And that's because the transportation reimbursement from the state is based on the actual cost for transportation from 2 years prior. Calvin just gave me a message, excuse me. The special education is a little bit more detailed, and we're working on that right now. A lot of the special education personnel are not working full 7-hour school day, 8-hour school day, whatever it happens to be, although people are still paying them for their full time. So the question is becoming how will that be reimbursable? And we're looking into that. We're looking into how they do time studies twice a year for most personnel, and each time study lasts a period of a week for state reimbursement purposes. So we're trying to use that and roll that forward. There are some cases where some personnel, such as paraprofessionals, if their job duties change and they have to do a third time study, And so there's some people who are in that pot now that we're trying to figure out what to do about that. But it looks like we'll probably be able to say that most of those costs will be reimbursable. That's not a definitive answer quite yet, but that's where we're looking at. We should have a decision for that in a few days. I need to talk to Secretary French about that once I gather some more information. So I think the FY20 revenue should be okay. It's really FY21 that people are very concerned about. One other thing in terms of coming forward in FY21, that's that last paragraph I threw on that sheet, is the use of reserve funds and end of year surplus. They're both treated slightly differently. A reserve fund is set up for a specific purpose and can only be used for that purpose unless the voters choose to do otherwise at a special meeting or a special vote to change what that's for. There's been some question as to whether that could be, what's the term I want? That could be changed for a year or two while we work through this crisis, this financial crisis, with the understanding that it's strictly to offset some of the increased taxes that are probably coming down the road. The second one is end of year surplus. Generally speaking, what the law says for that is that gets rolled forward into the next available budget to offset costs unless the voters choose to reserve it. But when you read the language in statute, what it's really talking about is an audited surplus. So if you come up with an end of year surplus this year, FY20, it would be audited in FY21 so they knew what size that surplus was, and it would then be available for use in FY22, so 2 years out. So there's some question as to whether that language could be changed a little bit for a while too. So that's just some things to think about as to what could possibly be done. People are looking for, business managers are looking for ways to use their reserves that they have and any potential surplus they may have at the end of the year. They're looking for a little bit of flexibility if possible.
Okay. So, committee, any questions? I'm back to seeing everyone. Okay. Anybody have any questions? No. All right. Thank you, Brad. I'm sure we're going to see more of you as we work our way through this.
Along with others.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Campion.
I guess the only thing that I'm wondering is if all these concerns that we're having with regard to how these dollars are being spent, or that where we can't spend them, are we communicating this to our federal delegation? I suspect the pro tem would be that point person. I'm just wondering if we've done that, or if that's something we need to be communicating.
I will look to Senator Ballin, but my assumption is that the administration, who, as we know, has been very focused on property tax rates, and probably almost every other state administration is in some form reaching out to the delegations in DC. I think, we got our answer from the leader of the Senate last night, which was considered bankruptcy. And, you've got other people that would like to give us billions of dollars. So we don't know yet, but I have no doubt that as we work our way through this and as administrations have the time to actually focus on something beyond the immediate crisis, and we are probably reaching that point in this state where we might be able to take a breath, that we're going to find stuff out. Senator Ballin, do you know?
So only thing I would add for Senator Campion is we do have a joint rules committee meeting tomorrow afternoon, and I will bring it up with both the speaker and the pro tem, because I think a combined statement from all the members of leadership on both sides of the aisle from both chambers could be useful to the delegation if we haven't already made those overtures through the speaker and the pro tem.
Great, thank you.
Right. Okay. So next on the agenda is Jay Nichols from the Principals Association. So Jay, you're unmuted and welcome.
Thank you. Step one.
floor is yours. What does it look like from your point of view?
I'll share a few things with you. 3-4 minutes of testimony, then take any questions. Thanks for having me. Jay Nichols, Executive Director of the Vermont Principals Association, for the record. Thanks for the opportunity for me to share a few general thoughts around the education fund and budgetary issues. First, I want to share some concerns with consideration of major cuts to staffing, as I said previously. So we must be careful not to cut away human resources that our children will need now more than ever. Virtually all of our students will have adverse academic impact from this loss of real high quality instruction, despite all of the best intentions to do remote learning well. And our most vulnerable students will have major academic loss and regression in many cases. And maybe more importantly, the social emotional impact and challenges these students are facing and will face will fall directly on school employees' shoulders to carry that burden. As I've said before, human resources will be more critical than ever. That said, 80% of our school budgets, roughly 4/5, are in personnel. So if we're going to look at cutting budgets down the road, we're looking at cutting people. This will also potentially mean more people leaving Vermont and more people on our unemployment rolls. So we need to consider all of that. The second thing that hasn't been touched on much until Senator Campion's question a minute ago, he mentioned what the CARES Act can be used for. I think the bigger advocacy in terms of education funding needs to be around the next stimulus package that's being considered. I think it's critical that our legislation and administration advocate strongly with our federal delegation in the U.S. Congress that the big stimulus package being contemplated passes. This is scheduled hopefully to pass sometime in May. It needs to have funds to stabilize state governments and to make sure that it can backfill for school positions. And I'm really thinking about 2021. The original CARES Act is historical, much needed. You're working your way through that right now. However, that's really more of an immediate, urgent cost stabilization plan as opposed to more of a stimulus education plan. It's more about stopping the spread of the coronavirus. It's a short-term package. This short-term package is the biggest economic crisis that's hit our country and the world probably since World War II. My understanding from talking to an economist yesterday is that our deficit in relationship to GDP is approaching World War II levels, which is the highest it's been in the history of our country. I've always been critical of federal debt. I tend to be a conservative, fiscally at least, but this is a time when I think the federal government needs to step in. I can share with all of you a letter that I have signed on with other school leaders across the country, if you'd like. Our National Principals Associations, there are 2 of them, our National School Boards Association, and the American Association of School Administrators, which is the Superintendent's National Association, have all supported this. And together we're advocating for a $173 billion package across the country to help backfill revenue for district states for education revenue costs lost caused by the COVID-19 economic problems. This is roughly 2/3 more, Brad can correct me if I'm wrong, than we receive from the American Recovery and Reinvestment Acts. The need is that big. States across the nation, without extra funding from the feds, are looking at budget cuts for education between 8 and 20%, according to some researchers at the Education Commission of the States and at our own Regional and Northeast Educational Research Lab. That's scary. I've talked to principals across the state. We're hosting 3 calls a week, one with elementary, one with high school, one with secondary. Most of our calls today have been around crisis management. How do we get these kids broadband? What are we going to do about assessment and grading? What are we going to do about graduation and ceremonies? But the last week or so, a lot's been shifting to worries about the financial future, especially about next year. Lots of worries about potentially losing staff when they expect great academic loss, and more importantly, tremendous worries about students' social and emotional well-being and ability to access education, quite frankly. Principals are stressed out with their day-to-day responsibilities during this crisis, as are teachers and other school staff, and they're really worried about the future for their students who they know will be more vulnerable than ever before. So assuming we are left essentially without any extra support from the federal government, and we have to do this all by ourselves as a state after this initial CARES Act, without the necessary federal support to avoid potential drastic measures as a state, I think there are things that we could do. There are all things that would be unpleasant and painful in one way or another. However, I don't think there are things that we should discuss in a legislative committee necessary. I think the better approach here is a short-term budget approach and to have a better sense of what revenue will look like, what the federal government will look like, and get us through this fiscal year. and then see what the economy might look like when it reopens. Finally, from my perspective, my colleague Jeff Francis at the Superintendent's Association said, I think a week ago or 2 weeks ago in this committee, that he thinks the next logical step is for the administration and key legislative leaders, along with our associations that are represented here, meet to brainstorm potential solutions to this financial crisis. We at the VPA support that concept as the best strategy moving forward. And we welcome the opportunity to be part of those discussions. Working together, we are more likely to come up with solutions that don't devastate our education system and our response to children's needs, while also addressing the real financial situation we are in as a state. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for affording me the opportunity to share these thoughts.
Thank you. I think my hope has been that the schools, all of your associations, the towns, the legislature, that we all can have this discussion together. We may get more federal money, we may not. Maybe getting close to an election will do it. I think the thing we're struggling with is, I know this, the plan is we will do a budget adjustment for this year for the state budget. And we will do, and they will do probably a 3-month budget for the first quarter next year. But we've got to set a yield so that the towns can get out their tax bills. I think all of that may get a little delayed, but come August 28th or September 1st, whatever day it is, you've got to know you've got money to open school, because even if we find out in October and November we get shut down again because there's a flare up, but it sounds like might be a little smoother going to remote learning this time because we've done it once, but it doesn't sound like it's saving huge amounts of money. So you're going to need that money in place. And I think that's where we're probably seeing or feeling more pressure than all the general fund folks. So,
yeah, I can see that. And I think waiting a while on the yield is certainly the right approach as we see what happens with the economy, whether we can reopen and so forth. And I do want to mention on the remote learning aspect, it may well go more smoothly the next time, but we still have major infrastructure problems as a state that make our most vulnerable students almost unable to access quality education.
And we know that. We've been looking at federal money. If you could help us figure out where's the biggest concentration, because if we get federal money and we have to go, one road in this district and one road in that, we're probably not going to get that much money. But if we have districts that really have whole sections that we could do, that would be helpful.
Yeah, we can get that. We can collect a lot of that information. Unfortunately, in many places, 80% of the people live close enough or have the means to have the internet, and 20% don't, right within the same location. I was talking to people in Alberg today, and for years they were all set with high speed. They had great cell phone access, and then something happened with one of the Verizon towers. It's going to cost too much money to fix it. It hasn't been replaced, and now people in Alberg don't have internet anymore, or very little.
Oh, well, maybe they should call the Department of Public Service.
Yeah, maybe.
And because there's been trouble with E911 up there too. So
all connected.
Senator Brock, I think, is taking notes.
Many notes.
Many notes.
He knows I love him, so it's fine.
Okay, so that yeah. And I believe Jeff Francis had trouble talking to us, and he's about a mile from the State House. So that's his fault for living in an area that has ledges, but it is not smooth. I mean, you don't have to go much more than a mile from the State House to not have cell service. And so we will our internet. So we're working on it. But anything you can do to help us figure out where, and because at some point we're going to have to make some decisions. Okay, any question for Jay? Committee. All right. Okay, so we'll move on to Sue. Okay, Seglowski?
Zeglowski, yes.
Okay. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Sue Zeglowski, Executive Director of the Vermont School Boards Association, for the record. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide you with an update on school budgets. I'll talk just briefly first about the 19 districts that don't have an approved budget yet, and then I'll give you some information about our overall approach to keeping school boards informed about the status of the education fund. There are 105 school district budgets that have been voted on in 2020. 96 were approved, 9 were defeated, and 10 districts have not held a budget vote yet. What does the future hold for budget votes for those 19 districts without an approved budget? There are temporary elections provisions that are in effect for 2020 only, which grant the Secretary of State authority with the governor's agreement to order appropriate procedures in light of the COVID-19 virus. And I won't go through all of the possibilities, but one of them is requiring mail balloting by requiring town clerks to send ballots by mail to all registered voters. The Secretary of State has not implemented any of these alternative procedures yet. The Secretary of State has issued guidance stating that elections scheduled for April and May should be canceled if at all possible. And under these circumstances, the 19 school districts without approved budgets are facing great uncertainty about when and how their budget votes will occur, and also uncertainty about the ability to see a budget approved in the current economic crisis. The SBA has called for an approach that would provide the 19 districts with legislatively granted spending authority for FY 2021, equivalent to their FY 2020 approved ed spending plus an inflator based on the statewide increase in ed spending from FY 20 to 21. And that would be approximately 4%. The worsening economy and potential legislative response to the resulting shortfall in the education fund is likely to lead to severe pressure on all districts. So to not stabilize these 19 districts with reasonable spending authority would definitely disadvantage them as they work to navigate the crisis. I want to be clear that we're not seeking any unnecessary dispensation or special advantage for the 19 districts. Our goal is really to see that they're placed on comparatively equal footing with those districts that saw budgets approved before the onslaught of operational challenges and fiscal deterioration resulting from the COVID-19 crisis. These districts have been the subject to the same challenges of every other district in Vermont in the early days of navigating this crisis, and they will be striving to serve children and communities in the same diminished economy under the same state and federal policies that are established to contend with this tragic event. Several local education officials.
I have one question.
Sure.
I know the towns that have voted 4%, but were all the budget proposals that didn't get voted on for a 4% increase or more?
No, they differ. There is a chart that was developed, I believe, by Brad James and the Joint Fiscal Office that I could send to you, or they could send to you.
Brad's got his hand up, so.
Okay.
Brad, you want to chime in?
Yes, that was a good lead into that is actually on, I sent that to Faith and that is actually posted there. It shows something that I did for Senate Education, I think last week, that I have updated because House Education asked for it for tomorrow. And what it shows is the 9 districts that had failed budgets, kind of where they are, if there's any update. And it also shows where the what the potential increases were for the 10 districts who have yet to vote. I can look at it very quickly and give you a rough idea of what that average would be because I have it up here somewhere. I have too many things open. Here we go.
Faith is loading. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. In term the percentage increase.
There we go.
Did you get it, Faith? Let me go back there then.
Yeah, we got
Right,
it.
so
So even I can read it. All right.
Oh, good. Okay. If you would scroll down a little bit, Faith, to where it's the not yet voted section, because I think that's what Ann was asking about. So that's that column that says proposed percent education spending that starts with a 5.6% for Caledonia Cooperative.
Yeah.
That's the number that you really care about for the education fund, not necessarily the change in budget. So if you look at those, you can see where they are, and I'd say probably it's probably averaging probably around the 4% range, maybe
Yeah,
a bit higher.
that's was my not very mathematical sense. We got a few significantly over and a few under.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the comparative size of the districts. Granville Hancock's tiny, Oxbow's reasonable sized.
Yeah.
West River's not that big. Wyndham Northeast and Wyndham Southeast are not. They're probably the bigger ones. Bigger ones. And Essex Westward, obviously, but they're down. They're lower. So Essex Westward is by far and away the largest one in terms of population. So they would weight the average. Now I'm becoming a geek, so I'll be quiet.
Okay, so we aren't overpaying everybody. All right, and if they don't pass their budgets, thought I saw a headline that said Montpelier was looking, or somebody's looking at drive-through voting. I guess maybe you could get your ballot by mail or get it in your car, fill it out, and
Barrytown.
Okay, and fill it into the machine.
Well, it's Thunder Road.
At Thunder Road. Okay, get a little race in while you're at it. But that is actually for places that use a voting machine. An interesting concept to be able to drive through, put your ballot into the machine, and it will get counted. Somebody would have to count you off as you went through or mark you off, but you could hold your name up in the car. So interesting. All right. So Sue, we got sidetracked in the middle of yours. Anyone have a question for Brad at this point? Okay, we're back to you, Sue.
Okay, thank you. So just wanted to update you and let you know that there are several local education officials from the 19 affected districts who are going to be testifying in the House Education Committee tomorrow afternoon on this topic.
Okay.
And then on our overall approach of keeping school boards informed, 2 weeks ago, the Vermont Superintendents Association hosted a webinar with Mark Perral as the presenter, which was wonderful. The local school officials were able to receive the same economic information that is being provided to legislators. And
I'm sure they were as uplifted as we are.
Yes. School board chairs and superintendents participated in the webinar, which was very well presented, of course, and there were many questions asked afterward. And when it was all finished, VSBA sent the link to the recorded webinar to all school board members in Vermont. Soon after that, we followed up by sending an alert to school board members regarding the unprecedented fiscal challenges Vermont's public education system is facing due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the latest projections on the education fund deficit. And VSA is in the planning stages of another webinar with Mark Perral as presenter. VSBA has worked with VSA to increase our webinar capacity for the number of people that can be on at the same time in order to make it possible this time for all school board members to participate in the webinar.
Wow.
And are going to continue to keep school boards apprised of developments related to the fiscal challenges facing public education in Vermont. In conclusion, I wanted to let you know that the Vermont School Boards Association stands ready to collaborate and problem solve with the General Assembly and all of the parties that have been mentioned in previous testimony today to address the challenges of this once-in-a-lifetime crisis. We hope it's a once-in-a-lifetime crisis. Thank you.
Yes, we do. Okay. Any questions? I feel like, do I have a quorum? All right, there's Sandra Sirotkin. There's Sandra Campion. Okay, I guess I do now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. I started to have an all but black screen here. All right. Any questions? Okay, thank you. And we're going on to Jeff Francis, who I believe is on the phone. Am I reading that correctly? Jeff, are you there?
Sure. Yes,
Yep.
I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine. You gave up on video from home?
Well, I can see, I do both. So I use my phone to make sure that we're not interrupted, but I can see you when I'm not looking at documents. So
Okay.
Jeffrey Francis from the Vermont Superintendents Association. One benefit of going after Jay and Sue is that a lot of the points that they covered, I don't need to cover, so I can save you time. I'm briefly going to just hit a couple topics that we're thinking about at the Superintendents Association, in addition to the points that Jay and Sue made, which I largely agree with. So one of the fascinating aspects of the COVID crisis navigation is there's a ton of work to do every day, but we now have to look ahead. And like the General Assembly, school administrators are contending with the immediacy of the need and also preparing for the future. So in recent days, the emphasis has shifted from contending with the immediacy, because people have things in order despite the unusual nature of what we're working on right now, to what it looks like coming out of the crisis or post-crisis factors, conditions, economy, and so on. So as Jay indicated, there's a lot of interest in not only closing this school year, but also what we'll need to do in the upcoming school year. A major area of interest, like superintendents and business managers and other school administrators, like it is for you, is the fiscal situation. And I was quoted recently in a VPR story as saying that it nearly defies description. And I think that that's true. We have, we talk in terms of $250 million potential ed fund shortfall, and understanding, trying to understand what that may mean. And then we are confronted with the most recent example of what we are going to be faced with the state college situation that you spent a fair amount of time on over the last week and will continue to. And it leaves me with really three summary thoughts. The first one Jay spoke about. There's nothing normal about this situation. So my belief and the belief of the association is that we're going to do better navigating the situation ahead if we do in fact collaborate. And I know that the administration is thinking about how to contend with this. I know the General Assembly is thinking about how to contend with this. And I can tell you that local school officials are thinking about how to contend with it. I think that we need to take advantage of all that thought process. And as Jay said, put people around the table and say, okay, what are your ideas? Because if the ideas come out in a manner that is not collaborative or collective, there's more potential for people to dismiss the idea, criticize the idea, say the idea is not possible, because it's coming out from a singular entity rather than a collective. And I think the conversation is going to be safer, if you will, if it happens as a collaboration. So that's one point I wanted to make. The second thing that I think we're going to have to contend with inescapably is what we know about the characteristics of the public education system as it exists today. So for the last 10 years or so, there's been a lot of concern, justifiably, about the increasing cost of education, which is largely attributable to the number of personnel and the number of buildings that we operate. When I say personnel, I mean across the board.
Right.
And when I say buildings, I mean across the board. And the fact that those costs have not reflected the decline in enrollment. And that's got a lot to do with the characteristics of our system. Act 46 was an effort to create an organizational structure that would enable more nimble response to the decline and to create management and governance structures that were going to be better able to deploy resources collectively in response to the challenges that we face, including the decline in enrollment. Well, Act 46, recently passed legislation, barely has a foothold. But one of the things that we've witnessed is that the cultural phenomenon in Vermont, despite the changes in the organizational structure, made it very, very difficult to make changes to things like personnel and the number of buildings you operate. So one benefit of working collectively and collaboratively to address the challenges ahead is because we can speak together in one voice and say, here's the recognition of the problem. Here's what we need to do to address the cost side of the equation. And I think the cost side of the equation is an imperative aspect of this, regardless of what we see in terms of federal assistance or other measures that are taken to compensate for the devastation of the crisis. Because as so many people have said, you want to emerge from this navigation with a system that's going to be responsive in the future. So what does that mean? It means that despite the fact there are aspects and elements of the current system that many people hold near and dear, if change is imminent because of the nature of the crisis and its implications, then we need to be prepared for that. And the way we better prepare for that is to come together, put our heads together and say, these are necessary adjustments. They're adjustments that we ought to consider together, and how are we going to move forward? And that, I think, goes to the characteristics of the education delivery system. I think it was reflected in what you saw with the state colleges. I do think it reaches down into or reaches up from the K-12 system. You know, one example is, despite the fact that we have such high costs per pupil, the General Assembly, if we hadn't experienced the crisis, was going to be contending with how do you contend with the fact that you've got an infrastructure that in many places is depleted because of age and in some instances deferred maintenance. So, you know, that was a big policy issue 2 months ago. It's a less policy issue today because we're dealing with the COVID-19 crisis. But when things settle to the extent they do, that will be with us. Similarly, and I won't drone on here, but you know, you were also going to have to contend, and still will, with the implications of the weighting study, which had some communities in the state, I think, justifiably asserting that the system might not have been equitable in terms of things like rurality and poverty and English language learners. So it's a fairly long-winded way of saying, if there's going to be an adjustment that will be driven by the COVID-19 response, it's an adjustment that needs to take into consideration all the characteristics that I'm speaking of. It's an adjustment that is going to be with us, I think, you know, here to stay. And it's an adjustment that we're going to better navigate if people say, okay, we have the same understanding of the challenge. These are the opportunities to change. Not going to be political. You know, it's not going to be, let's drive this agenda or that agenda. It's how do we dig down deep and come up with the best solutions that give us an equitable education system that is affordable for the taxpayer, that does the job we need to do for the kids of the state of Vermont. So, you know, my appeal is that we get to work on that and include all the parties of interest, including both administrators and teachers, as well as you and the body you represent and the administration. I don't think that work. I think that work is happening from place to place right now. I do not think that the collective work can start soon enough, quite frankly.
No, thank you. I think that's what I've been trying to say, not so well, is that you're right. I mean, $150 million, but it wouldn't take us long to vote in that much, you know, over the next few years, increase to the cost in education. Unless our economy takes a swift bound forward, we are still have all those issues. What was it, 2 months ago? We were hearing about schools with open sewage draining into their basements and all kinds of issues, mostly in poorer schools, and they're all still there. But because of the very unanticipated and drastic loss in revenue, forcing us, I think, to accelerate the discussion about before we end up where the state colleges are, is how do we create an education system that meets the needs of today's students at a cost we can all afford, and you know, how do we move ourselves there? And maybe this working together will allow us to make some progress on that. Because I don't think any of us want to just go out in the traditional raise taxes mode on this one. So any questions for Jeff at this point? I'm not seeing any. Okay, no. Okay, thank you, Jeff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and next we have Jeff Fannin.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. So for the record, Jeff Fannin from Vermont NEA. Thank you for allowing me time to speak with you today about Vermont's educators and our publicly funded school system. The last 6 weeks obviously have been incredible, not just in the unprecedented disruption to all aspects of life, but in the amazing way that first responders, healthcare workers, grocery store clerks, farmers, and other dedicated frontline essential workers are doing an extraordinary job for all of us. I've also watched school employees work tirelessly to keep connections with their students. It's truly a bright light in the dark time that we are just beginning to comprehend the effects of this coronavirus on our school system. Vermont's health and our state's economic health, it's all mixed in here. My comments here are based upon my ongoing observations and understandings of certain aspects of the pandemic, the demands on the school systems now, and those we anticipate, and I think that's important for us to all look at, and the economic issues we all face because of this public health emergency. The public school systems are meeting the challenges presented by the state of emergency. Educators, paraeducators, teachers, bus drivers, food service workers, school nurses, school boards, and administrators are doing their parts to ensure that students and families are safe, fed, and they get an education, albeit in the remote environment. It has its challenges, to be sure. Just to name a few, internet connectivity is a major issue across the state, and personal protective equipment, PPE, remains scarce for school employees who, by virtue of their jobs, interact with students and families in person during this pandemic. The internet connectivity issue is significant, and they're found across the state, including Chittenden County. As you know, the students that had before the pandemic continue to have, and those students that did not have before the pandemic continue not to have. And we need to address this inequity. Connectivity does not simply mean access to high-speed internet, but it also means having a device and the proper bandwidth in your house, because you've now got parents and multiple kids, as I do in my family, who are all working off the same. It might work. I'm at the office literally because I don't have the bandwidth at home. I left and there were 3 people on the internet and I couldn't get on, so I come to the office. This type of access is now a basic requirement of education. And it was before the pandemic. We just limped along and did the best we could, but the state needs to seriously address the connectivity issue. It has to be done. The last 3 governors made internet connectivity a priority, but the pandemic and school closures have made painfully obvious to every educator and student that we have a long ways to go to achieve this 21st century basic necessity. And during the electrification of the country in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, we need to do the same with internet connectivity to the last mile. We need to do it. It's an issue of fairness and equity for all students, and the pandemic has extended and laid bare the digital divide that has become even more deep. Schools have been sourcing devices for students that lack a device, and schools have been working with telecom companies to provide internet access to families that lacked it. The state should the state should redouble its efforts to get more Vermonters connected, especially now that when the lack of reliable high-speed internet will throw even more students and families under the economic bus. We've got to do it. We are seeing and hearing about students who are not doing well, and we anticipate we will see increased needs when schools reopen. The social, and Jay Nichols mentioned this, and I'm going to go into a little bit more perhaps. The social emotional needs of students are going unmet during this pandemic, and in some cases, students are now in the most unsafe environment. The consequences of these realities will be significant. To better meet these increased needs, we are working with the Northeast Family Institute, NFI, to develop and provide professional development for educators so they are prepared to welcome back students who have suffered some form of harm and or trauma and who will need support in relearning their self-regulation skills and strategies. The signs are real that students are suffering, and schools will be called upon to do more, not less, than they were doing before the pandemic. Indeed, Secretary of Education Dan French and earlier Jay Nichols both have echoed this now obvious fact that kids will need more services next school year. We need to prepare for that eventuality now. The growth in need is already upon us. Just yesterday, I received word that the Windsor County Special Investigations Unit is now reaching out to teachers to do more in terms of checking in with students and their well-being. In many cases, teachers are the only adults able to assess family conditions and determine whether a child needs protection. And while reports about child abuse are down significantly since the pandemic started, sadly, the belief is that the abuse and neglect continue, but the signs and symptoms are not physically visible with students no longer coming to school. The expansion of human services being provided in schools has been a slow, steady creep over many years, and we need to acknowledge it and expand on it, not use it as an excuse to financially penalize schools who are providing such services. The extent of social needs among children has grown steadily, largely without notice outside the schools. And since neither the capacity of our social service agencies nor the state funds have kept pace, it has fallen to Vermont school systems to support necessary and social services that help make sure children in school are ready to learn and succeed in life. And the need will increase after this pandemic. Again, we should not pay for these services through the property tax, but rather the state must fund these services out of the general fund, not the education fund. Our public schools are the cornerstones of our communities and will be vital community institutions while we work to rebuild our society as we emerge from this pandemic. There is a bill in the House, H804, that we support that would use existing resources to begin to shift schools into community schools to provide social services to students and families. The bill would allow school districts to have a dedicated staff person coordinating social services for students and their families by building and deepening partnerships with the community organizations to help meet the needs of not only students, but all community members. This is the right thing to do, but is an expense that appropriately could be categorized as a general fund obligation. As for the state's education fund fiscal concerns, we believe Congress is working right now to provide greater flexibility for states to use CARE money to replace lost revenues. The hope is that the next coronavirus federal legislation will pass and will include flexibility you need to address the state's education fund fiscal issues. As Senator Campion noted, we are in contact, or you asked, I'm sorry, we're in contact with our national organization, the largest union in the country, NEA, as they advocate in DC for greater flexibility. And given the increased demands we see coming at schools and the significant resources coming to the state from the federal government in the form of $1.2 billion, we think there is enough money to address the FY20 and FY21 education fund challenges to ensure schools are ready to meet the needs of Vermont students. And finally, I think I mentioned this last time I testified, we firmly believe that Vermonters who are struggling to pay for rent or food because of the pandemic should indeed be afforded extra time to meet their tax obligations. However, a blanket waiver is short-sighted. Those who can still afford to pay their taxes should continue to do so. So giving a blanket deferral will exacerbate the already intolerable gap between wealthy Vermonters and working Vermonters. So we think you should eliminate the general waiver of the tax deadline date, if you will, and people who are able to pay should pay, and those who can't should be given some extra time. So that's the sum of my testimony, and I'm happy certainly to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, Jeff, first
Yes.
basic question. Is the NEA willing to work with all the school boards associations to come up with a plan to deal with the present deficit? And then I think we all know there'll be increased needs next year.
Yeah, certainly we'll work with anybody and have worked. We're regularly meeting with the Secretary of Education now and the what I call the two prospect folks, the superintendents, school boards and principals and special ed directors. So we're working with them, meeting with them weekly now, which is a good thing. And certainly we'll continue to do so. We push for that, to be very honest with you. And I think it's a good thing to do. And if there are other conversations about the fiscal challenges we face, we want to be at the table as well and welcome that. And certainly we'll participate in that.
Okay.
But we are working at I just want to be clear, we are working at communication last night from NEA, the lobbyists down there, they're working to get greater flexibility so the states have it. And somebody mentioned it earlier, we're one of 49 other states who are dealing with the same loss of revenue. There's a lot of money coming into the state. We think it just needs to be structured in a little bit different way to give you the tools you need to solve the education fund challenges you have. There's money there. We just need to figure out how to use it and use it well.
Okay, and that gets me to the next question I meant to ask Jeff Francis. Jeff, are you still here? I see a phone, but it's muted, so he may not be with us. Yeah. You are here. Yeah. Just wondering, have any discussions started on the uses of the federal money that's coming into the schools?
Yeah, I mean, Bratt is actually better able to answer that than I am. So why don't I'm assuming he's still on. I'll pause rather than.
Well, no, he said it hadn't come in, and I understand it's going as a direct grant to the schools.
Yeah, so Mark Peralt has talked about that. Bratt has talked about that, and they're better authorities on it, quite frankly, than I am.
Okay, I was just wondering if the superintendents or fiscal officers had started thinking about how that money might be used, but
yeah, Brad, and what I can say to that, and if Brad's on, he'll respond.
He's on.
Part of the context for the work that he did with them around added expenditures and areas of savings was trying to estimate what portion of the, I think, $30 million was going to go in which way, but I'll stop and let him respond.
Okay, Brad, can you?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say because I haven't been in great discussions with people, but we have told them that, you know, we've given them rough estimates, very rough estimates of what they can expect, and it's roughly 80% of their Title I allocations that they're getting currently this year. That's roughly the amount of money they'll be getting. I've pointed out to them, I've sent them the language as to what is in the CARES Act as to what the monies can be used for. As I said, two of them are fairly broad, but we are still waiting on guidance from the federal folks themselves.
Okay.
I have not, I know that there is the leadership group within AOE itself is coming up with some general guidelines as to what the monies can and can't be used for. They're working on how to look at what we're going to put out as grants. You know, because this is going to have to be a grant program of some sort where we're going to make it as simple as possible, where they're going to have to apply for the money. Obviously, we're going to say yes, but it's going to have their work pieces in it, and, you know, make sure that we need to review those and make sure they're allowable. Because what we don't want to do is come back and say that these things were allowable, find out they were not from the federal folks, and then have to take the money back and pay it back.
Right. Okay.
To answer your question directly, I don't have good information as to what people, the business managers, superintendents, and folks in the field are thinking in terms of how they would use it specifically.
Senator Sorokin, you have a question?
I do. Thank you. Jeff Fannin brought the topic up that we've been dealing with off and on for the last week about blanket delays and being able to pay property taxes or remissions to the Department of Education by towns, waiving penalties. And it sounds like the NEA has some trepidation going down that road for some of the reasons that I think Senator McDonald mentioned this morning in terms of waiving things, certainly for commercial and second homeowners. And I'm wondering if other groups who have talked to us today have an opinion on that issue, which we seem to be headed down the road to at least discussing, because it sounds like the league is going to be asking us to do that.
They have asked.
They have asked.
Okay. Anybody else have a thought about delaying? I think the bill that's come out of GovOps gives each town the ability to waive interest penalties, to change their due dates, which should just impact inside the town, but they have also asked us to do away with the 8% penalty if they don't pay all the due property tax. And I think some of us have some concerns about, at least I do, about the potential for not collecting taxes that we could and should collect because those folks haven't lost their jobs. So, Brad, I think I saw you first, then Senator McDonald. I don't know if I saw anybody else. Okay, Brad.
Just very briefly, Mark and Chloe sent that draft to me yesterday, asked me to look at it and kind of weigh in on it. And the waiving of the penalty is money lost to the state. But if towns do push back their tax due dates, not necessarily this year, but next year, then what will happen is that could conceivably cause a bit of a cash flow problem for the school districts. They won't be getting the education property taxes on the normal schedule they expect, which means they'll probably have to do short-term borrowing, which they normally do at the beginning of the year anyway, but it would be for an extended period of time, thereby increasing costs to the district via interest rates. You can look at that two ways. It's the same taxpayer. We're talking about a municipal tax rate if the town has to borrow, an education tax rate if the school district has to borrow. Kind of which pocket do you want to pay out of, your left-hand one or your right-hand one? But it's either way, it's going to have a cost. I don't know if one is more beneficial than the other.
Okay. And it has been suggested rather than waive the penalty, we might discuss contributing to the interest or the borrowing cost. So, though that's what I know of that's on the table. Senator McDonald.
We talked yesterday, I believe, or a couple days ago, about how to get some legal advice on how we might help Mrs. Murphy or Mr. and Mrs. Murphy in paying their school taxes if they've been laid off or they're out of work, and how we can legally distinguish between forgiving those people who resident homeowners and not waive Snowflake or J Peak or National Life or any other business interest who is wise enough and thoughtful enough to say, why should I pay my taxes any sooner than I'm obliged to? Whether it's a condo association or a property in Stowe that's being, or some other place being used to launder oligarch money, why would we be extending to those properties and those folks with such resources, such an 8% waiver, just so we can help Mrs. Murphy, who will sell her Volkswagen to Beetle in order to pay her property taxes on time and not be embarrassed.
Okay. Senator McDonald, I will recognize you again, provided you reserve your comments about wealthy places to the mansions I have personally seen in the hills of Orange County.
Absolutely. And those folks don't pay based on income.
You hope. Okay. I think, and I believe we did ask Abby to do some looking into that. I mean, I don't think we can discriminate between Vermonters and non-Vermonters, but I think we also know that there are businesses, small businesses, that have been closed that don't have resources. And there seem to be some federal monies out there, but it's, again, going to be putting a package together. Senator Sirotkin, since that's your field.
I just would like to ask if the school boards and the Principals Association, Superintendents Association could answer the question. I think we've gotten an opinion from Jeff Fannin, but we haven't heard from the other party.
Yeah, so this is Jeff Francis. I haven't thought much about that question yet, but today on a call with the superintendents and Secretary French, a superintendent mentioned that, the implications of that. So my immediate reaction is that to the extent taxes can be collected and people are available and able to pay the taxes, they should. So like I said, I haven't really thought it through, but the implications of a blanket delay or a determination that communities on a case-by-case basis could make that determination, I think is a challenging notion. And it's precisely the type of question, or among the questions, that I think ought to be put in the middle of a table with representatives of the administration, municipal officials, local school officials, and the General Assembly. Because it's easy to sort of parse that out and make a decision or take a position like I'm taking right now based on my best available thinking. It's something entirely different to have all the thought process laid out in front of you and collectively come to the best decision. And I think that it's one example of scores of decisions that are going to need to be considered and addressed.
Madam Chair, I asked for a legal, we get a proper legal opinion on where such discrimination may be lawfully exercised and where it may not be. The Constitution prohibits.
We did ask Abby Shepherd, who is our counsel, to look into that for us, and we will invite her back to give us her conclusions.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else at this point? Jay Nichols. Hi.
Yeah, I'll just comment on that as well. I think, you know, full disclosure, last night I was sitting here making a list of all the things I thought we could do, and a lot of them made me sick to my stomach. But one of the things that did come up was maybe there's some kind of threshold as to who's allowed longer time to pay their property taxes and who isn't. I agree with Jeff Fannon's premise that those that are able to pay, we should want them to pay now to put more money in our revenue coffers. And those who can't, we should, you know, that really can't, we should afford them the opportunity to delay until they can.
And I think the way it's being explained to us by the Government Operations Committee is that towns can do this now with a vote of the community. But a vote of the community is all but impossible under the present stay-at-home order. And so this would allow the select board. But I would hope that the schools would be amongst those consulted before your select board makes a decision. And I think it also would, depending on how these decisions go, influence how we might vote on allowing the towns not to be responsible for paying in all the property tax that is owed. Education fund tax, before I get corrected. Senator Sirotkin, did I see your hand up? No, he's muted now.
No, I was just agreeing with you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Other question. All right, Mark.
Yeah, I just want to jump in and point out that apart from whether taxpayers can pay or not, simply allowing municipalities to move the dates at which they collect and remit the tax doesn't solve anything. It just moves the problem from the municipality to the school district. So rather than having the municipality have to borrow short term, the school district has to borrow short term. So this is a complicated cash flow, and Brad can jump in here if I'm wrong, but simply delaying the payments that come from the municipalities, I don't think accomplishes anything.
Were the schools consulted by the Government Operations Committee as part of this discussion? Were any of you involved? No. Okay. That's interesting. All right. Good to know. Any other questions, comments? Senator Brock.
Just one observation regarding taxpayers, particularly corporate taxpayers who take advantage of a delay on the payment due date. One of the most powerful things that we have that encourages tax payment is the publication of the name of an individual who does not pay property taxes on time in a town report. Would it be conceivable to at least think about the notion of keeping the date the same as it is, except allow a delay without penalty, and perhaps just apply it to non-resident property holders, that those who payment is made on the due date originally listed be listed in the tax report. Just a thought.
That's something else we can ask Abbott. Well, that one will probably get kicked to more of a constitutional, but can we
certainly publish it now when people don't pay?
But can we exclude Vermonters and just put second homeowners in there?
Well,
Maybe
you're doing
based on the home, not residents.
Property tax. In other words, you're doing that for Vermont. They own a property. You're treating people alike, regardless of their location. We're just not doing it on. We're doing it on one class of property.
One class of property. Okay. Brad, did I see your hand? No. Okay. Mark, I saw your hand.
Yeah, municipalities do have the authority to waive those interest and penalties, I think, on their own. It's just that they can't then not remit the full amount of education property tax that's due to the state. So two slightly different issues.
Yes. And we've been told that the latter is ours. The former is GovOps. Okay. So they've been the good guys and given the towns all the permission they want. And we're going to get probably to say no. Senator Sirotkin.
Well, just following up on Senator Brock with a solution here is, as I understand the problem from the finance committee's perspective, or soon to be the finance committee's perspective, is the towns may want to give relief to a lot of people who are hurting right now. And if they, one choice is to give a blanket exemption from penalties and interest. Uh, but part of the reason they're doing that is they have a process already called the abatement process, but I'm on the board of abatement and we'll just get buried with requests. I'm wondering if it might not be something we can think about where we could set a standard whereby an abatement would be granted, such as a form affidavit that somebody submits and it's just a paper thing, and then they get their abatement. And they just basically have to say, I lost my job or I lost my income. And therefore we distinguish between those who need it and those who don't. And we get rid of the heavy administrative burden of having all these thousands of board of abatement hearings.
You're not getting a whole lot of sympathy from me since my first year in the Board of Abatement. We did the first CAP-TAP program and found all the bugs. And I forget how many thousands of tax appeals. I saw more moldy basements that year than I have as a realtor.
Well, that's just off the top of my head.
It can be done, but yeah, but I don't think we want taxes abated. I think we're hoping that this is temporary and that those people will be back to work.
Maybe just the penalty be abated then.
Maybe they can do that now. I think it's blanket abatements that would do everybody. It's blanket moving the dates that will at least delay and complicate what is already going to be a delay. Well, they're going to have to move the dates anyway because we aren't going to have the homestead declarations until July 15th. So I don't think any, if not very few towns are going to be able to get those out and get their tax bills out in a reasonable time for people to pay on August 15th. That's Montpelier's. I think that's as early as anyone goes. So we're probably going to have at least that first date in those towns that pay then move back, maybe only by a couple weeks, but that also hits when schools are trying to gear up. So a lot of fine details here. All right, any other questions at this point? If not, William Talbot is back with us. Welcome back, Bill.
Oh, thank you.
I think you know everybody. I think everybody knows you. Okay.
So, all right. So thank you. Bill Talbot. I've been contracted with the Joint Fiscal Office. Oh, Mark's got a note. And of course,
yeah, but Mark hasn't figured out his notes come out in mirror vision.
I thought it was just a typical Mark note.
Well, maybe that's it too. And I was giving him the benefit of the doubt.
So I was just trying to follow the abatement. Towns can't abate the education tax. Only the tax commissioner can do that. They have to collect it or lay the heavy. But
they can do the town tax then.
Yeah, they can't abate the education tax. That's the tax.
Okay, good. One problem solved.
5409 of Title 32. But I mean, so I really have nothing to add. This Jeff said it earlier. Francis said it earlier. You go late. Everybody says it all. Now even more's been said. I mean, I'm working. I love working with the Joint Fiscal Office. Those people are very good. They're talented. You guys are lucky you have them. I always appreciate working with Mark, and maybe I'll even get to work with Brad again a little bit. But so I could just, what occurs to me though is that the options are really pretty clear. So I got involved I was in the House starting in 1987, and we've had our ups and downs in the last 33 years, but they've all been within a manageable, difficult maybe, but manageable band. And this is far outside that, or at least it appears to be far outside that. So you all know that. I'm stating the obvious, but you balance the ed fund with the yield, the two yields, the income and the property yield, and the non-residential property tax rates. And so you can do that mathematically with this problem. Better handle on how big it is. And it, it's like a roller coaster. One day it doesn't seem so bad, the next day it's the end of everything. But you can do that on paper, and it all works. The numbers will add up. And as you've all said, the question is, but can the people pay the bill? And so, what do you have to do? You can look at cutting.
Break it up, Bill.
I'm sorry, I'm probably walking too fast. I always do. So they got four options. You can look at spending and try to reduce that. You can try to find an economic tax base that we haven't touched yet, if there is such a thing.
Well, I was trying to tax hemp cigarettes, but that one hasn't come up.
Turn everything all the stones. And then you hopefully got a little federal money you might be able to use. And then if those things leave you short, you can borrow. And I mean, really, what other choices do you have? Maybe somebody will come up with something, but it sounds like you got four choices here. And excuse me, the reality of this situation is that it's just really going to be unlikely that any of those really work that well. But you got to give it a shot. So
some combination, I would think.
Probably. I mean, an early idea I had right off, which was last week, was that you'd add a line to the Ed Fund Outlook under sources that was debt, and so you'd figure out what your shortfall was, and then you'd fill the gap with debt, and then later on, a couple of years, you'd add a new line to the
back.
Pay off the debt.
You add another line where you start paying the debt back, and you finance it over as many years as you can spread it. Just like flattening the curve doesn't really just spreads everything out over more time. It buys you time. Right. This is kind
keeps
of
you from being overwhelmed.
Well, yes. So hopefully you can find ways to finance this through borrowing if it's that bad that you can spread out over time. I'm glad I'm getting an opportunity to scratch my head with people and see if there's anything else, but it seems like it's pretty cut and dried.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I had assumed we would. Yeah, we've got the 19 million. That's the kind of thing we deal with. That we can manage. 150 to 250 million dollars, and there's the next year we haven't even gotten to. We know this coming year, folks that lost their jobs aren't going to get tax rebates unless we can figure out a way to make the system work for them. So this will be a miserable year. The next year, they probably will get a rebate because it'll be based on this year's income, or some of them will. But hopefully by then they'll be back working. So this is like our 3-year average on things. Unless we can find a way to make it easier for people to get a rebate this coming year, I think we have the potential of doing a lot more rebates the year after. And this may not be a 2-year problem.
And another,
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question we're all hoping to get some more information on, but I don't think anybody knows at this point. I mean, look at the country, the states are all over the map, or maybe we got some unintentional experiments going on there that might point out some mistakes or some things that work for us. But otherwise, we're just kind of grasping in the dark. Another management thing we might look at it gets involved with the difficulty that towns might have in collecting taxes, and it presents some perhaps cash flow issues. Is the way it works is towns collect the education tax on behalf of the state, and they pay all of that to the school district up to the amount of the school district's budget, and anything that might be left over, they forward to the state in December 1st and June 1st. And if they're late with that, that's where the 8% penalty comes in. That's not all the just towns. That's just some of them. That's only the ones that have collected enough or more than what their school budget obligation is. But you could change how that works a little bit if it made any sense or if it helped, so that you would say that the towns don't have to give everything that they collect to the school district. They only give a portion of that, and anything over that they would give to the state. And that puts the problem on the state. But then you just have one borrower, the state. That you would accumulate the shortfall then at the state level, and then the state would borrow the rest.
Because that was my concern, is that the towns could delay or rebate and then they would pay their school, but there wouldn't be anything left to send to the state because they didn't collect it, not because they didn't owe it.
Passed on to
And
the
if we did away with any kind of penalty on that, we could see some of those poorer receiving towns really be in dire straits. So,
I mean, yeah, yes. So I mean, there's some things you can do to play around with it. To you know, we've talked for a long time about why doesn't the state collect its own education tax, which presents its own problems. This would be kind of a phase in toward that direction, but it just consolidates the issues the towns will have at the state level, and maybe the state can
I
manage
think
that.
the towns figured out there was some benefit to them. I remember that discussion, and the
local
town
banks
clerks changed their opinion on that.
They make a little money on it, and the local banks, you know, get
Yeah.
the deposits, and they like that. They don't want to lose
Yeah,
that.
they do short-term loaning and borrowing.
Sure.
Okay, Mark, you have something to?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out on the 8% penalty seems to me to be kind of a red herring because there's no reason for a district to have to run into the 8% penalty.
Right.
They can go out and borrow. It would be municipal finance malpractice to run into that 8% penalty. It's there so that they make the payments, and they can borrow to make those payments otherwise. So what they're telling you is not that they don't want to pay an 8% penalty. It's they're telling you we don't want to make the payment.
Right. They want us to have to borrow, which essentially means whatever they don't collect gets added to the deficit.
Yep.
And something tells me they aren't going to like the increased tax rate to pay off the deficit. So, okay. Another uplifting day in finance. All right. Well, I hope that we can start getting a group together. And I don't know, it might work best to let the school folks, that's a cat, Senator McDonald. Have the group start having the hard discussions, because unless there is a major federal bailout, there's going to have to be some hard, not like there isn't hard decisions every year, but this year may be more painful than most. And it makes me a little nervous that the administration hasn't chimed in, except they'd like to, as we redo the state colleges, redo the entire education system. And that, just the enormity of that task makes me very nervous, especially given the ease with which we can communicate as the Brady Bunch here. This isn't the easiest way to discuss. So we'll work on it. Okay. Anybody else? Anything else? Okay, we are finished early. So thank you, everyone. Committee next week. Faith and I are going to try and find an hour or half hour tomorrow to do agendas. Anybody have anything you want? I mean, we keep, at this point, I will say I am not very encouraged by the response we've gotten from the department on the broadband money and what we're doing to go after it. It feels very lackadaisical. I will say I am unimpressed with the value of hotspots, except maybe to teenagers who want to go stand on a street corner with their phones. But it's not going to do a lot for telemedicine or teleeducation or remote work. And it'd be good so you can contact your mother and tell her you're still alive. But And I'm starting to wonder, can we put a little more teeth in? I mean, I just found out we're all going to get a rebate on our auto insurance. I've been asked, or maybe we can have that discussion next week. I've got a couple issues. One came up with farm workers. Apparently, a large number of the farmers carry them on their books as employees, and they deduct taxes and unemployment and all kinds of other stuff that we all get taken out. But they have an individual tax number. But because they don't have a social security number, they can't get a tax return. And they can't get social security even though it's been being paid in. So I thought that, you know, at least we can't do anything at the federal level, but maybe at the state level, somehow I end up always owing the state more than the feds. And it may just be how the money's taken out, but if we could look at that. And the other one was the Chamber of Commerce, and I can't imagine mine is alone, is concerned about credit card costs since they're now doing all their work remotely and payment is all remotely. And I know for some very small sales, the credit card charges are more than the sales, so, or the profit on the sale. So
Are they proposing something?
no, I just said
Okay.
those are two issues that have been brought up to me.
Yeah.
If we want to look at them. I'm more interested in broadband, and I looked at Senator Brock, who is our resident expert.
Well, I share, Madam Chair, your comments. I think were right on the money. I'm very unimpressed with what we've been hearing, and I'm very concerned that we have obviously a much greater need even now for broadband. We have a significant amount of money presumably coming in to help address that need, and the absence of a plan or a strategy, I think, is a major issue that this committee needs to look at.
And even if we're not going to get our 10-year plan, I think we know that, not in time to apply for federal money this year. Senator McDonald, you're going apoplectic. You've got to unmute yourself, Senator. Can I have this power in committee where I can just mute him? No, you shut off your video.
We're back to the problem of back in the Great Recession, where there was money available for shovel-ready projects to jumpstart the economy. We have a place to jumpstart the economy with broadband, but the federal government requires a plan, and we don't have one. And once again, we're caught flat-footed on that one. And the only person that had a plan a few years ago was Michel Vitae.
I think he's the only one that's got one now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's involving hotspots and 5G.
So that's where the money goes, not to.
Well,
I'm sure that we can, in fact.
It goes to the person that has a plan that's ready to go. And
so how do we get a plan?
Well, that's the real issue. Now, we know that the department has at least begun doing their piece of the 10-year telecommunications plan. We know based on past experience that it is likely to be incomplete and not as far along as we have. The question becomes one of whether or not we can, perhaps using federal money, perhaps using money that we've set aside, like the $900,000 that we have as capital for the hotspots, to be able to get the funds to actually get some planning done using outside people who are competent and capable of doing it. It may not be the full 10-year telecommunications plan, but we need a strategy for deploying broadband to address this issue. We need to start working on it now. We can't work now. We do have to at least understand better, which I hope we will be able to do based on what we're told within the next week or so, what the parameters are around that federal money in terms of what we can and what we can't do. But at least I think we do need to think about how we get the plan, the jumpstart of the planning done. And I think we need to begin talking about that now.
I think we do too. So let's have the department and maybe the board. I mean, it's nice to ask folks to put up hotspots, but I was thinking more of you'll run a couple more lines of fiber up the mountain, and keep track of your cost. And, you know, if we get federal money, we'll pay you back. So far, the cable companies are giving you a couple of free weeks, which, you know, if you're hooked up, it really isn't costing them anything to have it run into your house. I mean, it's you know, they aren't sending any personnel out there, but I haven't seen that they have stepped up that much. And maybe we need to initiate the so what are you going to do
With the department?
I'm thinking with the providers.
Mm-hmm. Well, the only clarification question I have is, I know there are some plans that we have asked for in the past in legislation. Is that accurate? I mean, they are working
they're supposed to do a 10-year plan.
Right, but aren't they working from other sort of draft plans? Could we get, I don't know, it feels like what is it, Groundhog Day, this constant conversation.
Yes. And somehow,
but I am afraid, and I think we all are afraid that, you know, we are going to lose out on some real funding and some really powerful implementation of broadband unless we act pretty quickly.
And we got an independent person outside the state during the recovery got some large grants. As I understand, the kind of transmitter stuff that got put in really wasn't up
right
to the levels that it needed to be.
That's right.
And I was told we then couldn't get other rural development grants because we had gotten all of this money. So if we leave a vacuum, I'm pretty sure it will get filled in the same way, because that's just one person that's got to put together their plan and do this. We need to, even if it's not a 10-year plan, have an emergency response telecom plan. Given that this virus is likely to come back in the winter when we can't get home health nurses out, when we can't get, you know, so we need to be able to get telecom so that you can do telemedicine. We have no idea if those kids are going back to school or not in September or for how long. So we need to have those, you know,
Right,
those
I
areas
agree.
mapped. And that's why I've been asking the schools, where are the clusters where, you know, 80% of your kids don't have access?
Well, Madam Chair, I wonder if this is really a conversation to start to have with some of the communication union districts. I mean, these were structured. Some of them actually probably have this kind of information. I mean, in a way, they kind of bypass, correct me if I'm wrong, the department. Here you have chairs and vice chairs in just about in a number of different counties that have done research. They're meeting. They might
ask them in. I'm not sure they're any more shovel ready than we are.
Okay.
Because they have financing issues.
Yeah, most of them are just getting started.
Yeah.
Clear. But overall, we need a strategy.
Yeah.
You know, we can have all these individual pieces in, and we get a little bit of a slice of a much broader problem, but the total of all these slices do not total 100%. We need a top level strategy of how we're going to approach broadband in Vermont. We don't have that. That was part of a 10-year telecommunications plan, but we've never had it. or at least the plans that have been presented to us have been grossly inadequate. They've been aspirational. They haven't been practical. To get what we want, I think that we've got to go hire some expertise who have the capability of doing it. They might not do everything for the 10-year telecommunications plan. This is one piece of it, but it's a critically important piece.
Let's see if we couldn't use some COVID money to do that, to fill the holes we found in those two things that they like, the medicine and the education, and get that in there. And then go, develop on that. I think what's happened, at least recently, is that the plan has been written to reflect it's being driven by the money, meaning we're not raising any more. And so rather than do a plan as to what it should look like, we're saying, well, we've only got what we've got left over in the connectivity fund. So we can do 3 miles a year or 10 miles a year. That's a work order. That's not a plan.
I'd still, Madam Chair, like to hear from the CUDs, because what I'm hearing is that it's a funding issue from them. They actually, they need money to go and get their plans done. And again, it seems to me that we should at least have them at the table. We approved their work last year, and I'm not sure who best to ask. We could have the person from Bennington County, that'd be fine, or the person
I think that would be fine.
Okay, I'll check with that.
Give it number to Faith. I've got Senator Ballant. Did I see you next? Yeah, and then Senator McDonald. Okay.
I'm wondering if, Ann, you could reach out to the chair of the committee in the House that's overseeing IT. Get ourselves together for a joint hearing. I agree with Senator Campion. Let's hear from the CUDs, but let's also, if we're currently feeling like we can't rely on the department to help us get a plan, then we've got to build it. And I think we will all look back 6 months from now if we don't go after this money and really feel pretty crappy about the whole situation. I don't want to feel that way. So the extent to which, let's get the right people in the room around telehealth, around schools, and let's start building the plan to get that money.
Okay, so let's talk to it's House Energy and Technology, right? Rep. Briglin. And
and Madam Chair, it is also the Joint IT Oversight Committee, and there are a few people like Senator Kitchell, for example, who's on that committee.
We'll invite everybody.
And I'm going to have the chair of the Bennington County CUD speak a little bit about his work.
Okay, would you ask him to check with the other
chairs,
CUDs, and find out, give us a report about how they are, if they're ready to go, or if somebody else wants to
sort
come
of what
in,
their needs are. Absolutely.
Them. We'll get somebody probably from the VNAs and the hospitals to talk about how they're doing. And I don't know which one of the school folks we have in to talk about particular needs. We'll just throw that out to all of them and tell them to pick a spokesperson. So we got
Madam Chair,
hospitals and VNAs. Okay, that should keep us busy. Senator Sirotkin.
I just want to make it unanimous. I feel similarly to the rest of the committee, and also to fully make it unanimous. I had a conversation with Senator Pearson after yesterday's hearing, or 2 days ago.
Oh yeah, where'd Senator Pearson go?
And I'm sure he would echo the sentiments to the rest of the committee.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
When we approach this situation piecemeal, such as the commissioner asking for volunteers and then suggesting that they might be reimbursed, every time we spend money to do cheap, low grade broadband, we make it more expensive to serve the everybody.
No,
And
I think
we
we've
constantly
learned-
get ourselves
yeah.
in this position where, because there's an emergency, we give everybody a Yugo, and when they need a proper vehicle, and
No, we are
it makes
not
it more
gonna- yeah.
expensive for the next step. So
Yes, no, I
thank you
think we
for
have long decided, we may have to back down a little bit on 100. But I think we've decided no copper. That we're looking
and we've
at
decided symmetrical,
yes,
which
I've heard 50-50 thrown out.
Right, and then there's fiber.
Yes, there's fiber.
There's 100.
well,
So-
fiber is whatever. Once you have fiber, it goes as high as whatever.
Whatever you
Yeah.
can you
But
can get.
when you allow the privately owned, unregulated companies to gradually get out into the more of the market, you make it more and more difficult for the community groups that want to serve everybody. You make the price tag
Well,
higher for those community groups because they lose customers.
Okay, so we've got Bennington Fiber, we've got Central Vermont, we've got EC Fiber, and we've got, there's a Northeast Fiber up, or Kingdom Fiber, is it? There's one in St. J. I don't know of another one. But if we call any one of these guys, they probably do. So I'll see if Faith is listening. I've just
Senator Cummings, I am listening and taking notes, although I want to talk with you. And I also want to remind you that the Health, Energy and Technology Committee interviewed four CUDs about a week and a half ago. So it may make sense to really that you connect with Chair Briglin.
Yes.
And Madam Chair, may I ask Faith to just email us those 4 folks? I'd just be curious who they are.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Faith.
Well, let's see. I only came up with 4, so I think you can assume that it's all of them. But unless I missed one somewhere up in the Northwest. But okay, so maybe we'll set up a conversation. Maybe we won't have, maybe we will just ask House Energy and Technology to report back to us what they learned. See if they're interested in doing this joint hearing. But I will talk to Representative Breglin and see if they're interested. And then there's scheduling. I believe next week the House is voting. First, they're voting to allow remote voting. And then I think, do you know, Becca, on a separate day, they're having a...
Can you say it again, Ann?
The House is meeting next week. I've heard Wednesday, I've heard Friday, or both.
I think we're going to get the update tomorrow in joint rules because it's not clear to me.
Okay, so we'll be working around that. I know Money Chairs has been, and Joint Fiscal have both been trying to work around that. And I'm not sure it's even set in stone at this point. Okay, well, that will give us Monday or Tuesday or Thursday next week.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
One of the things that I think would be useful is perhaps to ask Joint Fiscal about how much money the state has invested over the years in broadband initiatives and what the result of those investments have been. I just have a gut feeling that we've shoveled money out to large telecom providers for years to get to the last mile, and we're not there. And we're not likely to, given what we're doing. So I'd like to see what money has been given, to whom, what the results have been. To me, that is an integral part of creating a strategy. Hearing from people that may be individual providers, telecom companies, companies that are communication union district, that's all well and good to help inform us on the one hand, but it still doesn't get to the overall problem we can see what we're doing, but the question is, what should we be doing? And what's our strategy to link all of these various elements together in order to get where we want to get? I'm very concerned that we will spend a lot of time looking at the educational piece because it's in the COVID bill that will distract us from looking at the larger picture of which education is just one slice.
Right. If the lines are up, anything can go on.
Together. If we
And I would just say, in response to that, is we directed the CUDs to achieve the goal of universal coverage. I think they've got to be part of this conversation.
Oh yeah,
no one's leaving them out.
I agree with that.
You got two different. This is a report from Joint Fiscal.
Oh, I fully support what Senator Brock's talking about in terms of the dollars that have gone out in dealing with this issue.
That's all. This would be this will keep Graham busy for a while. Okay, Senator Ballot, you had your hand up.
Brock was trying to shut me down as usual.
It's the opposite ends of the state. He wanted me to get rid of that phone. I had an irate landlord, and the phone came up here last night. It's the landline. Okay, Senator Ballot.
Well, given that we have a former auditor in the committee, I'm just wondering, is there a role the auditor's office can play here in looking at what was supposed to be done and what wasn't done in conjunction with joint fiscal? I'm curious, is there a role for Hopper to play or not really?
Might be if you go into another level of depth, but it may well be that joint fiscal has the information. If they don't have the information, they don't have the ability to get it, then I think we could perhaps talk about that.
Okay. And they'd know if the auditor has done an investigation, I think.
Work in this area, that I don't know.
I haven't heard anything. Okay, that'll keep us busy.
But
we won't have to talk about deficit.
One of the things that I'd add, though, to all of that is, regardless of what's been done in the past, I think it's very important that we not look backward, because we could spend a lot of time and effort doing that, but look forward. Right. It's not just what we've done, because we know that what we've done hasn't entirely worked. The question is, what should we be doing?
Right.
What's our plan to do it? And how do we go get a plan to help us do it, and to do it fast enough so we can take advantage of what we have coming from the COVID money?
And I'd like someone to tell us what that money is, what we have to do to be ready to get it. All I get is nothing. Hotspots, which make me itch.
I know, it's making me feel like we all got hemorrhoids or something. Talking about the hotspots.
I know, my dog had hotspots. I used to have to put the stuff on it. All right, that's good. So I will see some of you, I think, tomorrow at 8:30. That one I do have on my calendar. I don't know how I missed this morning's. And I shall see some of you tomorrow morning, and I'll let you know. We'll get the agenda out. It's a fluid process, so any corrections, additions, subtractions, let us know and we'll get it done. Okay? All right. Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Now, day's work.
Okay, welcome everybody. May 7th, 2020. Remote meeting of Senate Education. The main purpose for today's hearing is to have hopefully a somewhat long, detailed conversation with the Secretary of Ed about reopening plans. I might have mentioned before, I was talking to some people in a couple of districts. They seem to think that May 8th, i.e. tomorrow, was a big day for renewed guidance for schools. So that's my first question to the Secretary is tomorrow a day when AOE is going to come out with new extended rules or changed rules? And if so, can we get a preview of what those might be? But the main question goes to something we've talked about a number of times, which is, will schools be opening? If so, when? Burlington announced yesterday that they're going to be running summer programs. Who was that? Was that?
Andy? That was me testing my microphone. I got it figured out.
Okay, good to hear you. So I'd be curious to know if AOE is going to be encouraging opening during the summer for summer offerings, or if they plan on waiting until normal start time for school before they formally open things. I know others of you have had questions along these lines. So we have about 20, 25 minutes before the Secretary gets on. Any thoughts about what we should be asking?
One, I mean, and it's not just schools, but, and I know he's not gonna do childcare, but one that came up yesterday and something I got is some of these people are asking for a month's notice before they reopen. You know, how's the administration gonna be on, you know, my concern, I feel like 2 weeks is a long time, but, you know, are we gonna be looking, if we gotta give a month's notice for childcare and a month's notice potentially for schools, because they'd have similar concerns, you know, are they taking that into consideration? That's just, a month seems like a long time for me to prepare for something. And if that's what it takes to prepare, are we asking them to do too much, if you will?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's a good general question, is what's the appropriate amount of lead time before you can make the decision? I imagine they want to wait as long as they can,
right,
to see whether there are secondary spikes in our infection rates. I was also thinking about, to what extent has the NEA and the teachers union been brought in on the discussions? Our discussion last time touched on the possibility that reopening might wind up with additional numbers of classes for teachers, additional hours of classes for teachers. Those are not the kind of things you want to spring on the teachers union several weeks before they're supposed to go live. So to what extent have they been consulting with the teachers union, and are they developing things in tandem? That would be a question I would want to ask. Other thoughts? Yeah, Ruth.
So just a couple hours ago, I had a conversation with one of the superintendents in my district, and AOE issued a bunch of new guidance yesterday. Actually, that's relevant to some of the questions that we were just talking about, specifically summer. And so they did issue at least preliminary guidance on summer, and I think that they are putting that out there as a possibility, although not specifically about how you would do summer, but that summer education specifically for some districts that get special funding. So we could ask him more details about that. And then I think one of the things that people are anticipating for tomorrow is guidance on how to deal with high school graduation ceremonies. So that was a big thing that a lot of parents are waiting for. And I think that's coming out tomorrow, and they allude to that in the guidance they issued. I can email this to you all, that my superintendent sent it to me.
Okay.
I mean, I think one of the things that is problematic for superintendents is they're kind of being overwhelmed with guidance. Like, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. And so I'm not sure, and some of it's contradictory, so there it's not clear. But to Corey's point about the month in advance, I think for a big operation like a school district, they're going to need a lot of time to plan. And so springing it on them in the last minute would be difficult.
Yeah. It's hard for me to imagine, given the moves that the administration has already made toward, quote unquote, reopening. It's hard for me to imagine that they're not planning for normal enrollment come August, September, in-person congregate instruction. I could be wrong about that, but all signs point that way. So I'm imagining if you're a superintendent, your planning is directed in that fashion. If not, I would think they should be issuing guidelines now saying don't plan for that, because that's the natural flow of these decisions, especially since they're talking about come June, hotels being able to operate again, book guests, have guests in the building, in restaurants, with social distancing being practiced, but still we'd be somewhat back in a more normal environment. Other thoughts on where we should go with the secretary? Yeah, Debbie.
Well, yeah, so that brings up, I'd be curious about what kinds of healthcare protocols they're going to require. They may not know all of them in detail now, because I know we're continuing to monitor how bad the situation is going to be, but yeah, are they going to require kids to wear masks? Are they going to make them spread out, in their classrooms? Are they going to check temperatures, when they come in? Will they have the authority to kick a kid out, even if their parents aren't keeping them home if they're showing symptoms, or all these kinds of things? And how are they going to make these decisions? Are they going to work with VDH, and is it going to be a statewide thing? Or are they going to leave it to the local school boards or the local superintendents? All those kinds of questions.
Yeah, great question. I don't know if you guys have been walking around your neighborhoods the way I have for exercise, but every day there are more groups of kids playing in more yards, clearly without any social distancing going on, none of them in masks. So again, when we get to September and kids are back in school, it's hard to imagine masks being a real part of what students are doing. I don't know about teachers. I don't know about, custodians and food service workers and bus drivers. But I assume those will be covered in whatever they put out for guidance. So why don't, all those questions are great ones. Why don't, I'll ask the secretary the general question, let him make a presentation, and then the four of you who just offered those questions, feel free to offer them to the secretary. Andy?
Jim had his hand up too.
Oh, I didn't see. Jim?
Go ahead, Andy. I'll go after you.
Okay, thanks, Jim. I had a question about guidance about what they're going to do if there's another flare up, or if there's students that, or teachers or staff that come down with COVID-19. It seems like it would be good learning what we learned from the closure before, to have a plan ahead of time. It's like, if this happens, then, we are going to close down, or if this happens, this is what we're going to do, just so people are prepared for that.
Yeah. It's interesting because, my other committee is judiciary, and I have had something of a running dispute with acting Commissioner Baker about testing in the prisons. And my feeling was our prison population compared to national standards is minuscule. So we now have about 1,400 prisoners. I asked him, why aren't we testing them all? it seems to me you could get those tests at this point in time, and within a 3 or 4 day period, you could probably test the entire population. And they are, stubbornly, in my opinion, refusing to go down that road. So what they're doing is, if somebody shows symptoms, then they test that person. If that person is negative, they conduct no further tests. If that person is positive, then they test the whole prison population. And so if you take that logic and you map it over onto public schools, which, have far more, thousands and thousands and thousands of more people involved, are they going to use the same logic? So to go back to the question that Andy asked, if 2 students come down with COVID-19, do you test the school? Everybody in the school? Do you test everybody in their class? It's going to require, in terms of testing kits and protocols and money, a lot more preparation than we've seen so far. So that's the $64,000 question in my estimation. Is there are going to be COVID cases that crop up in schools. What do you do at that point? Yeah, Ruth.
Well, based on what we heard last week from the Commissioner of Health, they're implementing that sort of phased in increase of testing, and that would include contact tracing and testing of anybody with whom someone has come in contact with. So if you had a second grade teacher test positive, presumably all of the students that she's been in contact with, and all of the staff and everybody would also have to be tested on out 14 days prior to her testing positive. So that was my understanding of what the commissioner said. So if that's not what they're doing or what they plan to be doing, I'd be curious to know why.
And it's a good question. What does contact tracing look like if you have, 200 students in a building, and the building is L-shaped and the students are everywhere, as are the teachers, over a 14-day period? I would think contact tracing, if you were faithful to the concept, would include testing everybody in the building.
Yeah.
But if we say, we're only going to test the other students in that teacher's class, then it seems like we're making a compromise that we should at least bring to consciousness, if that's the way it's going to be. Okay, so that's plenty for us to explore there. So
Jim had it.
Oh, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I just want to go back to summer camps. If they are going to open up, I'm hoping that there'd be a good possibility that maybe having a nurse on staff, if these kids are going to summer camp. As we know, the kids are excited to go to camps, and the parents would love to send them out, seeing they've had them inside for like the last 2 months, 2.5 months. I was wondering if they're going to plan on taking their temperatures, and if they are sick, if there's a place that they could probably seclude them from the other kids until their parents come to pick them up. Or I'm sure something similar to this will happen at school when that opens, taking kids and segregating them from the other ones until the parents can come and pick them up. I was just wondering if there's going to be enough staff in the nurse's office, and enough that they don't leave the children alone if they don't feel well. There's got to be a separate room for some of these kids if they do come down with this. So I was just wondering if there's some kind of a plan there for the help with the nurse station, and also temperature checks. And
no, and that goes back to that question of more resources being necessary. We talked last time about mental health professionals, but it's a good point. Nurses are usually kind of one per operation,
right?
Sometimes part-time. But if you're going to take temperatures, if you're going to isolate kids that are experiencing symptoms, then you have to have people who are going to be there all the hours of operation, maybe more than one, because I could see one person getting really stretched, especially if that person is going to be maintaining the correct procedures around the school. So, okay, great question. So one of the two new committees met already, and that was Debbie and Ruth's. You want to give us a quick, anything of interest happen that we should know about?
They asked us to, they presented us with, was it four or five broad areas?
Yeah.
And then they asked us to rank our preference. They want to form subgroups of 2 people each. And they asked us to rank our preferences. One was education, one was economics, one was healthcare. Do you remember, Ruth? What was the?
I can't remember now.
Other one.
See if I wrote them down.
So I'm guessing Debbie put healthcare and Ruth put education number 1.
Yeah, well, you're right about me.
Yeah. Well, I put education number 1, but I haven't actually sent the email with my number 2, so I haven't figured that out. But we only 25 minutes, so we didn't really get too into it. It was just a preliminary.
Okay.
Yeah, I put education number 2, but out of the people who are on the committee, I mean, there's so much to learn about healthcare and all the ins and outs. I thought
I actually think it would
Richie
be,
and I are the only ones.
It would be better for us in a way if you were on the healthcare one, Debbie, and Ruth was on education, and then you could feed both streams back into us.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, judiciary was one of them. Judicial.
Okay.
Right. And
Right.
Alice would be doing
and Alice would be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
One thing I brought up, and I'd be curious what the secretary is thinking about this too, is the whole school finance situation with the education fund, where it's at.
Yeah.
So, I asked Richie about that, who's Senator Westman and Senator Campion, who are chairing this transition committee, about whether or not the committee is going to be talking about that kind of level of things, this finance and budget stuff, or if that will be the money committees talking about it. And I mean, their response was basically like, hey, if you have any good ideas, I'm sure they'd love to hear them.
Yeah.
So I don't think we'll be talking about it directly, but I am curious what AOE's thoughts on it are. And I am trying to work out a few possible options. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as you all know, there's a fight going on in Washington. The Democrats in the Senate and the House are fighting to loosen the restrictions on the money in the CARES Act to allow us to backfill budget holes. And if they can get that in a trade, even if it's a painful trade-off, then that would help us immeasurably. Jane was talking this morning on another call about she has this worry. Mitzi echoed the same thing. They have this worry that we will have to wind up sending back hundreds of millions of dollars because we can't spend them by December 31st, according to these very narrow guidelines, which would be, just be lunacy. But we'll see. I'm hopeful that, the pain in the red states is growing as well, because they're now experiencing their peaks, and their economies are going to experience the exact same things that all of the rest of us have been dealing with for the last couple of months. So that may change the calculus. Okay.
Our committee met as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What happened there, Andy?
They divided it up by the Senate committees, basically, and then they had 3 subgroups, and each subgroup has the different Senate committees plus a couple extras, and then so the subcommittees are going to go out, and the Senator Parent's going to be on the education one, and I'm going to be doing the transportation one, and things like that. So it sounds similar to what the other committee was doing.
And we're doing pre-K through 16. So any concerns, thoughts that we could do better in that, just drop me a note. I'm meeting Tuesday morning with my group on that. Our first mini group meeting is Tuesday morning. So we have a few days.
Did everybody get, I sent the memo to Campion and Westman. You all got that?
Yep.
And you should feel free, Andy, to take that into that committee as well. Or Corey.
Corey's on that.
You know, if it's helpful in one way or another.
We're very impressed that you were first out of the gate among the chairs to get your memo.
Yeah, I just stayed at my desk for a couple of hours after our meeting. I can't, we have 5 minutes, so I just can't help but passing on this. So I read today in the paper that Donald Trump's valet tested positive for COVID-19, his personal valet.
Yeah.
So he's obviously very freaked out. And so the White House has been saying for the last couple of days that they don't want to do increased testing. They're not saying anymore that they're going to do it in time. They're now saying they think it's a bad idea to do testing, as Trump said, because it makes us look bad. And yet in the White House, everybody who goes into the presence of Trump has to be tested, including his valet. So this proves, first of all, the false sense of security that the testing can give. Second of all, it proves this double standard where Trump is insisting on instant testing in a bubble around him and then saying other people aren't going to have it. Now, here's the final layer of hypocrisy. Because of this, he's now insisting that everybody off camera around him wear a mask. So in other words, you won't see people wearing masks on camera, but off camera around him, people will not only be instant tested, they will be masked, as he's telling America, don't wear a mask and you don't need tests. So this is what we're dealing with at the highest reaches of the government. With that, I just want to again say, I think our administration, by and large, has done a fantastic job. I think the House and the Senate have worked hand in glove with them. If you look at our numbers, they're going exactly in the direction we would want them to go. I think the small turns of the spigot that we've been doing are about right. So, you know, again, we're blessed with a Republican governor who has no problem contravening the president on all of these things. Yeah, go ahead, Debbie.
Oh, I was just going to comment that, along those lines, I mean, I make jokes with my sister who lives in Savannah, Georgia, near where we grew up, but it's really not funny to have the opposite, to have a governor that pays no attention, to health indicators, to any of the science, and is just making these decisions based solely on the pressure that he's getting, political pressure, and trying to appeal to his, to his base. And I, because I really fear for her, her health.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Well, yeah, my mother-in-law in Sweden is 85. And in Sweden, they've been pursuing a different strategy.
Yeah.
And they have the highest rate of deaths. Their rate of deaths are about like ours, as opposed to the rest of Scandinavia, where they have much lower rates of death because they've locked down in more the German model. But at this point, the data is all out there. There was a really interesting graph that showed out of almost all the countries that are dealing with this, there are 4: the US, the UK, Sweden, and Russia, that have a much different outcome, where their spike is still going up or plateauing, it's not coming down. And you start to wonder to what extent this is an unexpressed strategy at the national level. I know for the first few months in England, they were pursuing a herd immunity strategy without copping to it. And Sweden, similarly, they won't admit that's what they're doing. it sounds to me more and more like the administration here is moving toward admitting that that's what they're doing, that everybody has to be a warrior for the economy and take more risk. So, you know, all a way of saying that this is not over for us. And the decisions will get harder as we leave unanimity about what to do.
Well, it's not really going to be completely over until there's a vaccine, right?
Yeah, and even then, you wonder, like, if it mutates,
yeah,
to the point where the vaccine can't deal with it.
Yeah, I was thinking back to, like, you know, the polio, and you know, I can remember, you know, like my grandparents telling me stories about how revered, you know, Jonas Salk was because he came up with the vaccine, and because everybody just was, you know, there was always fear, you know, there was always fear until that was a possibility. So.
Yeah. I remember my mother telling me about she went swimming with some friends in a swimming hole when she was little, and her mother came and got her and was furious because in their area it was supposed to be a place where you could catch smallpox, and so she was punished really harshly out of this incredible fear that she'd catch it. So, Jeannie, any word from Secretary French yet?
Not yet. He has a couple minutes. I know that he was in another meeting, so.
I see.
Oh, here he is. I'm admitting him now.
Perfect. Welcome, Secretary French. You're muted. There we go. How are you, sir?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for joining us. Much appreciated. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the agenda, but you're mostly the only thing on the agenda. Okay. And that's because we're hoping to have a somewhat longer, thoughtful conversation with you about what in your opinion at this point, the opening of schools might look like, what a timeline might look like, and then all the attendant questions on that about testing, you know, whether the union has been brought in on those consultations, whole host of questions. So why don't we just start with you speaking about whatever you like along those lines, and then we'll, when you're done, we'll ask questions as we see the need.
Okay, sounds good. Good afternoon. Ken French, Secretary of Education. I think I'll start with sort of a chronological approach to this topic. So,
I'm sorry, but you're a little hard to hear, Secretary. Are other people having?
So it's a little faint.
The volume's not very high.
Let me try
something. Is that better?
That's much better.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. So Dan French, Secretary of Education, I thought I'd perhaps start this on a chronological basis a little bit, because it's, it gets into complex interrelated sort of decision making. Our first thinking on this, and I would say the approach to COVID-19 from an educational perspective, and perhaps most areas, is, I think, fair to say it's gone through a series of transitions. And we're certainly, one of the big ones we're about to embark upon is closing out the school year. And that milestone is really centered around tomorrow. You know, there's a deadline the governor had given me originally of May 8th to produce guidance on end of year celebrations and graduations. And that was when he then enacted the stay home, stay safe order, which expires on the 15th. He still asked me to maintain the May 8th deadline on end of year celebrations and graduation. So the idea there was to go as late as possible to understand as best we could the trajectory of the virus, but also knowing that schools need ample time to plan for the rest of the year. So it's sort of that compromise. That's how sort of May 8th figures out. So that guidance will be coming out tomorrow, and it's a part of the governor's press conference.
So we'll be producing that, and I'll be participating in a press conference, and then formal guidance will be coming out shortly thereafter. So the first part of this was to firstly just sort of engage in a conversation about how to end the school year. And then what's been emerging almost simultaneously is a conversation, I would say nationally, through my organization, the Council of Chief State School Officers, and other states around the country, thinking about how to deal with summer and what is the purpose of summer. And what appeared there to be sort of a fork in the road, so to speak, of a choice between two options of framing that conversation. This was, I think, pretty much last week. We're in sort of the initial framing of that. So one way to think of the summer was, as it typically would be, like summer school, basically a remediation opportunity to look backwards to the spring, the semester, and say, okay, what do students need now that the school year is over? How would we use summer to help remediate that situation? The other school of thought is to say, well, even though the school year is over, the emergency is not. And though things are getting better, we still arguably have to manage that context. So that scenario focuses our planning on successful launch in the fall and using summer to help prepare that. So instead of sort of, let's say, looking retroactively from a remediation standpoint, is to look proactively forward, acknowledging that the emergency isn't necessarily over. We're certainly optimistic about the ability to have students in our school buildings in the fall, but that's going to come, no doubt, with safety protocols, and we're also going to need to attend to doing remote learning even better than what we did before, because there no doubt will come a time where perhaps not all schools will be closed. Maybe they will, but certainly we can anticipate some schools being closed as an outbreak occurs, and we seek to react to that. So that sort of framing is where I'll come back to in a minute, because I think that's sort of, I can embellish that conversation a little bit and talk a little bit about some of that sort of national understanding around that. I think the third leg of the stool on this is funding, so we can talk sort of, or intellectualize the issue of strategic planning and our hopes, and analyzing public health information, how we might control things. But the bottom line is we're going to have to figure out how to make the investments to do all that. So whether it would be remediation or sort of proactive planning for the fall, either way, we'd be relying on financial resources, in particular federal funds, to finance those activities. In my experience, summer school, for instance, is largely funded out of Title I dollars to a certain extent, pretty consistently across the state. So we have other pots of money also, but now, of course, we have CARES Act. So part of the understanding of where to go next has also been informed by the CARES Act funding, which, just to give you an update, and when I'm talking about CARES Act, I'm talking about the Elementary Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, which is the subsection of CARES that's the bigger pot of money that's reserved to school districts. That's, in Vermont's case, $30 million, of which 90% has to be delivered to the LEAs. So the state of Vermont, the Agency of Education, has applied for that money. We've been approved for that money. We're in the process of turning on an application to local school districts. We're in a bit of a sort of seeking clarity along with other states on some particular guidance that the U.S. Department of Education put out last Friday night relative to equitable share of those services with private schools. But once that is stabilized, then we'll be able to turn on that application. So, the bottom line is, I think now we have greater clarity on the financial resources, though, as you know, we have a number of school districts that still don't have a stable financial context relative to their budgets. But I think what we're starting to do is engage in a planning activity, certainly at the high level, in cooperation with CCSSO, about how to approach the fall relative to that sort of second lens, like using the summer as an opportunity to plan for the fall, as opposed to using the summer for more of the traditional remediation activities, thinking that the fall was going to be just return to normal, because we're pretty confident it won't be returned to normal, though once again, we're very, very hopeful that we'll be able to have students inside the school buildings to a certain extent. So I think, try to weave together in a complex way. I hope chronologically that helped a little bit. I could talk more specifically of some of those sort of broad strategic planning tools that are emanating from CCSSO. We had the first draft of that last week. There's basically 4 sort of containers of that. One is continuity of learning, the issue of preparing for more remote learning. We have the issue of student supports, which is a big area of activity, social emotional supports, mental health, anticipating those needs, preparing the facilities themselves and staff for that work. You mentioned working conditions. So, what are the disinfection protocols? What are the hygiene protocols? What are those thresholds we're going to use? And then we have the 4th bucket, which is back to sort of the policy and financial, how are we going to sustain and what policies or guidance might be necessary. So for instance, I do a weekly call with superintendents, and in today's call, someone asked, would it be possible to have some students stay in remote learning where others are showing up physically and still have that count as, an attendance day, if you will. So those kinds of issues will emerge from a policy perspective, and not necessarily require change in statute, but we can work within a framework of the emergency order, assuming that's in place to provide clarity on those kinds of issues. We are working on the issues of truancy. Obviously, that's the old regulations aren't really pertinent to this situation, so we're working in partnership with AHS and the state's attorney's office to work through the sort of guidance on that issue. But
if I could ask a very basic question. So I understand the idea of using the summer to make a successful launch in the fall. Implicit in that is the idea that all the planning is going into congregate education in the fall. What's the thinking so far on, will social distancing be in place in classrooms? If you've got a classroom that ordinarily seats 25 and it's full with the teacher, do you run that class at 25 or do you run it in shifts? What's the thinking?
Yeah, I think it's we're going to have to get to a place, sort of a fish or cut bait, for lack of a better phrase, deadline by which we're going to have to run with our best public health information on these things. So what we're doing, once again, through CCSSO is we're gathering how other states are doing this, but we're also gathering how other countries are doing it. So we've had, I think so far, some general guidance produced by VOSHA and Department of Labor, with coordination with Department of Health, on how, as we're opening up the broader economy, how social distancing should be enacted in workplaces. I suspect we're going to need very specific guidance for the school place setting, because it's fairly unique in our ability to control necessarily what children can do in any given moment. And certainly one can anticipate that guidance having to be developmentally responsive to the different ability levels of students to follow direction and be safe without direct supervision. Younger children obviously need more direct supervision. So those are all good questions. I think, right now we have, let's say in the broader economic standard from the Department of Health, we have a limitation of 10, the group of 10. I think we certainly would expect that number to increase, but I think once again, we're going to need specific guidance in the school setting on how schools should behave in that regard. And we're starting to pull together those examples from other places in the world, and CDC is starting to weigh in a little bit on that as well. So I think, in the next, we're in the middle of May now, I would say by the end of June, we'll have a real solid understanding of the answers to those questions. But I think it's fair to say, just to embark on the planning process, that we're committed to having students in the buildings as much as we can. So therefore, we have essentially a series of problems to solve in order to do that. And we might come back and test those assumptions at the beginning, but it's hard to go forward with the analysis if we don't come up with a sort of the assumption. The leading assumption is that students would be in the building, and then we have to work through a series of problems relative, can we do that safely, and what are the public health conditions and so forth to do that.
So one more question, then I'll turn it over to the committee, because I know they have some. So when we were at the beginning of the emergency and there was a quick attempt to stand up essential childcare, and districts were being asked to do that. Some teachers were being asked to do that who chose not to. There was an immediate standoff between the NEA and the administration, and it wound up with the administration, to its credit, I think, loosening what it was doing and allowing for a more voluntary program. I'm assuming there were lessons learned there, and that the teachers and staff are being or will be brought in on these discussions about what the school day looks like. Is that a good assumption?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I think it's a fair characterization of the beginning of this. It was an emergency, so we had to take certain actions, and I think it's also representative of sort of these transition periods. And it is an iterative process. I think as much as we can reflect back on and say it was a process, but certainly we knew there were tension points with that policy, and we also knew that some of these issues would be resolved literally as every day goes on. The issue of childcare, for example, we were ramping up a need for services, but also starting a policy of stay home, stay safe that we knew would essentially undermine the need for services, meaning that we were asking people to provision services, but also starting to send a signal to parents to stay home with their kids. So, those kinds of transition moments were awkward, and I'm sure we'll have more going forward. But I think, the issue of communication, now that we are through that period, I think we've enacted very stable communication structures that will serve us well into these next phases. Because the difference now is we have a planning opportunity, where before it was very much a reactive process. So we have, and it came to me, it wasn't what I organized. The V's, shall we call them, including Vermont NEA, reached out to me with the offer of help to say, it wasn't so much we want to be at the table. It was like, what can we do to help? And every Friday we have that meeting with the leadership of all those organizations, largely focused on what can we do to help. It's not about, oh, we have issue with this or we want to see that, though we certainly, as you can imagine, get into those kinds of conversations. But we've really tried to keep that space, like in terms of, how are we going to work this through together? But the labor issues are challenging. And I think, you'll hear tomorrow, I think, from the governors is some conversation about opening up childcare. And it's just the one thing I've learned from this is, all aspects of our economy and society are interconnected, and it's really hard to turn things back on. It was much easier to turn things off. And it's hard to ramp some things back on without turning other things on as well. So it'll be a challenge, I think, but we're not alone as a state in navigating those issues, but we'll certainly do that in cooperation with all stakeholders.
Okay, great. Committee members, questions for the secretary? I know you have them because I wrote them down. Senator Hardy.
Thanks. And sorry, I had to step out for a second. I had to deal with my son who's home remote learning, quote unquote. But I had a couple questions, and if you already covered this while I had to step out, I'm sorry. But for the summer plans, are you thinking about the summer would be like summer school or more of summer planning for the fall? Is the summer part of the compensatory education kind of plan? And then second, related to summer, and this may be a question for Rosie, but I continue to be concerned about school lunches over the summer or school meals, and wondering, I know that you applied for a waiver and to be able to continue to provide those meals. And I'm wondering what the status of that waiver is.
Okay,
I have more questions, but summer first.
Yeah, so I think it'll be a mixture of things. I see us having to, and people desiring to offer traditional summer programming, I'll call it. So you'll see that unfold certainly within the public health guidelines. But you'll also see resources. Once again, the financial piece is an important part of this. I think you'll see resources dedicated to planning, because that's sort of the dilemma we're in. If you, I'm sure you're well aware, teachers work a finite number of contract days per year. Part of our strategy with embarking on enacting the April vacations as scheduled was preserve maximum number of teacher days in the June so that we would have the flexibility to start looking at some of these issues. And likewise, I think we'll start to hear conversations pretty quickly from schools about how can we compensate teachers to come in for additional days. That's pretty commonly done for professional development, but I think you'll start to see patterns where it's not only for professional development, but also for planning. Once we understand, once again, what that context will be, and if we start to agree now that context will be as much as you're enjoying remote learning, we need to make it work better. It's not something we're going to abandon as a tool. I think it would be unwise for us to do at this point. Once again, our goal should be to get all students into school. But I would not be surprised if many schools, if not all schools, are closed at some period during the coming winter or whatever, until we have a firmer handle on the contagion. So we need to plan for doing all of the above. So I think summer will be a mix. And I think, feeding kids has been a priority in our state, much to our, I think credit, and it remains a priority for us. So we, as Rosie, whose leadership has been phenomenal on this, and we work hard with our congressional delegation to, address issues. And we are part of a regional group in New England that's been pretty good on that. But the U.S. Department of Agriculture has been challenging to work with at times, and so we have to put pressure on where we need to. I said the other day to the superintendents, I'm confident in our ability to sort of problem solve through some of the regulatory burdens. My concern right now, honestly, is sustainability of the programs. They're running straight out in a manner they were never designed to do. And that means a burnout rate on staff and also facilities. We count on during the summer to have a shutdown of those programs so that we can take them apart, clean them, and do inventory and prepare. So they were never designed to run nonstop as they are. So we have to start thinking about sustainability, not only from a financial and personnel standpoint, but just the facility standpoint. So, but that's going to be ongoing, and we're going to have to figure that out as a state. But we don't want to back away from our commitment to support families and kids. But we'll continue to tackle those regulation issues as they emerge. But I don't have an update. Nothing's resolved yet on that specific issue, so we're still pursuing that.
Great. Other questions? Senator Ingram.
So yeah, most of my questions were around the kind of healthcare protocols, which you've already touched on. And I know it's a little too early for you to know details, but just wondering things like, will anticipate kids being required to wear masks, or teachers being required to wear masks, or if you take a student's temperature, when they come in, if they have a fever, are you going to send them home, or how are you going to work with the parent? If the parents apply one standard and the school has a different one, how will that work? Will it be done more on the local level, or do you anticipate it coming down from the agency? And just in general, what
Yeah, I think, I think a lot of those will be decided through the Department of Health. I think that's, we'll use the best science, and, there's so many things that'll be different come fall. I mean, we'll probably have different therapies available and so forth. But it's just interesting listening to you, take through that list, Senator Ingram. It just sort of reminded me, but like we were having this, I'll call it a false dichotomy discussion. Well, should we make the summer remediation, or should we prepare for the fall? And just listening to the length of the list of the things you went through, and I could add to that, 100-fold. That sort of just made it a no-brainer that we have to spend our time planning for the fall. I mean, we just don't have the time. We have a limited amount of time, as I was going to mention previously, with the planning capacity. So we have, to turn the corner now to land the school year takes some time in planning. And then, the 4th of July weekend will be here and gone. And then, really it's in the second week of July. Somewhere in that time period, we need to know what we're doing so we can plan what we're going to need to do. So it's, there's a very limited amount of time actually to plan for the fall. So that's why, from my perspective, I think we're going to put our efforts into using the summer largely to help plan for the fall, though, as I mentioned, we'll certainly have the more traditional activities as well.
When is the start date of the school year for the fall?
There are regional school calendars in Vermont. They more or less all start the week before Labor Day to a certain extent.
Other questions? Andy, you're muted. There you go.
So, Secretary French, I just want to repeat what I think you said is that you're working on the guidance for graduation and celebration that'll be out tomorrow. And we really won't know till July for the following school to give you time to plan and think about and go through the 101 things that there are to think about. But also, as the pandemic rolls out, things will change. So is that right that we won't really know anything about the guidance for the opening till July? Is that your best estimate?
Well, I think we'll, we're going to point our planning towards the assumption that students will be in school, and I think that's the appropriate framing. And from there, we'll encounter a series of problems that will need to be resolved through guidance or, through positioning of resources and so forth. But I think absent that sort of general orientation, it's really challenging to make the decision. So I think, we'll start with the assumption based on what we know today, that it looks promising that we'll have students back in the building. And then we're going to have to, okay, if that's the case, what are we going to need to do to, disinfect surfaces? So what are we going to need to do to provision distance learning? What are we going to do for professional development in order to provision distance learning? What are we going to need to do to break students into groups and so forth? So I think it'll precipitate out a series of problems that no doubt can be categorized and so forth. But it's once again, the good news is we're not alone. Other states are embarking on a similar planning process. So I think you'll see very quickly an assumption that we're going to seek to have students in buildings. I think that's a reasonable conclusion based on what we see now as a very positive outcome of our social distancing and other mitigation efforts that we've undertaken in Vermont. Knock on wood, we won't see that go in the other direction. So with that assumption, you'll see a series of guidance documents unfold as we start to have to address certain issues. But I think, the overarching message to parents and students will be, we're going to get you back in school in the fall. It might look a little different, than what you were used to prior to COVID-19, but we think we can come up with some ways to do that.
So having survived the several fights in the legislature around vaccines, I'm imagining that as school opens, parents would have to give permission for their kid to be tested if that's a part of the strategy. So if it is a part of the strategy, I don't think there would be the same resistance that you encounter with vaccination, because although it's an invasive procedure, it doesn't involve putting something chemical into the body. But it seems to me another one of the 101 things is securing permission to be able to test children when you're in loco parentis during the school day. So not that anybody's making an exhaustive list, but just an example.
Yeah. And it's hard to say. I think, I think it was Japan. There's a couple countries that have students testing themselves with thermometers. I mean, so just taking the temperature might be that sort of level of standard that we enact if we're comfortable that the trajectory of the virus is in a suppression phase. And I think that's like below 1%. And we've been consistently around that number, below that number. So we feel pretty good about that. So when you get down to that point, I think, this would be a better question for Dr. Levine. I mean, some of the protocols being enacted are not as invasive. They're more like taking a temperature of students at the entry of schools. They can test their own temperatures and so forth. So there might be other tests available that are less invasive and so forth. So we don't, some of those questions are unknown, but I think, certainly they're on the list of things. I would say the general concept of how we ensure the safety of the environment, both for staff and students, is going to be a priority. And then once we do identify an outbreak, how do we control that through disinfection and staying at home and so forth? All those protocols need to be nailed down. And once again, Department of Health will have a key role in that. But we're starting to see guidance from other, the CDC and so forth, starting to emerge.
Senator McNeil.
Good afternoon, Secretary French. Just a couple of quick questions. I was thinking on if summer camps, some of them may open, some may not. And I'm sure with Dr. Levine probably suggest maybe temperature checks or whatever, but that's going to, and then it's going to go into the school year. I would think that the nurse's office, she might need additional help. A lot of the schools share a nurse, part morning, part afternoon, and they drive from one school to another within the supervisory union. I was just wondering if there are any plans on helping out the nurse, and if there is a child that his temperature is high and sick, a place maybe they could segregate that child until the parents to come to pick it up. And as it is, that I can see the parents are getting excited about sending the kids to camp, and I'm sure some of them are going to come whether they don't feel that well or not. Anything in the works for that?
Not specifically, I think, at this point, but I will say the nurses have reached out and are part of that sort of group that wants to be actively at the table. Obviously, when you get down to the sort of nitty gritty of how to manage these things, their input's invaluable. And I've always found my school nurses to be critical in my leadership teams. I mean, they really can inform so many of the practices on running a school building. So I think, they'll be connected straight into the Department of Health conversation on how to produce that guidance specific to schools, and we'll have. I'm confident we'll have those specific issues addressed as we head towards opening school.
Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Hardy.
Thank you. I have two categories of questions, and one is just your thoughts on the school finance situation. You mentioned that $30 million of federal funding that's going directly to schools. My understanding is that's to be distributed based on Title I formulas, but you mentioned something else, so I'm not sure. And then there's the broader CARES Act funding that, we're all talking about ad nauseum. But I'm wondering if this might be a question for Emily, but just if she's done you and your department have done some research on what or if you've gotten guidance about if any of that can be used for schools and how we might creatively be able to use some of that. And just what your department's thinking is right now about the school finance situation, which is rather bleak. So that's one question. And then the second question is more related to parents and students. It sounds like you're doing a great job with communicating with teachers and school nurses and superintendents and, the list of all those people and doing regular check-ins. But I know parents are feeling a lot of angst and worry about what's going on. And I'm wondering if there's a way the department more broadly can communicate with parents about what you're doing. I'm trying to do that, but hearing directly from the Secretary of Education in some way might be helpful for parents. And bringing students into the conversation. They may have some really great ideas on how school could work. Especially I'm thinking high school students and middle school students. They often have creative ideas because they know their peers better than we do.
Sure.
So just bringing them in. And then one final thought, which is about graduation and thinking about the graduation ceremonies. I have a lot of friends whose kids are in the class of 2020, and they're feeling lots of sadness about how their high school is ending. But also I have an 8th grader. And so kids who are moving on to the next level of education at all various levels, I'm hoping that you'll at least give a nod to the younger kids who may be stepping up and what might be allowable for end of year celebrations or ceremonies for them as well. So that's my list.
Yeah, I think I can take these in reverse order. I guess the guidance tomorrow will address end of year celebrations and graduations without drawing a distinction between the two. So guidance could be applied to 6th grade as it easily could be for high school. So folks will hopefully find some clarity there, largely informed by the public health, look at how things are tracking. The issue of parent communication, absolutely. I think, we're, appropriately focused on the nitty gritty of trying to make the transition to this, but particularly at this, once again, I think we're at a critical transition with this guidance tomorrow. People are anxious about how the rest of the year will go, how the fall will go, and that shifts, the need for more direct communication with parents. And I've been doing a lot of that along the way. I have one night had a Zoom called into a community, largely students in South Burlington, and they wanted to share with me their concerns about the upcoming lacrosse season and so forth. So I do a lot of those things, but I think we're, from a policy perspective, need to have the goals and the context just clear, so people know here's what we're thinking, here are the decision timelines when we reduce it to timelines, and here are the concerns, here are the things we're wrestling with. So yes. In terms, I wrote down the first question had something to do with bleakness. That was the one note I wrote. Oh, bleakness. That must be financial context.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be a significant challenge. So, I think firstly, when I was, I think Senator Bruce was there one day when I was in a Senate Finance Committee. We didn't know a lot about the CARES Act. We had some general understanding, and it was important as we knew there were significant issues here. It was like an important piece of information we just need to nail down. So we have a better understanding of CARES Act, and yes, those funds are allocated to the districts on a formula very similar, if not identical, to how Title I funds are allocated to school districts. So the methodology by which how much goes to each district is based on the same formula. It's not to say the funds need to be spent the same way as Title I. It just means the allocation methodology is the same. The funds can be spent by locals, and once again, 90% of the funds go directly to the local school districts. The funds, they have significant flexibility in how they spend the funds. They just basically need to be spent in accordance with an approved federal education program. It could be Perkins, it could be Title I, it could be anything that's legitimate, basically federal education program. The issue that we're sort of, I alluded to, sort of a bump in the road right now. Late last Friday, the U.S. Department of Education put out guidance that we think, and most states think, is not consistent with congressional intent. And it pertains to equal services and to what extent schools have to send federal dollars to private schools. And the methodology that historically has always been used under the Elementary Secondary Education Act has been the Title I approach, which was you figure out what percent of your students are in poverty in the district and you allocate funds to your private schools accordingly. That's what we interpreted, and every state interpreted pretty much to be in the CARES Act. And what came out of the U.S. Department of Education late on Friday night was not that. It was basically you should use a broader number of your total population, not just your poverty students. So it effectively would have a pretty significant impact on redirecting CARES Act. I don't say redirecting, but it would create a greater responsibility for using the CARES Act funds for private schools. So we're in the process working with pretty much every professional education association in the country and our delegation to get some clarity from U.S. Department of Ed on that. That's the only thing that's sort of holding up that next level of the application. So back to the larger conversation, we were working on that, just sort of getting clarity on the CARES Act. We're also working on revenue projections and sort of starting to wrap our arms around the magnitude of the problem. And we haven't been proposing any specific solutions from the agency's perspective. We've been sort of working with JFO to just provide the technical support necessary to understand what are probably be all bad options, essentially. On Monday, I think it was Monday, I was on a panel with Mark from JFO and someone from Representative Welch's office, I think it was a statewide Zoom conference or GoToMeeting that had about 400 people on it, from what I understand, or maybe 200, something like that. So, we're at that place where I think we understand the magnitude of the problem, but there's no easy way. There is no way essentially to redirect CARES money to the Ed Fund. we could certainly do something along the line of a clawback. And I've talked openly with districts about that, meaning that we could short, basically short them money. But all those things, once again, are unpalatable solutions. But it's not clear to me yet, what those solutions will be. But I think my impression of having been not in as many conversations with Senator Baruth, but I've been this time of year in the legislature on financial issues. I think this is that time of year when these decisions tend to come to head. So, we're available to help support that, and just let us know what you need.
Thank you.
Quick follow-up, just one.
Is it one follow-up or several categories?
One follow-up on the CARES Act, the $30 million. That's a very small amount of money. I know people keep talking about it as if it's a lot of money, but I mean, some districts it's a couple, $100,000 or something or less when you break it down on a district level. So I was talking more about the larger CARES money and whether or not if you've done any research on whether you think your department thinks that's available, not as revenue fill, but as meeting some of the needs that will be out there.
Yeah, I don't, we haven't been directly as involved with that. It's more, managing the education dedicated resources. I should mention also the GEAR fund, which is the governor's education emergency education relief fund, and that that's $4.4 million, and governors have some latitude in that, and that application was recently submitted and approved. It didn't require us to specify how the money would be spent. Governor Scott's indicated he wants to work closely with the legislature to identify how that money will be spent. But just to let you know, we have applied for it and received essentially the green light to start drawing down those funds, or at least get the money in our bank account. But I think the larger fund, does affect education to the extent that education is a social service and tightly integrated with our broader social infrastructure in the state. And I'd throw broadband into that. I'd throw mental health and childcare. So I think, it does, and we do have conversations, on an integrated basis. That's how our cabinet functions. So we are in communication with AHS constantly on these issues. And, I work closely with the Department of Public Service on the broadband issues. So I think we have the structures in place to navigate that. But the prioritization, I think, is really the legislature's job. And, but we're poised to enact that. But I think, it's fair. I think the issue of using larger money for education is for K-12 is probably harder politically to make because there are dedicated resources for K-12, but to the extent things like mental health services and other parts of the infrastructure could be addressed, that's probably the place to go.
Other questions for the secretary? Corey, I thought you had one earlier.
Yeah, it was just generally the timeline and what we're giving for notice. I mean, we're mostly talking about the fall here, but another topic similar to schools was childcare has mentioned they want at least a month's notice before they open up. Have you heard that from schools, what they're looking at for kind of restart time?
Yeah, in my conversations with superintendents, I think, we're thinking that we need to come to agreement that we're going to put our planning efforts into the fall. And I think there's growing consensus. That's what we need to do. So I think we'll backtrack from there and come up with a appropriate implementation plan. But I think that initial framing is really the critical piece that we need to do first. And then certainly getting the resources deployed to school districts is a critical element of that. We can have a planning exercise, but absent the resources and understanding the scope of those resources, it's really hard to develop a concrete plan for action.
Okay. I think that might be the bulk of our questions for you at the moment, Secretary. I really appreciate the time you've given us and the thoughtful planning you've got in place. I do think it's good just to be reassured that the default planning is to start as normal in the fall with obvious caveats around how social distancing will work in that environment. But that's good news, and hopefully that will get out starting tomorrow and become more broadly understood. So thanks very much. And to the extent you have anything you want to send our way in the form of the new guidance, you could just send it to Jeannie and she'll distribute it to the committee. But again, thanks for coming in.
Thank you. I'll also share our planning documents as those evolve. We'll start to get more clarity on those plans, and they'll be broadly shared within state government too, because it will require coordination with other agencies to enact. So have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So committee, that was our work for today. And so we'll end a little bit early. So everybody make sure that before you go to sleep tonight, you mark down in your calendar that our times will be changed slightly starting next week. So 2:30 to 4, Tuesday and Thursday. And there was one other thing I wanted to share with you. Did have a call this morning with the interim chancellor for the state colleges and with the chair of the board of trustees. And joint fiscal today was supposed to be in the final stage of hiring an independent analyst to look at the finances of the system. So hopefully that will be done either today or tomorrow. Beth Pierce has gotten involved in looking over the financial situation. So the first thing on the agenda is to get these other sets of eyes on the finances, and